To my roots, baby. Reggae. Hey. Hey. To my roots, baby. Reggae. Hey. Yeah. Oh. Up. Picky. Yeah, ni copyright song yìí. Àkànjáyé orin yẹn ni. Nàìjíríà fẹ́ dàwó. Going down, reggae is nice. Yay! Reggae is nice. Reggae is nice. Yay! Oh! Hey! Reggae is mine. Baby. Reggae is mine. Hey, pick up, man. I feel done Nigeria. Open there. Hey. Papa rapia. UNICEF ní kàn ṣe toilet fún àwọn ará Nàìjíríà. Wọ́n náà ní toilet tí ń yàgbẹ́. Àwọn indigenous people àná afẹ́ kúrò ní Nàìjíríà. Fulani náà ò fẹ́ jẹ́ ká lọ irọ́ ló pa. A máa dáwó ni. Ó kù díẹ̀ 10 minutes. A máa join Starr Radio. I'm prepare lọ́wọ́. Hey, to my root baby. Hey, Naija, woto. Ó fẹ́ wọ Nàìjíríà. Hey. To my root baby. Hey. Reggae is mine. Advertise pọ̀ jù. Ìrìnlẹ̀ tí ń pawó tí wọ́n náà nìyẹn. Mo like Lucky Dube bàjẹ́. Yay! Tananana. Ẹ káàárọ̀ ọgbọ́n ẹ̀yin tẹ̀wọ̀n lé. Accident ti lélẹ́yìí o. Many fear dead as multiple cars in Kara Bridge. Hey, Ọlọ́run ọba 18-seater. Gbogbo ẹ ti dàrú Nàìjíríà. Hey! Accident lélẹ́yìí Ọlọ́run ọba o. Ẹ jẹ́ n sáré ṣoyin. Hey! Wàhálà dé. Hey! Ọlọ́run kò ṣàánú wa o. Hey! Irú ìlú wo la wà yìí o? Kábíyèsí Elédùmarè. Òkú ti sùn lọ rẹpẹtẹ. Hey! Kábíyèsí Elédùmarè. Má ṣe o. Àti ṣìlú wá láyé. Ìṣẹ́ rin lórí Linda kejì ni ọ̀hún bọ̀. Hey, this Elédùmarè. Ọlọ́run ọba o. Ṣàánú wa o ní Nàìjíríà. Ó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni o. Accident rẹpẹtẹ ẹja mute lè. À ń bọ̀ lọ kí dúbẹ, à ń bọ̀ padà níṣòro ẹja gbọ́. Ó ti zẹ̀ o. Kábíyèsí Elédùmarè. Òkú ti sùn lọ rọrọ.
This just happened in Bega now.
Accident ó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Bega. Multiple accident ní Bega. Ọlọ́run ọba o. Nàìjíríà ó tútù mẹ̀jẹ̀ láàárọ̀ yìí. Nàìjíríà tútù mẹ̀jẹ̀ láàárọ̀ yìí Elédùmarè Ọlọ́run o. Wọ́n máa ń lọ sórí Starr Radio nísìnyí yá mi. Ẹ káàárọ̀ mà. Yes ma. Kí ni ẹ? Ok, máa chẹ́kẹ̀ nísìn, máa chẹ́kẹ̀. Ọ̀rà ẹ ṣé gan ìyá mi. Oríṣiríṣi news wọ́n tún ti sẹ́ndì kankan sí wa báyìí o. Ọlọ́run ṣàánú o Elédùmarè. Ìlú mẹ̀jẹ̀mẹ̀jẹ̀ ó tútù mẹ̀jẹ̀ àwọn èèyàn wa láàárọ̀ yìí o ní Kára. Òkú ti sùn, ẹ̀jẹ̀ ti sùn lọ brẹ́mbrẹ́m, multiple accident. Ọlọ́run máa ṣàánú wa báyìí o. Ìlú ìlú wo la wá kọlù sí báyìí o. Kí ni ìyá wa sẹ́ndì sí mi? Kí ni lè? Ẹ máa gbẹ́rù ìlànà mọ́ bọ̀. Like every woman. Okay. Ní London. Wàhálà máa ti wọ London Ọlọ́run ṣàánú o. Ó dáa kí mo ti rí fídíò yìí. Ọmọ òyìnbó tó lọ bá ọmọ dúdú jà. Ìmọ̀ ti wọ̀dù Ọlọ́run ṣàánú wa o. Ní UK ń bí náà. Àní lè ṣó eléyìí lórí social media o. I'm sure pọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ti pàdé fídíò yẹn. Wọ́n lè tún ṣẹlẹ̀ ní oníkárà. Wàhálà ti dé o. Ó ti zẹ̀ o, ọ̀nà ti ṣẹlẹ̀. Kábíyèsí o. Ó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní o. Ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa, ẹ káàárọ̀ mò ń bọ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ lọ change aṣọ tá a máa fi pààrọ̀ fún Starr Radio. Kábíyèsí Elédùmarè. Wàhálà ti ṣẹlẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Wàhálà ní lójoojúmọ́ ní Nàìjíríà náà kó ṣàánú. Ẹ̀yà tó gbọ́ díẹ̀ nínú ọdún yẹn. Ojúmọ́. Wàhálà Nàìjíríà. Ọdún ṣàṣẹlẹ̀ ní Bẹ́gà. Sanwó-Olú, Dàpọ̀ Abíọ́dún, ẹtútù gbẹ̀jẹ̀ àwọn èèyàn wa láàárọ̀ yìí. Ẹ káàárọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹja máa gbọ́ lọ kí bíbẹ̀ mo ṣe ní 4 minutes. Ẹ̀yin dẹ́ wa lórí mixella comrade plan B ṣe ti send message yẹn sí mi abẹ́ẹ̀ ti send ẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ mo comment yín. Monica send numbers. Monica send message to me. Ṣé ti send ẹ̀ ṣá? Màá check tí bá ti tán lè mú ní láti take time láti go through a lot of messages on WhatsApp mi. Message yẹn kàn build up mi. Yay! Hey! Yeah! Reggae! Hey! Reggae is good for you, man. It's good for your body, man. Lucky Dube tèmi. Mo ṣe ara fi ń gbádùn ara mi nínú studio ni. Yeah! Lucky Dube. Àwọn èèyàn ti kọrin dànù 2007 lọ́dà kan ló kú. Ok, màá check ẹ̀. Ẹ mọ̀ kan ẹ flash number yẹn nísìnyí. Mo fẹ́ mọ number yín ẹ kàn fún mi ní miss call lórí that same number ẹ kàn send WhatsApp sí mi ẹ má send message ẹ flash mi. Ẹyin tèmi. Reggae is good for your body, man. Reggae. Hey. Reggae is good for your body. Yeah. Nigeria ló burúkú. Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí emergency tètè débẹ̀ kó rescue yín. Mo ti parí update tí mò ń sáré ṣe. Ẹyẹ ń sáré copy eléyìí kájú sínú. Multiple fear dead ní Kara. Ìpínlẹ̀ Abíámọ ìlú Òṣì. Ó tún ti gbẹ̀jẹ̀ láàárọ̀ yìí. Ojoojúmọ́ ló ń gbẹ̀jẹ̀ yín. Ìlú jágbajàgba. Tàbá wí tán wá ní Koiki lè máa mú bad news wá. Ṣé mi mo ní kí country yín má gbádùn? Tàbá wí tán nísìnyí wá ní Koiki bad news lèmi máa mú wá ní gbogbo ìgbà. Ṣé mi ní Nàìjíríà? Nígbà tí ìlú ò bá da, wọ́n tún ti gbẹ̀jẹ̀ yín láàárọ̀ yìí. This one is called Kara Bridge accident. Òkú ti sùn lọ rẹpẹtẹ kábíyèsí Elédùmarè. Yé Ọlọ́run ọba o, irú ayé wo la wá báyìí o. Elédùmarè máa yọ wá kúrò ní ìlú burúkú o. Ìlú tó ń gbẹ̀jà àwọn èèyàn lójoojúmọ́. Kábíyèsí Ọlọ́run o, tá la ṣẹ̀ báyìí. Yé reggae is good for your body. Accident gidi màlélẹ́ ìkẹ́ ẹ lọ́hùn. Ẹ tútù gbẹ̀jẹ̀ yí politician. Ẹ tútù mẹ́jẹ̀ àwọn èèyàn lọ láàárọ̀ yìí. Má ṣe o. Accident náà máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lágbàáyé. Kábíyèsí Elédùmarè. Yé wọ́n ní one kill ìlọ́lọ́pàá o. Bàbá ní one kill bàbá rọ́ ni o. Reggae. An accident involving a vehicle and 18-seater belonging to GUO Motors, a Sienna car, Motor Corolla, gbogbo ẹ̀ ti lànà àbẹ̀sẹ̀ Elédùmarè. Ta la ṣẹ̀ báyìí Elédùmarè Ọlọ́run àṣàlù wa. Ta la ṣẹ̀. Nobody can stop reggae. Tó bẹ́ẹ̀. Tèmi wà láyé. Tó bẹ́ẹ̀. Reggae la pé. Nobody can stop reggae. 11 ti lù ẹ̀ka ti wọ studio. Nobody can stop reggae. Nobody can stop reggae. Tó bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo sọ. Níbo lẹ ti fẹ́ stop reggae tí Koiki ń bẹ? Nobody can stop reggae. Obi Atiku Tinubu, let the youth rule. I am the youngest president. Ní jẹ́ kó lọ ìwọ kẹ̀. Yay! Ẹ jẹ́ n wọ studio Archie ń dúró dè mí. Mo dẹ̀ ń gbádùn orin lọ Ọlọ́run. Maize Gold ṣé òun like ẹ̀? Ṣé máa ń gbọ́ reggae? Nicholas, good morning. Woto. No election Biafra land. Yoruba people, we telling you no election. Ẹnẹ fẹ́ dìbò fún Tinubu. Ẹ jẹ́ voto ya. Election ló ti rí ìgò tó ṣe. The election that has been rigged before it started. Naira petrol scarcity. NLC is giving Buhari 2 weeks. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà lórí Instagram kò ní gbàjẹ́ fún ẹ káàbọ̀ sí YouTube. Ṣé iná máa ń gbọ́ reggae? Kábíyèsí Elédùmarè. Nigerians have been pushed to the wall. Okay, it's your best music as well. Ntí máa fi ń gbádùn ayé mi nìyẹn. Nobody can stop reggae. Nobody can stop reggae. Ẹ ti ti àwọn ará Nàìjíríà to the wall. A ní kẹ́ jáde kẹ́ blọ́ọ̀kì gbogbo títì. Ẹ lagi mọ́ wọn lórí. Wọ́n ní Koiki, you are happy about it. Inú mi ń dùn náà ni. All right, let's prepare and go Star Radio. Níta ṣe tó pẹ̀lú Star Radio. Tábà parí náà tún padà wá gbọ́ régérégé. Hey, nobody can stop reggae. Èèyàn lè play music o loud, but tó bá ti ń dánwó alẹ́, o gbọ́dọ̀ máa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Can stop reggae. Nobody can stop reggae. Nobody. Nàìjíríà ti fẹ́ dà wó. Can't stop reggae. Nobody can stop indigenous people. Àti wake up mind àwọn èèyàn. Ẹ̀yin politician, wọ́n máa sọ̀kò pa yín ni. Mo rí mọ́tò APC kan, wọ́n sọ̀kò kó sá lọ. Bí ṣe máa ń jó nìyẹn tí bá ti jáde. Nobody can stop reggae. Nobody can stop reggae. Tó bẹ́ẹ̀. Nàìjíríà máa dàwó. Buhari a máa lé gbogbo yín léré. Ẹ jẹ́ lọ sí Star Radio mú padà bọ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ fi ilé sílẹ̀ nù. Jẹ́ ń gbé sí ṣe máa monitor comment. Nobody can stop. Ṣé wá rí ẹ̀jẹ̀ bá rẹ̀ ti gbàlú? Ẹ bá máa sọ pé nonsense yẹn. Àìtí gba country o. A ṣe ń ṣiṣẹ́ nílò. Wọ́n ti kọ lẹ́tà sí United Nation. United Nation lẹ́wọ̀n kọ lẹ́tà sí ẹ̀. 30 years UN ò tí dá yín lò. Mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ tẹ́wà lórí. Mo kẹ́rin ti tèmi ní Turkey. Ọlọ́ba ń dúró tì yín Ọlọ́run. Ẹja múùfù mo kàn báyìí. Mo kí gbogbo wa lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Ẹ jẹ́ lọ bá àwọn Archie. Àwọn tèmi nìyẹn. Ó ti ń dúró dè mí. Mr. Koiki. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin olólùfẹ́ wa. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wá tàn ká mẹ́rin padà. Ẹ má bínú yín tẹ́wà lórí Instagram. Ẹ mọ̀ pé àràárọ̀ a máa adjust ẹ̀yin. Ẹ jẹ́ wá wá báyìí. Kémi náà ṣe kí ni? Ẹ jẹ́ kájọ wọnú ètò yẹn lọ. Nobody can stop reggae. Ìyá mi mo dúpẹ́. Mo kí gbogbo yín. Àwọn ọ̀báyàn kankan jà kan sọ pé gbogbo àná la fẹ́ gba Yorùbá Nation. But ẹ má wá sọ wá di fool. Ẹ fi sọ àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá Nation di fool. Ẹ ti gba country. Àgbà country. Tí UN ò recognize yẹn, ká lè fẹ́ máa fool. Ní 2023, mo rí rẹ́rìí láyé mi. Wọ́n ní 2022, a lè ti wà ní 2023. Èmi láti ń dúró dè. Too much. Ẹ má bínú ẹjọ́ wà ní bíbá. It's a lot of movement. Àpé ara ń manage the studio wa ni. Àdèmá studio dẹ̀ èèyàn máa ń change the studio ẹ̀ ṣáà mọ̀ iná ṣáà máa ń wo TVC. Tá bá fẹ́ ṣe journalist hangout, wọ́n máa change the studio. Ṣèyí náà máa ń change the studio. Jẹ́ lọ bá ṣì. Gbogbo ẹ̀ ti lanú Nàìjíríà báyìí. Àchìdá. Ṣé Mike mi wà hàn tí gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣe ń gbọ́ mi dáadáa? Wọ́n yẹ pé gbà tí bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin girama. Koiki on fire to spirit tó dání máa bá jì Ọlọ́run. Àbá parí Star Radio abẹ́rẹ́ tí wàá padà gé. Ọjà kọ́kọ́ lọ bá jì sọ̀rọ̀ nù. Àwọn tèmi ni ẹ. Nobody can stop reggae. Nobody can stop reggae.
Not only worship the Lord, we can just say thank you, God. Never say all the time, once you have life, that means you have hope. I mean, God is not finished with you yet, So keep on keeping on. Keep on fighting on. Don't believe in yourself. I say, the time you are convicted that what you are doing is the right thing to do. Yes. It will happen that you will not enjoy whatever you are sacrificing yourself for. I could be somebody in your family, maybe your children or your children's children might have that opportunity of that privilege of enjoying that. That's why we see all the countries for independence for us in various countries or the colonies that they call it at the time. Some lost their lives. Nothing did happen. However, you can say that we've enjoyed a bit of it. So if you are standing up for yourself because you feel that your people are being marginalized, or you feel that you're not treated fairly, whether it's misogyny, whether it's racism, whether it's whatever thing that is happening to you, you rest assured of one thing. You might be able to see the reward of what you are doing now, or it might be that in your lifetime you might not see. I will be rest assured of one thing, that someday, somehow, sorry to be like that. Somebody will say, yes, remember that man, we fought for this cause, and it was the right cause. Maybe we didn't understand it at the time, but now we do. It's my singular honor to once again welcome the White Lion himself, Mr. Olayomi again. I'm not glad to see you. I'm saying, Yomi, good morning to you.
Well, a very good morning to you back in the studio, and a very good morning to all our listeners and viewers, because as we have people that are watching us on the side here where the sister broadcast is going on, we also have people that are listening to us. It saves them a bit of data because it costs arms and leg, as we always say, in African country, especially in Nigeria, to be able to have enough data. So we have people that just, carefully plug in their AirPod or their earpiece and they can listen to us. But we have thousands of people. And I was looking at the statistics of those that monitor and follow us. And you won't believe Nigerians are topping the Roundtable according to the social media statistics. When I was watching it this morning, those that follow us, back to back in Nigeria, the number is quite high. America seems to be the second, UK, but again, we're grateful to those that listen to Starr Radio UK from Monday to Friday and the rest of the weekend where we bring out the program. And I say good morning, Frank, good morning, Archie, and good morning, Linda, Penny, and the rest of the team behind the scene. The sound engineer, we are back again, the Thursday edition, the 9th of February, 2023, and it is the update now from Nigeria. I'll slightly come again back to you in the studio.
Yes. How are you doing and how was your night?
And it is the update. Well, the family are doing very well, as usual, because the most important thing that you can say the family is doing well is they have a shelter. I mean, shelter is one of the most important bits. And the reason why I said so is, again, going back to the incident that happened in Turkey, I was looking at some of the images again yesterday before going to bed. These were homes to people. I mean, you could see the toys, you could see the bed, you could see, the washing machine. Maybe somebody was cleaning up the house when all these things were happening. We continue on behalf of the Starr Radio UK, especially the Nigerians that are living there, not just Nigerians, but everybody that has been affected. Again, we're sending our condolence to those that are, have been affected. But the family are doing very well on this other side of the globe. But our concern is always the other part in Nigeria where our family, and when I say our family, does not literally mean a Yoruba man, an Igbo man, a Kanuri man, an Hausa man. We are talking about the citizen that is being impacted with the spark of things that has been put on them. And the question is, who is going to fix it in the next few more days before the 25th of February when the government is calling for an election?
Well, that's the question. Who is going to fix it? Are there a fixer? Do you have anything? There's those in power. Do we see them doing anything for us at all? Well, it is Radio UK. Let me say good morning to Olayomi. It's the afternoon in Turkey as well. And thank you very much for bringing us that update last Tuesday. But wherever you are, we'll try to link up with her for us to bring that some more updates from there, maybe tomorrow or so that we know exactly what is happening there. But wherever you are, we say once again, thank you very much for joining us in this broadcast or on this broadcast. Those who are just listening in, those who are viewing, you are being your best there. And we love you so much because if not for you, will not be here. There will be no point of us being here. Again, today, I said good morning, all viewers all over the world and the rest of the team in the studio. We say good morning to you as well, and thank you very much for joining in. All right, now let's crack on straight to some of the stories making around. I said good morning to you as well, and yes, as many of you who are there. Now, Yomi, let's quickly come to this incident that is happening, the information that is coming through that multiple people are yet dead. Many people get dead as multiple car crash on Kara Bridge. Now, can you give us, for those of us who don't know where Kara Bridge is and how the incident, well, I know that you will have images of it, but we wouldn't want to put on quite boring. We wouldn't want to do that. So, tell us a bit about that incident that is just happened.
As we were preparing, to come straight to you in the studio, and the information was just breaking. It is not the first time that incident happened around the world. But what we always concern is, what could lead to such incident in the first place. Kara Bridge is well known, in Nigeria, and it is not, one location that is not well known by the governor of Lagos State and Ogun State that shares almost the same boundary. And as we can say right now, there has been a multiple accident that is also now creating a gridlock. Kara Bridge is also linking us, for those that are probably leaving Lagos State, to the other side of whether you're traveling to whether you're traveling into Ogun State or you're traveling into Oyo State as well. But one thing we can say is, according to the FRC, has attributed the cause of the accident, guess what, to the brake failure by the truck whose driver ran into vehicles in front of it. I mean, we are talking about, again, another 40-foot container. What we're about to show doesn't have any graphic that is not what to be shown. So what we're going to do is we're going to show that in just about a few minutes. The engineers are preparing that. But what we can say is, how do we know if a vehicle doesn't have the brakes? That means the vehicle should have gone through a rigorous check in the first place. But it's different in Nigeria because most of these vehicles are probably not even what to be on the road in the first place. And that is why so many Nigerians have been always complaining that it seems that the government are doing less to check vehicles that traveled on the road. And what we have witnessed again this morning is one person, 3 people continue to be losing their life because of the negligence of the system. About 7 vehicles, including a container truck, were involved in the multiple accidents that have paralyzed movement and left motorists and travelers on what we can call the ever-busy stranded in a nerve-wracking gridlock. Already, first responders, including the Office of the FRC, which is the Federal Road Safety Corps, and the Lagos State Emergency Services, LASMA, had arrived at the scene. But again, people have lost their life again this morning from the negligence of a system that could have been much better, but has failed again more Nigerians.
Listeners, sad one there as well. We wake up each day and we hope that if our fingers and everything falls, that things will take along. But what people have lost their life. You ask yourself, this part of the world, when things like that happen, you look at it and next time something just like that will not happen. But what do we do? The truck didn't have an MOT check on it before it hit the road. No, it might not be at all. Maybe his whole lifetime he's never had anything of the sort. But it's all coming away from Starr, RadioUK. It is your favorite African and Caribbean radio station in London. And once again, let me say good morning to Sudan. And he said, God bless you, sir. Yoruba Nation is the solution for Nigeria. Let me read this to you, but then you put there. And if I get it wrong, you'll be sort it out. The calling party from for you. Okay, I think it's not going to be spoiled for every single one of you back in the studio. Oh, thank you very much. And let's say amen. All right then. Okay, now let's move on to some of the other stories making around. First of all, let's talk about the Naira. Have you been sorted now? Are people getting their hands on their money? This is not getting from government. Are people getting their hands on it? And those people who were agitating say that, well, we're not getting food, well, we're not getting everything. What has become of them?
Well, money is still, something that we use on our daily lives. I mean, whether you go on the London transport, it is not free. You have to buy the ticket in advance, or you have to use, your own, Oyster card, or you have to use your bank card to be able to, allow you to travel. And if you travel on the public transport here in UK without, a proper, fare, you will then have to pay a penalty fare. Let's first, take us back to, Lagos State, and that is the images coming there from the Kara Bridge. You can see the container. You can see that we are talking about a 40-foot container that has no brake and has run into 20 more vehicles that have created this very, ghastly accident that we have been talking about. So let's come back again and discuss, Naira. The Naira is a very, very important. Nigerians do not spend dollar, they do not spend pounds, but we do know that Naira, as of today, has become, something that is running away from people. Part of what we discussed yesterday on Niger Voices was the scarcity of the Naira, the scarcity of the fuel. And yesterday, the governor of Lagos State has now made a 50% reduction on the government transport system that would then cushion the pressure None of the other states have done so. And the reason for that is most of the transport system in Nigeria are private. And that literally means that, it's not like the UK where you have the London transport and they can easily reduce the price fare automatically. This doesn't happen in Nigeria. But as we speak today, the National Union of Banks and Insurance and Financial Institution Employees has also now threatened to withdraw the services of its members nationwide following attacks on some of the commercial banks. We saw in Abeokuta in Shapon where the first bank was raised down. I can't confirm that, but I'm told that, a bank, maybe the CBN, but it's not yet confirmed. We're still, doing a background check that the CBN in Benin has been burnt as well, but that is not yet confirmed as I speak to you. But we do know that a lot of ATM machines have been destroyed by Nigerians that have been frustrated, not able to get money out from the bank. And today, since we are still using money for trade by barter, it is important. But one thing the governor of Kaduna is saying is that Nigerians should continue, using the old and the new currency, because when Tinubu comes back, he will be able to reverse what Buhari has done. That again is becoming something that a lot of Nigerians are kind of. Do you now think that Tinubu will win the election to come and reverse, these? Keep using the old note. Tinubu will change the policy if elected, El-Rufai tells Kaduna trader. According to the information, El-Rufai, the governor of Kaduna, has asked traders in his own state to continue using the old Naira note for transaction. He was speaking Tuesday at a meeting with the traders in Kaduna. El-Rufai said, if Bola Tinubu, the presidential candidate of the APC, is elected, he will review the Naira redesign policy, stop changing your money, and tell everyone to stop taking money to the bank. This is very, very contradictory to what the present government that is still running under the same APC. Already there's fire on the mountain.
That is quite serious, because these are the people who have formulated the policy to change the currency or to renew it. And then they've done that, they've given instruction, and people are following that. Now you, somebody who is part of the ruling government, come to say that, look, forget about whatever is being done, but that what you becomes people. So is it going to say that you use the same old currency? Is that what it's trying to say there?
Well, if the governor is advising traders not to even bother moving their old currency that is meant to be the last day, which is tomorrow, into the bank, we still have about almost 16 days or thereabout before the election comes up. Who says that APC will be coming back? Who says that Tinubu will be the president? But El-Rufai is already hinting that Tinubu might change the policy, but for him to now tell the traders not to even bother changing that money shows that there is now a log egg between the present Kaaba that we have known before and the old Kaaba that we have now actually come into the picture, which is Aisha Buhari. So it seems now that El-Rufai is adamant that Tinubu will come back into the government, even though we don't know that if Aisha wants to make Tinubu to lule, which means fall down, and that literally means that Atiku becomes the president, and we are not sure whether Atiku might be interested in bringing that policy down again. Money has been changed so many times in different countries, but what is now being discussed is that El-Rufai is saying, tell everyone in Kaduna who has the old note to spend it and buy items. Tell every trader to also accept the old note.
Assuming you are a businessman, knowing that this is the policy that the central government, the governor has put across, that these are new notes, and they're giving a timetable that is when you can that's how far or when the usage of the old note will be accepted. Okay, now would you happen to what this man is saying, this governor is saying at all?
Well, if I was in the shoe of most of the traders, the problem we have in Nigeria is lack of illiteracy. So, people believe that, the governor speaks for them, even though the federal speaks on behalf of everybody. We're not discussing a money that is used alone in Kaduna State. We're talking about money being used. So if I am from the Southwest and I have to do business in the North, and I have to, reject being given large sum of money that has been brought into the policy to be completed tomorrow. I will reject that. But the problem we are having is the ignorance and the illiteracy that we have. And if El Rufai speaks, he speaks on behalf of a state, but he's not speaking on behalf of the federal.
But of course, the state have not got its own tariffs, so you can't say that this is what I want to do whilst you are using the federal money that comes from the federal. Well, listeners, it is Starr RadioUK, your favorite African and Caribbean radio station in London. Now, yesterday on the Naija was getting to the tail end. We did talk about what the Yoruba and the Igbos are saying, and looking at the dates that the Igbos are saying that, look, the way the things are going, we are calling blah, blah, blah. And we had others who were thinking that, well, if that's what the Igbos are saying, then what are the Yorubas doing? For the sake of those who were not able to join the program at that time, for clarification, what is going on there?
Well, a lot of the Yorubas are, becoming worried and concerned, especially as the movement seems to have been, divided, from those that believe that, the country has been taken, and the leader itself says, we have not yet made a declaration. But because the declaration that came out in November last year by one of those that have also been campaigning for the Yoruba Nation struggle, she was on our show, but as we speak right now, they're trying to avoid any other media for conversation, and which there's no problem to that. But Professor Adebanjo Akintoye has come out to debunk that they are just playing football because there's nothing like a Yoruba Nation, as we speak right now. It is still a project, and that project will be finalized, will be completed, as we will continue to ask for that right under the United Nations Charter. But the question that people ask is, the last caller that we had yesterday was referring that it seems that the Biafra are moving ahead of us, in terms of, what they are doing. We are not coming out with any kind of more information, to discuss whether the Yoruba should go out and vote or not. But we have categorically said on behalf of the Yoruba Nation that the movement disagree with the politics and the election itself. And that literally means that, the Yorubas have been advised not to vote in this coming election. And then if the Yorubas are not voting, what will be the gain? Is a question that people are asking. The gain is, Nigeria itself, has a lot of indication that it's going to collapse. The reason why, the Yorubas are now also asking question is because there's this, internet online conversation that is going on to say that we have a nation, we are doing occupying, we are doing, reclaiming. And, we are, we had, those that were saying that we're occupying, which they also said they have a country. The Nigerian police arrested them, and they are now saying that we've written a letter to the United Nations. So there's a lot of controversy that is already, filtering through within the Yoruba Nation movement. But we have been told to calm down by the leaders that the job is still an ongoing and the project will be completed. But if anybody says that they have already declared Yoruba Nation, it's just like two children playing football outside the street, and anybody can declare. I can declare Yoruba Nation, but does not literally mean that the nation itself has, a declaration. So for those that are saying that is a declaration, again, that is an illusion. The Yoruba Nation is not yet declared. It will be declared at the appropriate time. Now, let's come back to the Biafra. Simon Ekpa made a State of the Nation broadcast yesterday. He talked about, the conversation he has had with a news network that everybody will have to wait. I think about 4 hours that gave a lot of details of what the Biafra and the way forward. But they have also been coming out with their sit at home, which has been done, for a very long time, and even after the rendition and the kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So what we are now saying right now is that, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that is in the custody of the DSS will be the only option that some of this information that I'm about to, to speak about will stop, according to the spokesperson of the Biafra, Mazi Simon Ekpa. He actually said 23rd, 24th, 25th, Biafra land will be on a total lock and key, which is what they've been doing, every Monday sit at home. That is also having a big economic crisis to the southeast. He also said that on the 26th, 27th, 28th, it will be a complete seal. That means, nobody would even have any option to go out. he also said that the reason for that is, because they will be really having a serious confrontation with the federal government, and the last thing they want is their citizens to get involved. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. But what he actually said, that the only thing that can bring out the subject review of this is until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is released. He also gave an information that on the 15th, which is just about almost 6 days from today, those in the southeast should be very, very vigilant, because there's a planned crisis, coming from Lagos State, and likewise, from the north. And that agenda is already something that they have already exposed, but they should be careful about. Now, let's talk about, Dr. Sunday Olayomi. As a spokesperson for him, he has also said that the Yoruba Nation is a continuity, and that literally means that at the appropriate time, anytime soon, more Yorubas will be given details of what next to do.
Wow, very comprehensive issue about we hope. But the IGBOHO, they are saying that we are going to bring the southeast, put it under lock and key, okay? And they've done this sit-at-home policy for some time now. So if they say don't go and vote, there's a tendency that people are going to listen to them, because they've seen what happens in that particular area. But when it comes to the Yoruba area, now the southwest, we don't have it like that. But nobody has told anybody.
Well, and that has always been the argument. Yorubas want us to do the sit-at-home, but the leaders of the Yoruba movement says, the sit-at-home option might not work within the Yoruba context of this movement. And what they have already pushed out from December 17th is because they believe that bringing the government into a standstill will bring a kind of a dialogue, because there's no way dialogue is not still going to happen. I mean, we saw, Zelensky, right here in Europe right now. I believe he was in UK yesterday, speaking to the parliament. He's currently in Brussels at the moment. So it doesn't matter whatever, those that says that they want to leave Nigeria. You must still have a roundtable conversation. But the only way the Yoruba believe that this roundtable conversation is, they want a peaceful negotiation. I was reviewing the letter that was sent to Buhari, yesterday during the Starr Radio UK. And in that letter, it says, and I quote, "Mr. President, we the Yoruba have taken our time to consider all the various options available to us as civilized people in today's civilized world. We have arrived at the most reasonable conclusion and the most sustainable option in the best interest of everybody, to have a peaceful, dissolution of the Yoruba people coming out." But we are not too sure whether the federal government wants to go through that route. But then the next option will be that the Yoruba people will be coming out in a massive rally protest to shut down the Southwest. When that is going to happen again is what people don't know. Remember that we came out in Lagos, the governor of Lagos State authorized the killing of those that came out for the protest. And when they were doing, the review of that, Professor Banji Akintoye says, even if we got killed, we must continue. It does not matter how the fire is. We must touch that fire so that we can get to the best part of it and stop what is currently going on. And like you said, we pray that a lot of us witness what is going to be the end part of it, but sometimes not everybody witness such, because we do know we are dealing with a system that has been there for the last 62 years. And in the interest of some, Nigeria should be continuity. And in the interest of some, as indigenous people, Nigeria should be divided for the best unity that will then create a better enabling environment.
Well, listen, it is Starr Radio UK. If you missed the Niger voices yesterday, you just go to the Starr Radio UK or on social media platform, and it's all there. You can just go back and listen to it, and you can make sense of what was discussed. Aziz, but sorry, good morning. We say good morning, brother Koiki, and good morning to you, Archie, and the rest of the team. We salute you, sir, and thank you very much for joining us, all of you, on the various platforms. It is Starr Radio UK. It is the morning show. It is update from Nigeria with Fulani again. I'm not planning the students of Archie here in the South City. Let's touch on one story before Yomi takes over the reins. Now, at least if a government is not capable of providing anything, now there are some basic amenities that they should get. At least you should have water. At least you should have, even if you are sleeping outside, you should have a toilet that you can use. So we don't just go around any place because of the we don't have toilets everywhere, but that brings about evil diseases come from that as well. But when the well organization or the US coming to say that, you know what, you have to make sure that you provide the people with that. I think I want to call that a total failure of something. What do you think?
48 million Nigerians are still defecating outside as we speak today. That is a huge number in a country of where about 206 million Nigerians. I mean, only 10% of Nigeria today has, integrated basic wash. I have traveled to Nigeria since 2015 after, arriving here, in the 1998. And after so many years, I traveled back. And you will not want to make use of any toilet, even visiting those within the environment. And the reason for that is, you might end up using the toilet and you think it's just like the UK where you can just flush, but you realize that there's no water and you might have to cry out. Or sometimes because they know that some of us that are coming from UK, they have to prep you ahead. So if you're going to the toilet, in a local toilet, you'll be probably told, but somebody like me, avoid using public toilet because it's nothing to write them about. Even some of the, services like the eatery, some of their toilet as well is not up to the standard. You don't even want to go to the airport. The airport of Lagos, Muritala Mohammed, so many people have done videos around there. The toilet is, yes, the toilet is not even worth using. I mean, the question then is, what does it cost? I was showing a school somewhere, in the London borough where I was visiting this morning, and I was asking myself, when you look at the length of the school, the question is, we have the land to build, the facilities. The government needs to put out the instruction, the policy, as eateries, as places, but because the poverty level in Nigeria, and that is why this morning the headline says, UNICEF is now asking the federal government to provide toilet subsidy to vulnerable Nigerians.
Wow, that is I mean, a serious blow in the tracks. And I don't think that the government should even dares make any statement because they cannot able to what, since 2 years after independence, the government cannot be able to provide toilet facilities for people. Wow. Okay. Well, policies cannot be made for that to happen as well. Then what do we think, or what is the way forward? But listeners, it's Starr RadioUK 11:34. Let me go to Yomi for the rest of the stories. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Archie, as we review some of the quick headlines. Should we say that in the next 2 weeks, the new NLC President Joe Ajaro, the Nigerian Labour Congress, has now issued to the President Muhammadu Buhari to either bring the situation under control, or as a new president of the NLC taking over yesterday, they will be coming out, and that means 2 weeks from today, the president needs to sort out the Naira and the petrol scarcity. Buhari has pushed Nigerians to the wall. The Nigerian Labour Congress says Nigerians have been pushed to the wall concerning getting their money in the bank, buying fuel at the filling station. According to the new president, the outgoing president of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Yoruba, says President Muhammadu Buhari's economic policy resulting in petrol and Naira scarcity have pushed Nigeria to the wall. But the new one coming in says, I'm giving you 2 weeks. If not, we'll be declaring a nationwide protest, and that will then be his first one. But we don't know that it's easier said than done. Most of the time, some of these individuals end up to be, not doing what they are saying they're going to do. So we are now giving them up to the 22nd of February to determine whether that would happen, subject to if there's changes within the government as well. So let's take a look again. IMF is still warning the CBN about the deadline tomorrow. NEMA tax Kwara government over election violence is also happening. New Naira note, 300 local governments don't have a bank, according to the APC chieftain. I mean, it's just a lot. We have 774 local governments, and out of that, 300 local governments don't have a bank. The national vice chairman of the All Progressive Congress in the Northwest, Saliu Lukman, has expressed concerns about the new Naira swap policy enforced by the Central Bank of Nigeria. saying there are about 300 out of the 774 local government, especially in the north, that have no presence of financial institution. This is even as it bemoaned the inability of its party leaders to convince President Major General Muhammadu Buhari retired to rethink the implementation of the controversy policy. So that is also coming from there. Let's go straight again. Why Supreme Court paused and banned on the old Naira note, is also the headline as well. Wike lacks popular support to help Tinubu in Rivers State. Peter side, there's a lot going on there. Ike Keremadu, I didn't offer to buy kidney. Ike Keremadu tells UK court. Remember that Ike Keremadu court case is still ongoing, and the court has actually rejected that Sonia, the daughter, must also continue into the the court that is going on as we speak right now. The former deputy president of the Senate, Ike Ikeremadu, has denied offering money to a prospective kidney donor to save his sick daughter, Sonia. The lawmaker, his wife, and their 25-year-old daughter are all on trial in London for allegedly trafficking a young man from Nigeria to serve as a kidney donor. The Ike Ikeremadus were alleged to have offered up to £7,000 to the 21-year-old trader, whom they flew to London and falsely presented as Sonia's cousin so as to obtain his kidney. According to the Old Bailey yesterday, lawyers for the defendant, Martin Hicks, insisted that they believe the donor was actually altruistically. So, which is we might want to find out the meaning of that, because that's quite a very. Let's see if we can bring that the meaning of that to our listeners and audience in a way that involves caring about others and helping them, despite not gaining anything by doing so. So that is exactly what that means in a layman. So I'm going to take one more. Once again, a very good morning to those of you. Election, as the election is getting closer, it seems that more presidential candidates are saying that maybe Peter Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu let the youth rule. I am the youngest presidential candidate in Imumole. I am the youngest, most educated candidate. I am the only candidate that when you go about, you see people testify about me with or without politics. Christopher Imumole, Accord Party presidential flag bearer, has called on Peter Obi, the Labour Party, Bola Tinubu, the APC, Atiku Abubakar, to say that maybe you should just allow me to be the president. I'm not sure that is going to happen, as we do know that the election in Nigeria is a do or die. So they're already killing each other, and right there is the images of those that are contesting. Even Showore himself, and he's the one on the far left there. Peter Obi is on the top there. You can see Atiku, and I believe if I move a little bit, you can see Bola Ahmed Tinubu right there. So we go straight now to the social media, where that is the only place where Nigerians have discussion. Woto. There's a video where, according to Simon Ekpa, the latest on Nigeria disintegration in 2023 and Biafra freedom. I said from the 15th of this month, they will start making our job more easier. There's a particular video that I've got right here in front of me, where Nigerians are throwing stones and bottles on a vehicle. And let me get a very close image of that vehicle. And this one belongs to the APC, no, the PDP. What the APC is the one that use umbrella. I guess I'm mixed. No, the PDP is the one that use umbrella. The APC is the one that use the broom. So they are actually, chasing this particular vehicle that has to put it on a very fast reverse, as a lot of Nigerians. Matthias on Twitter said, "You all wake up. We are at war. They will switch off the network at any point in time. The Fulani cabals have taken over all the strategies positioned in disguise of one Nigeria. They have the backing of the evil other countries around the world." Let's now go. There is now a fight between two artists in Nigeria. We're talking about Seun Kuti, where is one of the children of Fela Kuti. And we're also talking about Peter Okoye, who is also known as P-Square. And they've been throwing banter between each other in the last 24 hours. And it's quite an interesting one. Social media is gagged with that. Neferati is a good supporter of Peter Obi, and what she's saying, Showore, Shegaling, Seun Kuti, Dejadeyanju, Peter Obi has exposed all the fake activists in Nigeria. Nigeria is a crime scene. Use your head. Think for yourself. Do not allow any son of Adam to deceive you. Shine your eyes, so focus is the key. Also, Sammy Boy says, Nigeria is a crime scene and you want Peter Obi to become the president of a crime country. You are a bunch of criminals. there's a lot of banter going on right there, as you can tell. Also, Yoruba Global Youth, feel free to tell us what you think. It seems that they're actually holding Tinubu as is about. I don't know, it's dancing, but there's somebody behind him that is holding it, maybe so that Tinubu doesn't fall back in it's an open bus. So Tinubu is in the front holding, but right behind him, there's somebody else holding it. I mean, if you're holding yourself, you shouldn't be able to fall back, but there's still somebody behind him that is guiding him so that he doesn't tip over. But again, okay. And the last but not the least, is again, prepare for post-election crisis. And this is coming again from one of the leader of the Yoruba social cultural group, that is one of our father in the Yoruba side, Baba, we call him. I had the privilege to meet him while I was in Nigeria last year. Some of his views is something that he refused to say outside, but he's already endorsed Peter Obi. But he believes that every single Nigerian must now go and prepare for what they call the post-election crisis. He now says, forget United Nigeria. If Peter Obi fails to win presidential election, there is trouble. As they always say, the Gary has actually overshadowed the water. And as we know, we have been saying this for a very long time, Nigeria is really at the verge of breakup. But it seems that it might not break if things goes as it would have been in the last 62 years. But more Nigerians have now been exposed to so many things, and you can also tell that Twitter is one place that Nigerians have been battling each other with.
Well, listeners, it's Starr RadioUK out there from Nigeria. Come to every weekday from 11 o'clock. But the morning show starts from 10, where we bring you all the news across the globe from Sky, and then we come live with all the other stories making the rounds as well. At 11, as I said, it's 11, but we don't seem to bring you all the details that you need to know pertaining to what is happening in Nigeria and what is happening on the social media platform there as well. So don't miss out on it. All right, then. Now, let me two of the stories there that we can just call it from your side. Now, in KOKORO news, the young man who was brought in, what has his family said so far? Because it looks like it's him just like a small boy is making some noise. But maybe the family might have received something from there, which we don't know. Now, what has the family said?
Well, in a situation like these, you hardly get anything coming out from the family. Remember that, this young boy would have been picked up, not in Lagos, definitely somewhere in the village, and like you say, we do know that, the politicians, I'm sure they would have weighed all these options. Maybe the young boy spoke with some people that actually changed the mind, because he would have also been probably, we don't know, we're just having a conversation on maybe accepted this before leaving Nigeria. I mean, who doesn't want to get to UK, a country where, you have opportunity and, if money is involved, according to what they are saying in the court case that is going on, definitely. And £7,000 is quite a lot of money to a layman in Nigeria. I mean, if you have 1 million naira, even though it's a lot of money, but the system might remove that money from you from petrol and crises around there. But we're talking about money and probably some other inducement. So the family is not speaking, but the court is going according to what the man is saying himself, because he's no longer a child; he's an adult according to the UK system. So he would have to speak on himself, not the family speaking on behalf of the court process that is going on right now.
Okay, going back and see what the family will try to do. See how or what how their family was induced for them to get their son coming to the UK. All right then. Now let's finish with the election bit. Now, should it happen that the Southeast decide not to vote at all? I'm just thinking about your constitution, because when it comes to the Southwest, but there are a mixture of people are made to be voted for, and I know They are mixture of people. Everybody, everywhere. So it's not only we talk about Lagos State, and it's not only global people there. There are very large number of people coming from all. So it's difficult for you to say, okay, we wouldn't go to vote. So definitely we wouldn't have some people voting. But if it happens that the people in the southeast, going to sit at home and the instructions and everything that is going to decide what to vote, who the result of the election you have held. But they will say that, well, whatever percentage they are, let's say they are about 20 million or 50 million of Nigerians who decide not to vote, they will still not make a big dent in what is happening across the country.
You're quite right. The southeast. If we look at the total population in the southeast today, is not up to the population in the other part of the country, but they also, according to 1 minute, I just want to look at it from it was actually bringing the southeast in London. So if we look at the southeast altogether, the region has a population of about 22 million.
That's less than 10%.
Yeah, 10%. You're quite right. Around 10% of the total population of the country, and we are talking about a very it is a key area. But the southwest we're looking at about 32 million as well. The northwest, is also a big number, but the northeast and the other part, the middle. If election doesn't go as planned in the southeast, definitely Peter Obi needs a lot of numbers in the north. The way the structure has been, during the colonial era, where they've been able to manipulate the census that gave the north the super numbers that they normally talk about, even though we know the numbers is not there. And if southeast is now becoming a trouble zone, as they are asking for their right to self-independent, and election probably goes in some area because there will be heavy security, but some areas because I always say when we were on the ground during the election period in 2019, there are some local government that I can easily say, individuals will disrupt and any police will not be there because they only have 2 or 3 police officers and they're probably not even armed. And even if they're armed, they can be disarmed quickly, by a large number of people. So what we're going to see is a lot of local government in the southeast might probably go out to vote because there will be presence of security surrounding that area. But there will be some remote area that probably election is not going to hold at all, and the government might probably not be interested, or maybe might have to challenge those that wants to force that election not to happen. But remember that the southeast itself, they've been following the trend of the sit at home. So the instruction that has been given out to some of those days, they're definitely not going to come out. Would that mean that somebody like Peter Obi that is pushing or Atiku or Tinubu, are they not going to be bothered that even if they got nothing from the southeast, they might be now working towards the remaining part of the country?
Well, listeners, it's already UK. It is a very come the benefit the election vote or not. Will you go and vote? Have you been got your BBC at all? You are in the union, you are listening to us. Have you got your hands on the BBC? Are you going to travel down? You have the money to either buy or pay for your fare and come down to let's say your town to come and vote. But that's the person that will be following very closely and watching very closely. Tell me before you go.
Well, Archie take you through the rest of the segment. I'll be back again tomorrow. Tomorrow is a very special one because the election is getting closer. But if you still have that Naira note, you can get to the bank. Please do not listen to somebody like El-Rufai. Take your money to the bank because nobody guarantees what is going to happen in the next 16 days. So, and even if election is going to go ahead as planned, nobody guarantees that Tinubu will come back. So for now, take the money to the bank and get the new Naira note.
All right. Thank you very, very much for that wonderful update. And we'll catch up later, sir.
Bye for now.
Well, listeners, that has been Mr. Olayomi bringing you updates from Nigeria.
Wow, ẹ̀yin tèmi. Ẹ jẹ́ ká tún káwá padà sí ibi táwa ti ń bá tiwa lọ. Àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́, ẹ jẹ́ kó ju padà sí Lucky Dube kí tó máa prepare. Ká ṣe program there, àbí kílẹ̀ ní ká rí ká ṣe àkókò mọ̀ kankan ṣe. Ká sọ̀rọ̀, ṣé ká end eléyìí àbí ká máa bá lọ bẹ́ẹ̀? People's opinion ni o, wọ́n fẹ́ padà sí Lucky Dube yẹn ni. Ṣé ká end àbí ká padà sí bá ṣe ń babọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ kí lẹ rí sọ́ọ̀sì ẹ̀yìn yan wa people's opinion wọ́n fẹ́ lọ mú Lucky Dube yẹn padà Lucky Dube Lucky Dube ní ká máa bá program yẹn lọ tàbí kí n end ẹ̀ ká tó wá start afresh can make any difference anyway so ká máa wotowoto ta ló ń sọ pé àwọn ló ń sọ yẹn ọ̀rọ̀ kókó wọn ọkọ̀ sọrí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá people wọ́n ti mess up brain yìí. All right, let's discussion ẹ̀kọ́ gbé sí Lucky Dube náà kékeré but like Lucky Dube gan my roots yàgbọ́ ìlú náà reggae. Please, song you play yesterday that the man that sang Jekomo. Which song you know? Hey, Kabaraba. Hey, Kabaraba. Hey, Kabaraba. Yeah. Oh my God. Àwọn eléyìí ti kọrin dànù. Òun ṣàwọn orin jàgàjàgà tó ń kọ mọ́ nísìn. Ẹjẹ́ àjọ àṣírí ẹ̀fún ìjọba nígbà. There are so many things open. Ẹjẹ́ open phone line yẹn. Ẹni tó bá wọ́n dà pẹ̀lú software ó ní mò ń lò OBS ni o. Nàìjíríà ti wà ní wòtòwòtò lọ́wọ́ yìí. Mo rí níbì kan tí wọ́n lé mọ́tò PDP yẹn kàbàkàbà ó rìvásì padà. Àní táfẹ́ máa yẹ kẹ́ máa rí nìyẹn. Tó bá ti wá sàdúgbò ìkẹlẹ̀ wọn ló kò pa. Wàláì any right. Àwọn orin tó máa sẹ́ nínú ilé. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí wà lórí ètò. Wotowoto Promax. To my roots baby. Reggae. Reggae. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. To my roots baby. Reggae. David Salako. À ń sọ fún yín pé ká ṣe sùúrù ẹ̀mí gbọ́. Olórí nìyẹn lẹ́yìn bàbá Kítóyè Ìgbòho Òòṣà òun ló ń play ìgbà tá a lọ sí Kétu Aláké nìyẹn. Àjọdé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Nigeria must go down kò sọgbọ́n ẹ̀yẹ ká tẹ̀ fi gbogbo àwọn onídírámà sílẹ̀. Nàìjíríà gbọ́dọ̀ wá sílẹ̀ kò sọgbọ́n ẹ̀. Ẹ̀wọ̀n kò ní àwọn máa ń gbà wọn rin báyìí wọ́n á máa increase volume yẹn àjẹ́ kó máa lọ sókè díẹ̀díẹ̀ á máa lọ sókè kí federal government kí heart attack máa mú wọn. Wotowoto Ọ̀túnba Destiny. À ń gbóyin a fẹ́ fọ́ Nàìjíríà ó máa fọ́ àwọn kan níṣẹ́ nígbà ṣe ń ṣe ló máa fọ́ àná tí ń jáde àwa tí ń rí ẹ jẹ́ ká máa wo àwọn fídíò oríṣiríṣi tó wà níta ẹ jẹ́ ń lọ change the background mi. Ẹni tó bá fẹ́ pè láì yẹn ti open ẹ má wọrí kò sígbà tẹ́ pè táà ní kí wọlé. Reggae is mine. Ìlú wèrè ìlú tẹ ẹ ní toilet èèyàn 48 million ìtàlẹ̀ tí ń yàgbẹ́. Ẹ jẹ́ ń yọ sí ẹni tó bá fẹ́ pè wọlé ẹ ní right láti pè. Gbogbo ẹ̀ la kàn ń discuss lẹ́nu ẹ yáa fẹ́ àwọn ní illusion ẹ máa ń káwọn yẹn disturb wa ẹ yẹ ká focus lórí ibi táwa ń lọ gangan. Àti mọ̀ fáwọn yẹn wọ́n ti sọ Yoruba Nation àti bàbá wọ́n ti sọ dé àwàdà kẹríkẹrí lórí social media. Reggae music. Nàìjíríà gbọ́dọ̀ dàwó kò sọgbọ́n ẹ̀ kò lè sustain mọ́ bí ti tẹ́lẹ̀. Rude baby Àbáyọ̀mí mórí ẹ̀ ń bẹ̀. God of innocent people best for this location Boko Haram ìlú wèrè. To my rude baby ẹjẹ́ àtúgbọ́n tí Danjuma sọ. Every one of us must rise up.
The armed forces are not neutral.
They are not neutral.
They collude.
They collude.
They collude.
They collude.
They collude.
They collude
With the armed
bandits.
They kill
They
people.
kill Nigerians.
They facilitate their movement.
They facilitate their movement. They cover them. They bá dúró dè wọ́n. If you rely
on the armed forces,
you will all die.
stop the killings.
You will all die one by one. Ẹja lọ sí Katúlọ. Ẹja tú. Hello. Má tún sàn ẹ̀ mọ́. Oya reggae DJ. Oya. Ẹ jẹ́ ń gbé lọ sí àwọn ìta. Crash yẹn lélẹ́yìí o. Ní toilet aláì accident yẹn lélẹ́yìí o. Kábíyèsí Elédùmarè. Truck yẹn lélẹ́yìí o. Truck tó dá wà lálẹ́. Ìlú jágbajàgba. Ẹ wòran ìyá ilé jábọ́ látòrí ẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ lọ sí péjì Simon Ekpa ó láwọn ọmọ tí mo rí bẹ̀ tí mo rí bí wọn. Kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní wàhálà wà báyìí? Wàhálà wà báyìí o. Gbogbo ẹ ti bí iṣu atayányán báyìí o. They want to ẹ̀yin Nàìjíríà ẹ̀yin ara bí yóò dáa ẹni wọ́n fẹ́ fi rice àti ẹ̀wà àti àgbọ̀n yẹn wọ́n fi gba Yorùbá Nation wọ́n sọ Yorùbá Nation dàwàdà kẹ́ríkẹ́rí lórí social media. Ẹ kú ètò Ọ̀túnlá Tèmítọ́pẹ́ mo rí gbogbo ẹ̀ la mix láàárọ̀ yìí woto promax ìgboro ti dàrú ẹja lọ sórí page Simon Ekpa oríṣiríṣi ló wà níbẹ̀ láàárọ̀ yìí. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ìyàwó mo dúpẹ́. ẹjẹ ń pọ̀ sí Lucky Dube ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa ẹ bá dá sórí ètò láàárọ̀ yìí ṣé nọ́mbà yẹn ṣóṣòṣà oṣù nọ́mbà nìyẹn tẹ́ bá fi pè. Lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ mo kí gbogbo wa àtẹ play anthem wa ká play anthem wa. Orílẹ̀-èdè àgbéga ìgbàgbọ́ àti bẹ̀rù kàṣiṣẹ́ ìṣọ̀kan ìkẹjẹ tẹ̀síwájú ọ̀pọ̀ olúwa ọmọ Odùduwà kọ̀ sí ipò ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ìgbàdúláwọ̀ àwa ni
No going back. Ìgbòho òòṣà. Iṣẹ́ rẹ̀ tẹ̀síwájú. Mr. Koiki ẹ ṣé o, àwọn ọmọ mi ló kí.
Àwa náà ń kí ní o, àwọn ọmọ ògùn adúláwọ̀.
Lágbára Ọlọ́run, a máa délé lérí o.
Inshallah. Ṣẹ̀dẹ̀.
Yorùbá Nation.
No going back. mo kí gbogbo alẹ́ nǹkan sí i pé a tún káàbọ̀ sórí ètò títọ̀sán yìí a kò máa wo gbogbo tó ń lọ nínú Nàìjíríà látinú pépà ìjàngbara rédíò èèyàn mélòó ló ti download ẹ̀ kò tí ì sí lórí iOS but tó wà lórí Android so ẹni tó bá ti download ẹ̀ mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní Nàìjíríà ní ibi tí olúkálùkù yín gbé wà èèyàn mélòó ni kò tí ì download ìjàngbara rédíò ẹ lọ download ẹ wà important.
Ìgbà tí ìyá ètò sọ̀rọ̀ yìí nǹkan ò tí ì wọ́n gan gbà yẹn ó ti wá dọ̀rọ̀ lábẹ́ tí wọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ ni dọ̀ ẹ gbọ́ nǹkan tí Tinubu sọ. Dọ̀ Tinubu sọ nígbà yẹn olówó believe in one Nigeria. When I don't believe in one Nigeria.
So gbogbo tẹ́ máa gbádùn nínú ìjàngbara rédíò nílé oríṣiríṣi program lẹ́ máa rí níbẹ̀ ẹ wá make sure pé donate owó sí central account yẹn YSDM ó wà very very important pé £5, £10, £20 ẹ fi ṣe direct debit ó wà very very important ẹ make sure pé ẹ support YSDM is the only central account ẹ jẹ́ àpọ́sẹ̀lẹ̀ for now tó wà endorse mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ti wọlé ẹ má ká wà distracted pẹ̀lú àwọn illusion country ẹ jẹ́ ká wà focus padà sí reality kò reality làwọn dé pẹ̀lú this is PDP vehicle. gbogbo branded vehicle wọn tẹ́ bá ti rí ẹsẹ̀ tó lulú ẹsẹ̀ kò pa ìgbìgì gbogbo bí tẹ́ bá ti rí àwọn branded vehicle wọn ẹlẹ́ lóko tó bá ti wá sádùúgbò yìí wotowoto promax wọn ò lè máa ní kẹ́ má rówó yín gbà kọ́ má fún yín lépo ẹlẹ́ wọn lóko. Let's also watch this one. This is in Southeast as well. No more votes again in Nigeria. Nigerians are saying they are tired of PDP and APC and the 2023 election.
For the first time they did something meaningful. Yes, this is it. You can see all the old women dancing. We have been voting for them for more than 18 to 24 years. No light, no road, no water, no good school. And with this party, we said it is our party. We have been working for this party. What is our benefit? What is our concern?
Nigeria's Christian community for years now, victimizing those who would stand in the group's way of creating an Islamic State. Christian Solidarity International is on the ground in Nigeria, working with victims to give them support they need. Franco Mayok is the program manager of Nigeria's projects and joins me now to explain the religious tensions smoldering in this region. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
You know, the interesting thing about Boko Haram, which I didn't know before, is that they really come out of Sudan.
And we know the strife that was in Sudan, where they broke the country in two. So explain where they come from.
Well, I can put it this way. Nigeria, after independence, the first two missions they have, one was in London and one was in New York. The third mission after that was in Sudan. And there is a reason for that. Sudan is the shortcut to Mecca. Someone from Nigeria, they go through Chad and go to Sudan and then go to the Mecca for the pilgrim.
The Mecca, to go to
the
Mecca.
Mecca, yes.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And because of that, there are a lot of Nigerians who go to Sudan on the way to Makkah. And when they come back and they're poor, they stay there. And Sudan become their own country. Now, when the Islamic government come to Sudan in 1998, and their agenda was to Islamize Sudan in general, they were working with Nigerians. They were working with Osama bin Laden. When Osama bin Laden was pushed out from Sudan, he took with him one group of the terror, and then another group left in Sudan, and the third group was sent out to disturb the neighboring country. Part of those groups were Boko Haram, who were sent to Nigeria. And the idea is...
Okay, now hold on, because video is poor, so if I enjoy it. So I'm going to link YSDF at the others. Let me put those out for those of you. Any PDP, Labour Party, APC vehicle, deal with it. Àwọn local buying, commission our Yoruba Nation people. Deal with it. That is the link. Anytime the link YSDF. That is the link there. One of our platform, KOIKIMEDIA, let's stream to $2 because all sanction was for 3 days. So $1 stream here. So let's come back here again one more time. And to buy it, download the Jangbara radio now as well. Let me send the link out and make sure we download it. Oh, important. Kò tí sí lórí iOS. That means pé àwọn tó bá ń lo iPhone ní iOS. But àwa tá bá ní Android phone, lọ ṣe kí ni lọ download the Ìjàngbara radio. Ẹ jẹ́ ká padà sọ́dọ̀ arákùnrin. Mo kí gbogbo alẹ́ nǹkan sí. Ẹ jẹ́ ká enjoy it. Èmi náà fẹ́ gbọ́ because mo ti gbọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ rí. If there is any need for me to interject in between that, I will do so. But for now, let us enjoy this. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà nílé, a mọ̀ pé ẹ ní enough internet. Some of you might probably want to come back after the program has finished so that Kelly law download it, Kelly go. And about the people well, only data there, only if you we appreciate you so much. Comrade Plan B, mo phone ministry. Tiba three message ma respond the lorry, but so far phone here for me a bit of concern because sometimes so let's watch this again, and I'm going to mute myself. And then we can come back at some point in between the conversation.
The way it used to be. So the Boko Haram, people who shot Boko Haram.
They did the training in Khartoum with Osama bin Laden, and then they were sent to Nigeria.
So there's all Al-Qaeda ties.
It's all Al-Qaeda. Boko Haram is the Taliban of Nigeria. That is the way I can put it.
Who are these people that become members of Boko Haram? Who are they?
This is quite interesting. I'm watching this video for the very first time. I'm of àwọn Biafra, àwọn tí wà nínú kíní ti pẹ́. So wọ́n ní gbogbo oríṣiríṣi fídíò kékèké kọ̀ọ̀kan ti conversation. Sherry, what the Nigerian media have been able to do, and this is very, very important. Ọlọ́run ló ní pé kí our 40 medias ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí pariwo lójoojúmọ́ lọ́sàn-án lóru ẹ ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ for 3 years kò mú kankan wá ẹ̀yin lẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn ìlú ṣàn tó wọlé wá bá no, but I don't want us to think in that direction. Cherry, the Nigerian government wọ́n ti suppress the media tó wà nílé, so the media at home do not have the capacity nǹkan táwọn ń review tàtà ló fẹ́ wá wí mi nísìn. We are not discussing terrorism, but one time discuss Nibiba. It is still something, Eshegun Baba Eshegun. Yeah, the radio is a perfect one, and I can say, if the Tabale launch satellite before the end of this year, why not? Even if we have to partner, I think Elon Musk is starting his own Starlink. I don't know if that can be used. Okay, I saw this video a few weeks ago on Biafra Network shown by Simon Ekpa. I don't know whether we should have this video played separately. Kò má sí any interruption. Or bí a bá ṣe analysis yìí ni. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò lẹ́ǹkan sí Prince Adébáyọ̀ Shitu. Cherry, there's a lot tí àwa gbọ́n ò mọ̀ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà. Ẹ káàbọ̀ ìyá wa Ọlájírè Kókà mú kí. So, àwọn tó wà nílé wọ́n ò fẹ́ jẹ́ kẹ́ gbọ́ so many atrocities tí ó ń lọ níta. And I'm not joking. There's bundle and bundle of atrocities. So what the social media has done is It has bypassed the Nigerian NCC, Nigerian Commission. I can't remember the full name, but now is you might have stress around me. Let me just look at it up. I think it's called NCC, NBC, not NCC. NCC NBT network, NBC, Nigeria Broadcasting Corporation. So what the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, what the instruct gbogbo àwọn tó ní license radio àti TV pé tẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀ pẹ́ tẹ́ bá pè Boko Haram ní terrorist bandit ní kẹ́ máa pè wọ́n. Boko Haram is Al-Qaeda and Taliban, is Al-Qaeda and the Taliban in West Africa. And America more, àwọn European country more. But what bó ṣe ń pẹ́ tó load, this is meant to be the government ó padà jáde. So this NBC, the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, wọn ò ní ever power ní license àfi tá a bá dàrú, but ẹ̀yin kan wẹ̀ tó yẹ pé ẹ mọ bá ṣe lè infiltrate. That is a job for some people. But ẹ ṣe ń dúró pé kí Koiki mọ gbogbo ẹ̀ kó ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀. No, ìjàngbara là ń pè. Kí ni inú mi ò bá máa dùn tí NTA bá fẹ́ ṣe program kó kọ́kọ́ máa show Yoruba Nation. Ẹ mọye views àwọn tó máa rí. But that's another conversation. So this National Broadcasting Commission yìí láyé ni mo sọ wọn ní ever office of the DJ wọn ní fẹ́ jẹ́ kí Nàìjíríà àwọn tó wà níbẹ̀ láyé, they won't allow them to talk about Yoruba Nation. So the only thing táwa ní nísìn only the social media. So let's go back and enjoy this again.
Are they? Who are they?
These are coming from the two tribes in Nigeria.
Fulani and Hausa tribe. Those are Muslim. And you can see in Nigeria, bordering to Chad, there is a state called Borno. Mm-hmm. Those people, it's easy for them to cross to Chad and go to Sudan and go to the Makkah. And when they come back, in 1998, the Sudan government opened up the scholarship for the young Nigerian to go for education. But those people were sent to the training camp to be terror. So they are the young Nigerian who are educated, who go to Sudan, and they pretend they are going for a scholarship, and they were trained there and then sent back to Nigeria.
And these are the Boko Haram?
And those are the Boko Haram members.
From January 2012 to July of 2013, Boko Haram bombed, burned, or attacked 50 churches, killing at least 366. Why are they going after Christians?
They believe that they should be the one to rule the Nigeria, especially when Goodluck Johnson, the president, who is the president of Nigeria currently, is a Christian from the south. And I think that set them off, that how could the Christian be a president in the country where there is a Muslim? They believe that the country should be ruled by Sharia law. And if you can see to Nigeria, the 12 states in the north, they apply the Sharia law in the country, even though there are minority Muslims who live with them, Christian. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But still they apply the Sharia law. So to them is that they should take all the Nigerian to be ruled by Islamic law. So they are not happy with the system of the government in Nigeria currently.
The level of violence, we were just now learning about the Boko Haram because of the violence, because they've kidnapped these hundreds of Christian schoolgirls. What?
Okay, I'm back again. Sherry Oroti Arapon Iso. Let me bring my video back on again, because this video is very, very important. I'm watching it for the first time. Emakwe Obaki Oroti Mayemanso Olakunle Olawumi Ejagbon Kotonso.
It's not about sentiments. It's that there are a group of people in this country that feels that this country should be Islamized.
Sheko Bottresi inti the other guy saw this guy. Let's go back again and hear what he has to say. I hope I've not gone too far. Again.
They did the training in Khartoum with Osama bin Laden, and then they were sent to Nigeria.
So there's all Al-Qaeda ties.
It is all Al-Qaeda. Boko Haram is the Taliban of Nigeria.
Boko Haram is the Taliban of Nigeria. You heard it very well. Let's listen again.
That is the way I can put it.
Who are these people that become members of Boko Haram? Who are they? Are they disenfranchised? Or are they educated? Or are they unemployed. Who are they?
These are coming from the two tribes in Nigeria, Fulani and Hausa tribe.
Again, Fulani and Hausa tribe. So, is that not the same thing? Ẹ jẹ́ ká tún lọ gbé fídíò bàbá wa kan, bàbá wa Tọ́lá Adéníyì. I hope I can bring that video in quickly because ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ó link mọ́ra wọn. Yeah, that is Chief Tọ́lá Adéníyì. So let me push him to the front. Let's listen to him.
They drink the fornicators.
The reason why we're not saying that because we need to move video and what's okay because it's actually at the bottom. So Kole cross over the browser. Timon Louis. Mbo. Mbolawa Nisen. Tola Demi. Okay, let's see.
Yes, sir, good job.
Tola Demi. Ṣe láti lọ sókè díẹ̀ sí. Ṣe láti lọ sókè díẹ̀ sí. Tola Demi. Where is it again? Mo ń bọ̀ yìí tèmi o. Because à ń sọ fáwọn èèyàn pé tẹ bá fún ọ náà another 8 years táti kú bá wọlé ẹ gbàgbé ẹ. Ẹ gbàgbé ẹ. That's the end of it. The mission is completed. Tí Tinubu bá wọlé, the mission is completed because Shetima is a terrorist guy and everybody knows that. But nobody wants to talk about it. Tọ́lá dé ní ìyẹn dà mí sí. Okay, ṣe lélẹ̀. Ṣe ní láti push ẹ̀ sókè díẹ̀ sí. Ẹ má bínú ẹ̀yin tèmi o. Àmọ́ tó dé ibi tí. Yeah, that's it. So mo ní láti wá drop ẹ̀. Tọ́lá dé ní ìlélẹ̀ nísìn. So that's it there. So ẹ jẹ́ ká wá drop frame it there.
There's no question of anybody being truly a Muslim there. You know, even I knew a chief judge who was supposed to be leading Muslim prayers. Who anytime he came to me,
in my official residence, would put brandy or whiskey in a mug and be drinking, and they will smoke and all that. So I don't think it's religion. When they started this Sharia, how many of them are obeying the Sharia? How many of them?
Okay, you heard that he's talking about Sharia. Mo mix our video and listen. Okay, Sunke Nikwe, they only need 4 years to complete the mission. We will all be in a big mess. Sharia iti and fi sentiment si kò sí Sharia Tinubu ò lè stop mission wọn. Tó bá jẹ́ pé èèyàn ọmọ Yorùbá pé torí pé rò pé bí àti Tinubu bá débẹ̀ ó máa ní power president. Yes, ó máa ní power as a president, but kò lè stop agenda tó wà nílẹ̀. And what is the agenda? The agenda òun ni Kúnlé bàbá wa yìí sọ lórí. Mo fẹ́ lọ mú betí tí wọ́n wà because all the videos are all lined up separately. Ẹ má bínú tó bá yẹ pé a ní engineer tó wà lẹ́yìn mi. Àwọn èmi àkọ́ tí bá kọ́ sọ pé ẹ bá mi play video yẹn. Àkọ́ máa play lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀. But mo fẹ́ line ẹ̀. Okay, ẹ jẹ́ ká play, ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ nǹkan tó sọ níbẹ̀.
This is a fact. I said I want to start mentioning names of people in this government that we have interrogated. I was a member of an interrogation team. And I've interrogated a very high-ranking member of this government in 2007, 2008 on the issue of Boko Haram. I interrogated him.
Ó náà wò lòun interrogated. Ẹja tó gbọ́ ti Chief Tọ́lá Adéníyì.
So it's not religion per se, but they use religion to deceive people.
Mo kí àtó bí mi lọ́mọ ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò. Welcome to the program.
And say, others were not Muslims at all. So they say, well, let's give you a superior religion, we'll give you Islam. But that didn't apply to the South because we've had Muslims in Yoruba land even before 14th century. So truly, what we are fighting against, or what is going on, is a clash of culture and civilizations.
So, clash of culture and civilization. Ẹ rántí pé a play video bọ̀bọ̀ kan tó ní infidel ni Peter Obi. Let me remind you that video. We have a lot of video just to collect your mind. because mo káwa máa ń tètè àwa ọmọ Yorùbá máa ń tètè gbàgbé nǹkan a máa ń tètè gbàgbé nǹkan ẹ̀ràn ti bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn there is a guy òkè òlélẹ ọmọ pè ní Hausa man ẹja gbọ́n nǹkan tó sọ ní bíbá. ó ní it was ẹ jẹ́ ká start again Abumanagi. ó ní surprisingly day before yesterday Peter Obi lọ sí Kano òun wá ń jáde as a Muslim scholar ó wá ń dá wọn tí wọ́n lọ bá Peter Obi pé ǹjẹ́ mẹ́ni tẹ́ lọ bá yẹn infidel ẹmọ tán pè ní infidel. The other day we were struggling ẹ jẹ́ kí n close mo fẹ́ kí browser kó fún any problem so ẹ jẹ́ kí n close gbogbo eléyìí ẹ jẹ́ close eléyìí tó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀lẹ̀ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lélẹ́yìí tẹ́ bá ti mọ̀ accident tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Kara ó ti mẹ́mi lọ ẹ jẹ́ close yẹn kí ló àwọn ló máa ń pè ní infidel. Again, infidel is a very, very derogatory word. A person, èèyàn, who has no religion, kò ní ẹ̀sìn, or whose religion, ìyẹn ẹ̀sìn tiẹ̀, is not that of the majority. So, wọ́n ní àwa Kristẹni, unbelievers, kódà àwa Mùsùlùmí gan, tá jẹ́ Yorùbá Muslim ní Southwest, bọ̀bọ̀ málà burúkú yìí, ìyẹn Fulani. Ṣẹ́rí gbogbo wọn làwọn máa ń pè ní Haúsá bọ̀ bàbá wa Chief Tọ́ládé níyì wọ́n ti jẹ́ ká mọ̀ pé gbogbo wọn kọ́ ni Haúsá o ẹ hàn kí bàbá yẹn ó fún wa ní the breakdown pé ẹ máa rò pé gbogbo wọn ni Haúsá they are not but àwa máa rò pé gbogbo wọn ni Haúsá but nísìnyí la ṣe wá realize pé okay so gbogbo wọn kọ́ ni Haúsá so àwọn táwa ń pè ní Haúsá a lot of them are Fulani. But wọ́n ti gbé láàrin àwọn Haúsá àbọ̀rọ̀mọ̀yé yìí nísìn àwa là ń pè wọ́n ní Haúsá but àwọn gan máa sọ pé Gàràwò bá sá ni ẹja gbọ́n tí bàbá wa Tọ́ládé ní ìsọ níbí rẹ̀. No. It's clash of civilization. Ìyẹn ni burúkú máa yìí ẹgbọ́n kan tó sọ again. It was said that the contestant ìyẹn ni tó fẹ́ contest fún Nigerian president of the infidel ẹ wo bó ṣe pè ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ó ní it was said pé èèyàn tó fẹ́ contest fún Nigerian president ìyẹn ẹni tó ní ìgbàgbọ́. Then why are we living together? If you know that there is a problem, kí ló dé tí ẹ jẹ́ kólúkálukú máa lọ tiẹ̀ kólúkálukú lọ ṣèjọba tiẹ̀ ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò bàbá wa Fọlálolú Olúwafẹ́mi Abe. Kí ló dé tó lúkálukú Ọlákúnlé welcome on board. Kí ló dé tí wọ́n jẹ́ kólúkálukú máa ṣe tiẹ̀ Rahim Abbas mo yẹn bẹ̀. Ìyá mi Pastor Mo sọ pé I wonder nígbà tẹ́ bá mọ̀ pé infidel ni wá kí la tó ń gbé papọ̀ fún náà but àwọn ò fẹ́ jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa lọ wọ́n sì fẹ́ jẹ́ ẹni tó máa jẹ́ olórí wa káwa wà lábẹ́ wọn it does not matter wọ́n bá kódà àwọn Yorùbá politician àwọn yẹn fẹ́ tà wá dànù ni torí gbogbo eré tí Tinubu sá nísìn ó ń sá fún tiẹ̀ ni kò sá fáwa so gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá tó ń support Tinubu tẹ́ ń sọ pé àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá nation èmi sọ fún pé èmi ò Ọláyọmí Koiki èmi ò hate Tinubu but èmi ò lè jókòó kó ìran wa lọ sínú ibi tí wọ́n máa pè wá ní infidel ṣèbí Tinubu ló lọ mú Buhari wá ẹ̀wọ̀n tí Buhari ń ṣe fún nísìn wòtòwòtò ní Buhari lò fún lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nísìn so ẹ̀yin tí ẹ̀ ń ṣe bígbà tó yẹ pé àwa tá à ń pariwo Yorùbá nation àwa ni ẹni nìyí a kì í ṣe nínú ara wa and there's no reason for us to fight each other kò sí any reason ká bára wa jà ká di kó wá di fracas but in terms sọ ni pé ṣé tí Tinubu bá débẹ̀ nísìn after 8 years ṣé tún máa lọ gbé Fáṣọlá wá ni àbí a máa jẹ́ kí ó padà sí north because Dogara sọ nísìn ẹni tó bá lọ ka paper ní last week Dogara sọ pé àwọn ò tí ì lo time àwọn tán ìyẹn the former house of speaker àbí deputy speaker dẹni Dogara ó ní àwọn ò tí ì lo tenure àwọn tán gẹ́gẹ́ bí Haúsá ẹ lọ gbọ́ nǹkan táwọn Miyetti Allah sọ wọ́n ní àwọn ò tí ì lo time àwọn tán so kí ni gbogbo àti wọ́n á gbé papọ̀ bọ̀tí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nísìn ni pé àwọn gómìnà ilẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn ti mọ̀ pé àwọn máa múlẹ̀ Yorùbá no how whether with fraudulent way or no fraudulent way and they don't care about what is happening in the center gangan dẹ̀ ní agbára wà center gangan òun ló di agbára mú center ẹ jẹ́ ń gbé kíní jáde kí n kẹwòrán ṣe rí tí center bá ti break tí center bá ti lọ we have lost the plot ṣe rí kíní bó ṣe dàbí ìnísìn ìyá mi pastor mo ṣe follow mi ṣe rí bọ́ọ̀lù yìí tá bá ti lè gé kí lè rò kó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ kò lè dodindi mọ́ ìdí tó ṣe ń jẹ́ odindi nísìn kò ju pé ó ṣì ń road but ìjọ tí àwọn ọmọ Oòduà tó bá fọmọ́lẹ̀ tó di pé ìkan yà bàrà síbí ìkan yà bàrà síbí center yẹn ò lè hold mọ́ ìyẹn ládàá sọ pé tí Nàìjíríà fi hold nísìn òun ni center tó jẹ́lẹ̀ Yorùbá àwa la di Nàìjíríà mú àmọ́ àwọn èèyàn rò pé tí a bá ní Yorùbá president ó máa lè control gbogbo lẹ́yìn ó máa lè control gbogbo Nàìjíríà Tinubu ò lè control gbogbo Nàìjíríà àfi tá a bá parọ́ fúnra wa ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ̀títọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká fi sentiment pé I hate Tinubu Tinubu ò lè hold the center yẹn because the center ibì kan ti ní agbára jura wọn lọ ṣe rí agbára tó wà ní Russia nísìn mouse mi ló ń jábọ̀ ẹ má bínú ìyẹn mo ṣe gbé drink yẹn kúrò ṣe rí center yìí nísìn bí ayé ṣe wà nísìn ibì kan lágbára wà tẹ́lẹ̀ agbára ti wá move but àwa náà wọ́n sọ pé ẹ jẹ́ kí agbára padà sílẹ̀ Yorùbá gẹ́gẹ́ bí Elédùmarè ṣe dá wa àwọn kan ní no ẹ jẹ́ ká sì wà nínú Nàìjíríà àtàbá wà nínú Nàìjíríà kí ló ń ṣe fún wa àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá tó di gọ́vnà tó ń di senator àwọn ò kíà nípa center because when you are a senator in Nigeria when you are House of Rep you will become a lot of million ó máa dolówó because owó ṣẹ́rí let me say something ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wá ní ṣẹ́rí owó tó wà nínú state kọ̀ọ̀kan ó tó state yẹn láti fi máa tọ́jú yín and I'm not joking now owó tó wà nínú state kọ̀ọ̀kan ó tó láti fi tọ́jú gbogbo mélòó gan ni gbogbo state náà okay we don't know how much is coming into the state because the reason mo ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé ẹ forget about owó tí federal fún state kọ̀ọ̀kan ẹ mọ̀ pé Dr. Aliu ti bá wa ṣe gbogbo àwọn analysis yẹn ẹ bá lọ sórí KOIKIMEDIA website àní níbẹ̀ ṣe rí gbogbo owó tó ń wọlé sí state kọ̀ọ̀kan àwọn owó míì wà tó ń wọlé tí kò wà accountable fáráàlú ànídí tí aráàlú ṣe gbọ́dọ̀ jáde ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ làwọn nígi ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ lé wọn ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ béèrè pé bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́ fẹ́ Yorùbá nation ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń jẹ̀yà nísìn ṣé tí UNICEF wá fi wá ṣe statistics àwa nìkan la ní statistics all over the world wọ́n fi wá ṣe statistics imagine UNICEF saying that ní toilet 48 million Nigeria mo rí ẹ̀mbẹ̀ láti Miami Aziz mo rí ẹ̀mbẹ̀ bàbá mi Kẹ́hìndé so ẹ wá gbọ́ nǹkan tí bàbá wa Chief Tọ́ládé ní ìtúsọ nísìn. a lè integrate because Hausa yìí sọ fún wa nísìn pé potential Hausa Fulani ni so ẹ jẹ́ kí n edit ẹ̀ because bí ṣe ń rí Hausa because Hausa man ni mo fi save ẹ̀ so ẹ jẹ́ kí n edit ẹ̀ as Fulani man so that màá lè mọ̀ pé Fulani man ni because àwọn ilé ìwòsàn Hausa àwa là ń pe gbogbo wọn ní Hausa ẹ mọ̀ pé because we have lived together so everybody think that they are Hausa they are not Hausa they are Fulani and Fulani ló ń kọ́ ṣe mọ̀ pé majority of the governor in the north are not Hausa they are pure Fulani. Bàbá mi David Salakoni you are right so ìtàn sọ ni pé nígbà tí arákùnrin ẹgbọ́n kan tí bàbá sọ mẹ́rin àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n ní bàbá wa Chief Tọ́ládé ní ìkọlọ̀ jẹ́ ká rí wọn pẹ́ àwọn tí ń sọ̀rọ̀ bọ̀ ti pẹ́ but wọn ò ní access sí irú agbára tí mídíà táwa ń lò nísìn bàbá mi ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Victor Taiwo àwọn tí ń pariwo tipẹ́tipẹ́ but wọn ò ní strength mídíà táwa ní nísìn I mean it's easy to write anything èèyàn mélòó ló máa kà èèyàn mélòó ló ok pépà yìí nísìn ojoojúmọ́ ni mò ń mu ọ̀fẹ́ ní metro ìgbà míì mò ń kà ìgbà míì mò ń sí mi ló ṣe máa sọ fún mi pé ṣé mo ti rí èmi ò tẹ̀ follow news UK mọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan ni because mo ti wà so embedded sọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation mò ń sí mi nísìn ló ṣe máa sọ pé Sky News breaking news kan wà ṣé mo ti rí so what am I trying to explain this afternoon is because ṣe rí èyí tẹ́ ń sọ pé tí Tinubu bá débẹ̀ tó bá dé center pé ó máa deal pẹ̀lú gbogbo àwọn Fúlàní àtàwùsá yẹn irọ́ ni o ẹ má wà dì sí ìbába irọ́ nìyẹn ẹ dìbò fún Tinubu ò mí pé Tinubu máa change tó ṣe rí center yẹn àwọn kàbá tẹ̀bí kàbá là ń gbọ́ nísìn tẹ̀bí wọ́n ti sọ pé ìyàwó Buhari kàbá ni ṣe mọ̀ pé àbúrò Buhari ìyàwó Buhari àbúrò ẹ̀ gangan ọmọ ìyá ọmọ bàbá òun ló ń control mint tó wà ní Nàìjíríà. Mint níbi tó ti ń print owó, òun ni director general. Look at the nepotism. And ẹ̀ṣẹ̀kábọ̀ ìyàwó Olúṣọlá David. So ṣẹ́rí this system pé ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá nation ó ṣe jẹ́ nísìlẹ̀ ń pariwo Yorùbá because Tinubu lè má rí danger yẹn bí ó dẹ̀ rí for his own selfish gain and his own selfish interest. Because in tí ó wà ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀ nísìn ó ti ju làákàyè Tinubu lọ. Tinubu gan wà capable tó bá tẹ̀ jẹ́ pé a ṣe sọ pé nígbà tí Tinubu wà ní 1999 tí brain ẹ̀ tẹ̀ ṣì wà function díẹ̀ because brain Tinubu wà function mọ́ nísìn. Ó ti ní a bit of dementia kò ṣe pé a fi ń disrespect health-wise bí yàn bá ti ń dàgbà ó dẹ̀ depend bó bá ṣe lórí ẹ sí ni because ó ti náwọn kankan tó ti lò ó ti ní oríṣiríṣi nǹkan tó ti ṣe so body ẹ̀ kò strong mọ́ bí ti tẹ́lẹ̀. So báwo ló ṣe fẹ́ control center pẹ̀lú Shettima tó ń wọ̀ bukubu ṣe rí àdúrà Shettima ni pé kí Tinubu débẹ̀ kí Tinubu lọ sí London kó sick fún 3 weeks ẹ mọ tí Shettima máa ṣe fún yín ẹ jẹ́ mo yóò yà. Wọ́n sì ń pè ní infidel ẹ̀jẹ̀ àgbọ̀n tí bàbá wa ẹ̀jẹ̀ àgbọ̀n tí Fulani máa ń sọ again. Only surprisingly day before yesterday ìyẹn nígbà tí Peter Obi lọ síbẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Nigeria is now a family business to them. So àwọn politician tẹ̀yìn rò pé wọ́n nífẹ̀ẹ́ yín ṣé náà pẹ́lá àmórí yẹn náà pẹ̀lú yàdúrà tiwa ìyá dáadáa ìyá lálùbáríkà àwọn náà yàdúrà náà di big woman gan nílọ ní Nàìjíríà o máa lọ church wọn láti lọ bá wọn máa lọ ṣiṣẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ìmọ̀ àti gbẹ̀dú ayẹyẹ dáadáa bẹ́ẹ̀ yàdúrà tiwa àwọn náà big woman gan nísìnyí o bí alátẹlẹ rí yàdúrà mọ bí ti tẹ́lẹ̀ nísìn mo kí gbogbo àwọn ọmọ wọn dáadáa we are all friends mo lè má máa bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ but àwọn tó súnmọ́ wọn dáadáa tí mo ti ẹ pé ti bá bí bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ nísìn ti bá pè wọn báyìí ní sọ máa connect mi pẹ̀lú wọn and you know I've been to their church in say Clapham Kolowa àti jẹ ráìsì níbẹ̀ jamala jẹ gbẹ̀gìrì jẹ gbogbo ẹ̀ mo kí ogun ilẹ̀ kan sí Nigeria is sẹ́rí Nigeria. All you need is just to become a little bit network around them. That's all. Wọ́n náà máa jẹ́ mùlá pàdé ní Nàìjíríà sí. Ìyàwó mi àdé ó tútù bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ̀. Mo lè má dárúkọ bàbá kọ́dẹ́ ti pè mí jẹ́ ọkà ọ̀dádì kan pé kí yé bá sọ pé ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ni Bob D délé mọ̀mọ́. Ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀bí ti bá wọn. Bob D ní sìn bí Àtíkù ṣe máa wọlé lọ sáré ẹ̀. So èmi àti wọn nísìn opposition ni wá because èmi ò like Àtíkù Bob D like Àtíkù. So opposition ni wá but ọmọ Yorùbá ṣe ni wọ́n because ẹ̀gbọ́n yẹn kàwé dáadáa Yorùbá ló study nílé Ifẹ̀ but àwọn òbí àwọn ń rí ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation but wọ́n rí pé k'Àtíkù kọ́kọ́ lọ ná bí k'Àtíkù bá débẹ̀ ó máa pín Nàìjíríà torí ọ̀rọ̀ yóò tẹ̀ yé mi nígbà míì ẹ ṣàánú mi ẹ bá mi dá sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ẹ̀yin yẹn wa ṣé k'Àtíkù bá débẹ̀ tí Délé Momodu ń tẹ̀lé ṣé Àtíkù máa restructure Nàìjíríà padà sí regional government ni ṣé Àtíkù máa da constitution yẹn wó àwa ṣe brand new constitution tó máa ní impact sí gbogbo wa ṣé I don't know because I'm just confused. I am just confused. Okay, ẹ jẹ́ àtẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ Tinubu sílẹ̀ because wọ́n lè máa ní ọ̀rọ̀ Tinubu nìkan lè máa sọ ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ lórí Àtíkù àdèmọ̀ pé ẹni tó ń function tó ń tẹ̀lé Àtíkù tó ń support ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú gbogbo media pẹ̀lú gbogbo power pẹ̀lú everything òun ni Bob D. Kódà wọ́n gbà ní gẹ́gẹ́ bí iṣẹ́ pé òun ní kó ló máa jẹ́ agbẹnusọ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ṣe gbà mí àbí ẹ ṣáà gbà mí ni torí pé ẹ̀yin lẹ sọ pé Koiki má lọ ṣiṣẹ́ látọdún mẹ́ta bó tẹ̀ báwo ló ṣe ẹlòmítẹ̀mẹ́ báwo ṣe ń survive bí a ká fi account details wa wọ́n mọ̀ pé ọ̀rọ̀ owó dé owó ṣe pàtàkì ẹ ti máa ní pé iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe ìpé kò nídìí owó Bob D nísìn ó lè tàtíkù fún tó fi operate ó máa sùn sótẹ̀ ó máa fly because mo rò pé Àtíkù máa gbé private jet sílẹ̀ fún so ó ní àwọn owó tàtíkù máa ti fún ó lè máa sọ pé òun ò gbowó kankan lọ́wọ́ Àtíkù but àwa mọ̀ yẹn pé bàbá irọ́ nìyẹn kò sí bó ṣe fẹ́ mọ́ wọ́n ṣàmà máa káàkiri àwọn náà dẹ̀ máa ní security so àwa táàdẹ̀ ní gbogbo yẹn ẹ bá wa ìtẹ̀bá lè bá wa fi sí ẹ̀yin náà bá wa máa já síbẹ̀ káwa náà lè máa fi ṣe operation torí pé iṣẹ́ táwa gbé dání nísìn iṣẹ́ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni àbọ̀rọ̀mọ̀ yẹn nísìn tẹ́tẹ́tẹ́rí ẹ̀ tó bá fi support ẹ bá wa fi síbẹ̀ nothing is too small ẹ̀yin tẹ̀lé ń ṣe náà àdúpẹ́ àwọn tó dẹ̀ ti ń ṣe nígbà kan tó wá ní Koiki àti rí pé ọdún mẹ́ta ó sọ̀rọ̀ ni kò síbi kankan tá à ń lọ no problem àwa mọ̀ pé àti gba Yorùbá Nation àwa in the project but ọ̀rọ̀ Bob D àtàtìkù òun la gbé wá léèdì nísìn ká tẹ̀ fi Tinubu sílẹ̀ ìyá mi ìbọn lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́ bá ń dá sí nínú ẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ òsókè.
ẹ̀rọ bá ń dá sí pé àwọn èèyàn bíi Bob D tó bá mọ̀ láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sycophant ni.
Kí ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ òyìnbó ìtìpọ̀ jẹ́ bá mi gbé wá sí level tèmi máa understand.
wọ́n ti mú ìpè ká máa ṣe yẹ́sà fún ẹ̀dá tí ẹ mọ̀ pé kò sọ́nà pé òkùnkùn nǹkan tí ìbá àmàṣe tó bá ti lówó lọ́wọ́ kàṣà máa ní àódà torí kó káwá fẹ́ jẹ. ṣé ti rí nǹkan tó ṣe yẹ tí mo ṣe ń pariwo tèmi ṣe wà ẹ̀gbọ́n pé we need to get our nation because culturally we are even born. àwọn ọ̀lẹ àwọn tí ò yẹ ká rí ẹni ò sọ pé Bob D ó wà okay as a journalist. But in his character all along he's been a psychopath ó dẹ̀ máa ń pariwo tẹ̀lé olówó. irú àwọn wọ̀nyẹn ló wá ń rù làwọn èèyàn wá rí as role model ó tiẹ̀ tún wá bẹ́tà ju àwọn míì táwọn èèyàn bíi Dino Melaye. ṣé mo ń gbọ́ yẹn gbogbo àwọn tẹ̀lé lẹ́yìn Àtíkù yẹn alátẹnujẹ ni gbogbo wọn. ó ṣe gbogbo tí Bob D fẹ́ tóun máa jẹ tó ti gbé Yorùbá Nation yìí nọ́mbà wọn bá ṣe ń hùwà ó lè má ṣe é ṣe tẹ́ tó bá tẹ̀ wá ṣe irú àwọn báyìí tí Yorùbá Nation bá ṣe é ṣe in the mindset of Yorùbá Nation nínú kan náà ò lè dẹ́nu bẹ́ẹ̀ because ó máa mọ̀ pé alátẹnujẹ làwọn ilé owó ọ̀fẹ́ tó ń rí wọn ní rí mọ́ ipò bloated ìgbé glory tí ó tún mọ́ tó ń sábì wọn ní rí mọ́ ìyẹn gbọ́dọ̀ tí gbogbo wọn jókòó ta tó ń wá ìkéèsì Yorùbá Nation ṣùgbọ́n ṣá gbogbo wọn ní tẹ́mi mọ̀ níbẹ̀ tó bá dé ojú ẹ̀ tí àti àgbẹ̀ àbánáṣe máa ń dán fúra màlà.
ẹ ṣe gan ni máa láìkè ẹ̀gbọ́n mi dáadáa bàbá mi ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ni wọ́n bọ̀ bàbá náà lọ tún jẹ́ sí mi wàhálà wọ́n dẹ̀ máa ń fún mi ní nǹkan dáadáa kò ń ṣe pé torí ẹnu bàbá wa Alábí Bàṣírù wọ́n ní Koiki this is where we are missing it if you have the opportunity to talk to Yar'Adua why òyìnbó lágbára ṣá òrìpó há síbẹ̀ yẹn mo tọkọ dáadáa ní ẹjẹ́ padà sẹ́yìn Koiki this is where we are missing it if you have opportunity to talk Yar'Adua why to take the opportunity we should not give up on anybody tábàtẹ̀ máa bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ pé ẹ support Yorùbá Nation kò ń ṣe tá a máa gbé wá sórí social media and I'm sure you know that mo kàn sọ pé yes mo dẹ̀ ṣeré tí bá pe nọ́mbà kan nísìn wá connect mi pẹ̀lú wọn. But there are some things that irú àwọn conversation is not something we can bring on the social media. Reasons mo kàn ṣe reference ni pé mo kàn rántí pé mo rí àwọn àti Ṣínà Pella àbí kílẹ̀ máa ń pè yẹn wọ́n máa ń lọ sí event kan last week. Mo dẹ̀ máa ń mọ wọn dáadáa and àwọn ọmọ wọn they're doing very well. And I've been to their church so many times and my cousin goes there as well. So. But what we are saying is we just hope that every one of them can see the reality. She has a contact as well, which we believe will be helpful. I mean, àwọn tẹ̀ náà sẹ̀ sí bàbá wa Kábíyèsí Ọ̀jájá the second tí mo ṣí fìlà fún bàbá wa lórí adé. I'm talking about Yar'Adua. But my problem now is, ṣé bí àwa ṣe ń sọ pé a fẹ́ Yorùbá Nation mo lè wà pé wà ń bẹ Aláàjì ṣé ṣọ́rọ̀ ẹ̀ ló pọ̀ sí i that comment and so many people sometimes they just sit down there ẹlòmíì báyìí kò fi comment ẹlòmíì fi comment irọ́ bí ẹ má comment already gbogbo wa ṣe rí àtàwọn tí wọ́n rò pé à ń bára wa jà èmi máa sọ we are not fighting èmi ò bá ọmọ APC jà wàláì kódà mo rí picture kan flyer kan ẹ̀gbọ́n mi dẹ̀ wà láàrin àwọn tó wà nù campaign flyer yẹn Mọ́gàjì Kòkúmọ́ Mọ́gàjì mo kọ̀ rí ní àárọ̀ lórí Instagram ó rà pọ́n the 19 wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe ọ̀kan ní London níbí báyìí mo kọ̀ wo flyer yẹn báyìí. I mean, I understand those that love Tinubu, I mean, there's nothing wrong loving him, but the reality is agbára tí náà ti ní bí Tinubu bá débẹ̀ kò lè change anything. But ẹ jẹ́ àfọ̀rọ̀ Tinubu sílẹ̀ Àtíkù là ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ nísìn ẹ jẹ́ ká padà sọ́dọ̀ máàní yìí Haúsá yìí àbí kí mo pè láwùsá fún Fulani ṣe ṣe gan bàbá wa Alábí like I said all option is on the table. I mean aláwọn olówó Yorùbá mo mọ̀ pé area tẹ́yìn máa ń béèrè ní gbogbo ìgbà ní pé Koiki tẹ́ báwọn people yìí sọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo náà lọ kúkú rí ẹlòmíín fẹ́ má jẹ́ pé ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation yìí kó má jẹ́ pé òun bá gbowó fún yín tán nísìnyí nǹkan ẹ̀mọ́ so some are trying to avoid it. Oh yes, I know, definitely. It's not for public consumption. About there's things that we can't bring on the air. I definitely know you know that. Yeah, Eshegoni. So, but what we are saying is, aláwọ̀ tó ní ṣẹ̀pẹ̀rẹ̀ owó, ẹ̀ka wọ̀ sórí ètò àbáwá Ògúnmẹ́fù pátá tó jọmọ Yorùbá. Àwọn kan wọ́n dẹ̀ feel pé I don't want to get involved. But ìran wa ló ń lọ yìí. Ìran Yorùbá ló ń lọ yìí. And we are not going to be here forever. Ó ní ọ̀kan náà tí ṣe dà sí bàbí kíní kan yìí náà lówó ibi ìṣẹ̀pẹ̀ àwọn olówó àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá lówó ẹ̀yin máa ń sọ àwọn tó wà nítorí bàbá tó ní ìmọ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n bàbá tó ní Catholic àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá mi wà tó yẹ pé àti ẹ̀gbọ́n kan rárá wọ́n ní owó bí ìṣẹ̀pẹ̀ rẹ̀ but for whatever reason they don't want to get involved pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀ because ṣe rí Nigerian government àwọn kan ti bá Nigerian government ṣe business bí àwọn supply kankan ni bí àwọn so they are very very careful lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀ so even if they are going to support they are probably going to do it in a proxy way and I hope some of them are getting in touch pẹ̀lú àwọn bàbá Akíntóyè nísàlẹ̀ to see how they can rally round láti gbé ọ̀rọ̀ kókókó ṣé mi nìkan wọn fẹ́ gbádùn Yorùbá nation yìí ni ó ṣé mi nìkan àwa ń wo ẹwọ́rú bàbá wa nísàlẹ̀ ẹgbọ́n kan tó ń sọ níbí báyìí bàbá wa Chief Tọ́ládé nìyí pé àwọn tá à ń sọ yìí wọ́n sọ débi pé in 1,000 years ẹ̀mọ́ tó ń pè ní 1,000 years àlùjọ integrate so kí ni àwa wá ń bá wọn play politics ẹ wá sọ pé Tinubu jagaba àtẹ̀mọ́pá ti kù Fúlàní lòun Peter Obi kàn ṣeré ni tẹ bá dẹ̀ lọ gbọ́n tí bàbá amadébẹ̀yìn náà ní sè á ṣe ní time at least I have about 2 hours to play around with so program mi máa fẹ́ pé 4 hours lẹ́nu so kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ prepare mind yín ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń gbọ́ wa because bàbá wa dáadáa Pa Adébánjọ ẹ lọ gbọ́ átíkù tó ṣẹ̀ jáde wọ́n ní tí Peter Obi bá wọlé tí Peter Obi ò bá wọlé ká lọ máa prepare for crisis Ọlọ́run ọba kò tẹ̀ ṣe àtẹ̀dúpẹ́ pé wọ́n ti òyìnbó wo ni ẹ help me ṣe exonerate ni at least èmi kọ́ ni pé mo fẹ́ kó wàhálà wọ Nàìjíríà ní sí ẹ ò fẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ gbà tẹ́mi pariwo ní 3 years ago bọ̀bọ́ ìmọ̀ adógúnlẹ̀ ogun fúnra rẹ̀ ti wọlé dé báyìí ẹ̀dá gbọ́ díẹ̀ sí nínú ọ̀rọ̀ and yes I mean if anybody also believe that it is our responsibility àwọn tẹ́ bá mọ̀ ẹ bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ní kọ́ fún wa lówó àmọ́ kọ́ tẹ̀ dá sọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation gbogbo ẹ̀ náà kọ́ lówó thank you Rodney Mr. Koiki well done by now those Yorubas who don't believe can now believe that the zoo is not for them. Chief Sunday Igboho Akíntóyè have to announce no election Yoruba land. Those announcements is going to come up anytime soon. Very soon, I know that. So let's just remain patient. Mo kí gbogbo yín, ẹ̀gbọ́n mi OK Mighty. Àwọn tí Instagram, àwọn ọmọ àdákẹ́ lọ. Mo kí gbogbo ilé ẹ̀kan sí. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ Chief Tọ́ládé ní ilé ẹ̀kan sí. A máa padà sọ́dọ̀ bọ̀bọ̀ tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ lókè yẹn nínú Simon Ekpa video. And Simon Ekpa, has said it again and again, just as we have said. Well, why do we have to fight each other ká tó lọ? Kí ló dé tí àwọn north mọ̀ pé wọ́n like Igbo ká tẹ̀ sọ pé okay wọ́n tẹ̀ like our dear like Igbo fẹ́ kọ́ lọ. I don't just understand what is going on. I saw Okorocha also pleading with the Buhari government to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for peace to reign. So if the north knows that like Arawa, I mean okay, I don't like Igbo. We don't like the Biafra, we don't like them. Okay, we know. But why are we now forcing ourselves to live together? Kí náà force ara wa fún? Tàbí gbé together. Why are we forcing ourselves? Hello, caller. Hello, sir. Ọjọ́ kan pẹ̀lú. Ṣé fẹ́ dá sórí ètò ni?
So, ṣẹ́rí bó ṣe ń lọ báyìí ọjà ìjọba máa lọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Àṣà mi ni mo ń gbà ní àṣà ìṣèlú ní pé tension tó wà on the air Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó sọ̀rọ̀.
Tension tó wà on the air Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó sọ̀rọ̀.
Àwọn akọ́lá máa jáde àwọn náà máa kúrò ara wọn jáde.
Okay.
So tó bá tension ẹ̀ ní ibi tẹ́bi wà ní ìgbà tẹ́bi wà yìí wà ló for the fans. See, what was skeletal with the extension on the wall. So anything between now and tomorrow, nobody know what will happen.
Hey.
So Nigeria is already divided. Nobody can run it together to already scatter.
Hey.
So we have things if they can't put the pieces together again.
Hey.
It can never be fixed. So it's a gun now.
Hey.
Nobody can fix it. Nobody can put it together again. So
okay.
The crisis of
So tí bá fẹ́ lo làákàyè yín ẹ mọ̀ pé wọ́n ní ọgbọ́n ọlọ́gbọ́n la fi ń ṣọgbọ́n ẹ má bínú èyí tí ẹ bá ń sọ fún àgbàlagbà ẹ mọ̀ káwọn òmùwé pa àwọn àtàkì láti pẹ́ London. Bàbá wa Adébánjọ sọ pé ká lọ prepare fún post-election crisis. Kí ló mean by that?
Bàbá ó gbọ́ tí mo gbọ́ tó ń sọ tí mo pé tí àwọn ẹni táwọn ń sọ fún ọ̀hún ọ̀jẹ̀ Buhari rẹ̀ láti tó fún un. Ó ti táwọn sọ fún ọtí kò lè wọ́n ṣe. Ó ti fún ẹ̀ báyìí ló ti pọ̀ jù ní.
Ẹ bọ̀ wọ́n ti selection.
The crisis máa ṣẹlẹ̀ ní. Because the crisis from all the people.
Ẹ ṣe gbọ́ mi ṣẹ́gun ọ̀nà. Okay. Ọ̀dà alájà tẹ́ ẹ̀ náà fẹ́ dá sọ̀rọ̀ ni. Okay. Hold on, alájà. Ọ̀dà ẹ ṣé gan ni alàgbà tó pọ̀ látẹ̀kù, thank you so much. Ẹ jẹ́ agbọ́ láti ọ̀dọ̀ ìyá mi dáadáa láti Manchester. Ẹ ti wà ọ̀nà alájà, à ń gbọ́ yín.
Olayomi Koiki.
Ìyá mi ò ń gbọ́.
Wàhálà ọmọ ológo ni ẹ.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni màmá.
Ọmọ ológo confam. Báyìí ní àárọ̀ ìdí bíi pé you make my day. Sórí ọkọ̀ lórí platform kan lórí TikTok ni. Nígbà tí pé àwọn Yorùbá ìjàjàgbara náà ní ìbájọ́ ìwọ̀n. So mo ti kọ́kọ́ bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ lọ bí mo ṣe wá rí ìjáyà ni.
Ìjáyà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Kò lè máa pe ọmọkùnrin kó mo bá ní ìjáyà lẹ́ ọmọ ìdíyà. Akú ètò mo ṣàṣàdọ̀ yìí ló ń bì mo bá ní èmi ni ìyá Koiki. Ọlọ́run ẹlẹ́dàá wọ́n dábò mi ni. Ọlọ́run ẹlẹ́dàá wọ́n dábò mi lórí platform yẹn láàárọ̀ ní bí. Ṣé o tí mo dẹ̀ gbọ́ pé láti 30 years ago láyé Abíọ́lá ni mo ti wà lẹ́nu kiri? Ìyá rẹ̀ ò ní wọ mi. Mo fẹ́ sọ pé òun ṣiṣẹ́ mo ní ibi tí mo ṣe yẹ ní ìfẹ́ ní $1 rí. Inú ẹ̀ ló fi ṣe. Mo ní mo dẹ̀ máa ń sọ fún ẹ pé tó bá bú ẹ. Ṣé o ní ní tuntun tí wọ́n sọ fún ẹ pé tó bá bú ẹ ò gbọ́dọ̀ dáhùn?
No, mo ní dáhùn.
Bí o ní ní àárọ̀ ní orí platform yẹn, wàhálà tí wọ́n bá fún ẹ ní $100 million.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Ẹ ṣé gan alájà, thank you so much. Ẹ ṣé gan ni, thank you so much.
Inú mi dùn débi pé
ẹ ṣé gan ni.
Inú mi mo wà lórí program yẹn òkú kọjá àti ẹ̀kọ́ mọ̀ yìí mo ṣe rántí.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni, thank you so much. Ẹ ṣé gan ni, ẹ ṣé gan ni. Àmín Jésù Kristi, inshallah, àmín. Ẹ ṣé gan ni.
Wọ́n dá yẹn lóhùn ọjọ́ tó máa bú ẹ o.
Mi ò ní dá anybody lóhùn. Nígbà táwọn ṣe fracas mo gbé dání, ẹ ṣé gan ni mà. Thank you so much. Màá bá ń sọ̀rọ̀, wá gbọ́, wọ́n gbọ́, ẹ ṣé gan ni, thank you. All right then, thank you. Alájà ìrọ̀rùn ló bá dé. Orí mọ́tòwé lọ ti gbọ́ pé màtí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Heritage ń bọ̀. Wọ́n dáná rẹpẹtẹ ni. Wàhálà ilé ọ̀rẹ́ wọn tí a lọ sùn ní Manchester. Àwọn ilé kan dá nílùú yẹn. Big mansion gidi. Inú yàrá yẹn tóbi bíi. Mo ní èmi ni màá sà. Gbàtọ́ náà máa ṣe ọ́nìṣà máa jẹ pẹpẹ súpù ní. Máa jẹ pẹpẹ súpù ó ti pẹ́ tí. Èmi tẹ̀rọ pé ìtọ́ máa ti ń ṣe sínú freezer. Àṣìwọ́n yẹn ọ̀rẹ́ wọn yẹn wàláì. Wọ́n ṣe start from the ní mo rí tó ń dáná tó mo ní ṣẹ́fẹ̀ ṣe àwọn náà ṣe máa ṣe fresh ni mo ní ẹ jẹ́ ká padà sórí ètò. Ṣé àwa Yorùbá lè survive nínú Nàìjíríà bá ṣe ń bá lọ yìí? Hello sir. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò.
Láti South Africa mo ti ń bẹ̀.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ dádì wa.
Ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ kan lẹ́ẹ̀kan mo wà pẹ̀lú ilé látàárọ̀ wọ́n gbọ́ gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ̀sán pàwọ́dà. Ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ kan lẹ́ẹ̀kan mo fẹ́ tún ọ̀rọ̀ ilé.
Mo gbọ́ yín sà.
Ẹ mọ pásọ Ṣẹ́gun Adébáyọ̀.
Dáadáa.
Àṣẹ pásọ Ṣẹ́gun Adébáyọ̀.
Àdàgbàlagbà mo mọ wọn dáadáa.
Ṣẹ́gun Adébáyọ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà.
Ẹ mọ wọn dáadáa.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àmọ́ wo program wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Bàbá yẹn sọ ọ̀rọ̀ kan ní àárọ̀ àná mo wà pẹ̀lú ẹni program tó ṣe lánàá. Ní Wednesday lánàá.
ṣẹ̀jẹ̀ sí bàbá yẹn ní wàhálà kan máa ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ewu tó mẹ́ta lọ́sẹ̀ sọ̀sẹ̀ tó pọ̀ kó láwọn sójà máa para wọn. ó ní òun kò fún ara wọn kò yí òun o ètò ọlọ́run fẹ́ lọ bá sọjọ́ fún yín ọlọ́run fẹ́ lọ bá sọjọ́ lọ́wọ́ yìí. ó dẹ̀ mọ́kọ́ ẹgbẹ́ pọ̀ bàbá Yorùbá Nation ni.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo
àwọn kò tí ṣe ẹ̀kọ́ lábẹ́lẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ bàbá yẹn ọ̀rọ̀ bàbá tí wọ́n dé báyẹn ẹ̀rù bàbá yẹn máa bà mí. bàbá yẹn ní ọlọ́run fẹ́ lọ ọba sọjọ́ fún ìkọ̀ máa ṣèdè sí ike ẹ̀gbọ́n fún mi.
no problem.
àdó mo wà pẹ̀lú program mo wà pẹ̀lú ẹ̀lànà lórí program yìí. àwọn mọ̀ pé àwọn àgbààgbà ilẹ̀ Yorùbá yẹn náà àwọn mọ̀ pé ìyá tá à ń jẹ náà kò tẹ́ wọn lọ́rùn.
bàbá náà ti sọ̀rọ̀ lánàá bàbá wa Gio pásítọ̀ Gio ti sọ̀rọ̀ náà wọn ní kọ́ lọ́ ń jọ Ọlọ́run jọ àti play video lánàá àti nílùú láti tẹ̀ wọ́n lẹ́nu.
bàbá Gio tó sọ̀rọ̀ lánàá ẹ̀.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà.
màá pè é pé mo pè é lánàá.
mo rántí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà. bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà. mo rántí sà.
ìkọ́ ti fẹ́ pàrọ̀ ni pé mo fẹ́ sọ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kan jáde láàárọ̀ yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ mo pé gbogbo Nàìjíríà gbọ́ ọmọ Yorùbá tó tó ọmọ Yorùbá àtàtà wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ mi sí mo fẹ́ pọ́ ọmọ tó yẹ sọ ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn.
ń gbọ́ yín.
sẹ́ni bàbá Gio wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ lánàá ẹgbẹ́ mo bèrè pẹ́jọ kan lánàá pípẹ́ tó yẹ kí bàbá yẹn ṣe ó ṣe kókó láàrin àwọn èèyàn tó máa fún àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ oúnjẹ. ṣé wọ́n bí ẹ̀wọ̀n ọ̀rọ̀ tí church tíbi tó ṣe àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kókó tí ẹ̀wọ̀n pé tí máa bá wà láyé tí ẹ̀kú ní sweat tí máa máa rìn nípa ara Yorùbá Nation náà.
àwọn náà lè máa ṣe rí ní evidence tó pọ̀ wọ́n lè máa ṣe kó máa hàn ní ká máa pọ̀ máa èmi pé devil advocate sí o.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ lánàá nìyẹn èyí kí tèmi fẹ́ sọ sà mo fẹ́ sọ kíní kan ó yẹ káwa Yorùbá náà ká bá gbogbo àwọn pásítọ̀ ẹ̀ náà ká bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n kọ́ skul wọn kó gbẹ èwo ló kọ́ hospital nù wọn. ṣé àwọn àgbàlagbà tó ń dáwọ́ chọ́ọ̀tì tó ń dá gbogbo ẹ̀ jẹ́ ó lè lọ sí skul tó ń bá sì kìí ṣe tó hospital rẹ̀ kó máa lọ ni. ẹjẹ́ àwọn olókè gbogbo ọ̀tá ṣe ìnà àbíbí náà ó yẹ ká gbogbo ká gbogbo ẹjọ́ lọ́tẹ̀ ní kó skul sílẹ̀ kó máa kọ́ hospital.
ok àmọ́ àlọ́ ní.
ẹ̀mí tó ti lọ ní ẹjọ́ mẹ́ta iná
ó yẹ mi. We are even talking about the mo ti yẹ yín ṣẹ́rí ìta tẹ̀sán nísìn the immediate ní báyìí a ti wà in danger bí bàbá wa Professor Wọlé Ṣóyínká ṣe sọ. mo fẹ́ kẹ́ bá mi respond kẹ́ tó lọ ni. ok ní tí mo fẹ́ kẹ́ bá mi respond. ok ní tí kẹ́ tó lọ ní tí mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹni mo ti gbọ́ Anẹ́tì ṣàlàyé yẹn ẹ̀mí àkàtó ní tí mo fẹ́ kẹ́ bá mi respond ni. ẹ mọ̀ fáà ń dín pẹ̀ ṣẹ́rí everyday là ń dín pẹ̀lú different problems ní Nàìjíríà. Bàbá wa Adébánjọ wọ́n ní ká lọ máa prepare fún post-election crisis. Election is about 16 days from today. Kí lẹ fẹ́ sọ sí yẹn in under 1 minute ká tó tún máa jẹ́ kẹ́nu ká tó máa bẹ́sùn ẹni ṣo.
Ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ kò tún fẹ́ fà ọ́ ni pé àwọn bàbá ẹ̀ mú jù wá lọ, wọ́n dàgbà jù wá lọ. Wọ́n ti wá gidigidi wọ́n ti mọ tó fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ ní fúṣọ̀, wọ́n tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́sàn yẹn.
Ok, so tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́sàn yẹn.
Ẹ̀rọ ló fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́sàn yẹn kò sí ìkànnì tó lè ṣẹlẹ̀ nígbà tó sọ yẹn. Láìsẹ̀ kódà àwọn apá gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì kan níta. Ẹ jẹ́ kẹ́ máa lọ bí a súùtù tẹ wọ̀ láàárọ̀ yìí tí mo rí lórí ṣẹ́tọ̀ ẹ̀ ń dẹ́rù bà wá ẹ ní agbára federal government ò ní kan tó ń bọ̀ nísìn. kábíyèsí lédè máa rè. tó ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ lánàá àwọn Àkúrẹ́ wọ́n blọ́ọ̀kì agbára gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì ò ní kan tó ń bọ̀ lẹ́yìn àbúrò adé kò máa sá lọ èmi tí gbogbo mẹ́tẹ̀ ìrẹ́nu àwọn pásọ̀ gidi tó dún tó má dìde pé wọ́n máa pẹ̀lú àwọn pásọ̀ ẹ̀ mú àwọn pásọ̀ tó dún.
ẹ ṣe gan-an alájà ìrọ̀rùn ló bá débi tí rí bẹ̀ ẹ káàbọ̀. ẹ ṣe gan-an bàbá wa thank you so much. ẹ ṣe gan-an. intan bá lọ ni pé there are now a lot of things happening simultaneously. ẹ ṣe gan-an alájà ìrọ̀rùn ló bá dé mú kí gbogbo ẹ ti Manchester kò ní bàjẹ́ fún wa láíláí. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní dàrú gbogbo ẹni tó bá ń pèrò pé àwa kọ́ là ń pèrò pé kílẹ̀ Yorùbá dàrú àwọn kan ní àníyàn burúkú lórí ilẹ̀ yẹn kódà àwọn kan sọ pé kódà àwọn ọmọ Ìgbò gan ní àníyàn. I know some of you always say that but if that's the case ti yẹ kó olúkàlùkù dá dúró ká lè defend the border ara wa torí pé we have a porous border and we go straight to the next caller briefly. Hello caller. Hello. àgbọ̀n yín sà. Àjọ ń ṣe náà ni. Ètò ni ẹ.
Ọlọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ o.
Àmín.
Ẹ ṣe bọ̀ àgbẹ̀rù yìí o.
Thank you so much.
Ṣé ẹ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ̀ sọ yẹn? Fídíò Ayọ̀ Adébánjọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ pé mo sẹ́ǹdì ẹ̀ sí orúkọ mi Tọ́pẹ́ Ọláyẹmí.
Mo rántí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Yà ṣé
àwọn bàbá yẹn ti mọ̀ pé tẹ bá gbọ́ inú interview kan ṣe bàbá yẹn ẹni tó interview bàbá yẹn láti máa bí léèrè pé kí ló dé tó support Yorùbá pé sọ pé òbí pé Ìgbò ni onítọ̀rọ̀ Ìgbò ló kàn onímọ̀ sọ pé minority ní Ìgbò ẹni yẹn bí léèrè pé sọ pé òbí ò lè wọlé ló sọ pé tí òbí ò bá ti wọlé pé kọ́ ló máa bìbí àmúwọ̀. tẹ bá dẹ̀ wo Ọbásanjọ́ fúnra rẹ̀ náà òbí ló support.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
àwọn bàbá yẹn mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣe àwọn problem wà ahead.
so tí bá gbọ́ yín dáadáa tí bá gbọ́ yín so ó ṣe é ṣe kọ́ máa pín kọ̀ọ̀kan máa cook nísàlẹ̀ ẹ̀rùn oríṣiríṣi kọ́nà tó máa ń spend ní Nàìjíríà tá a kì í gbọ́ ọ̀ǹtí tó bá rú wá sókè.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni ṣé ní báyọ̀ Adébánjọ yẹn ó sọ kí á lè pé tí òbí ò bá ti wọlé wọ́n ò ní kó máa bíbí àpò.
ogun wọ́n ní káyé máa pe ogun tó bàbá yìí náà tún dé la wọ́n ní káyé máa pe ogun káyé máa pe crisis but bàbá Adébánjọ ló sọ crisis nísìnyí kò ṣe Koiki Media.
everybody gbọ́dọ̀ kó ló máa sọ problem tó wà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ka ẹ̀ka tọ́ra wa. wọ́n ti wà ní ọ̀rẹ́ ni kì í ṣe Yorùbá Nation kì í ṣe Yorùbá Nation lẹ́yìn méjì wọ̀.
mo láìkì bẹ̀rẹ̀ ok wọ́n ti wà rẹ́dì.
àwọn bàbá yẹn náà tí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ jáde yẹn wọ́n iṣẹ́ lábẹ́lẹ̀ wọn mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣe.
ok.
ẹ̀yin bá rí pé as time goes on ifo máa bá sọ ṣẹ́gun yẹn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni sà.
èmi kan wo program ẹ̀ lánàá tí máa yẹn sọ mo wo program ẹ̀.
ok.
ṣé nílùú yìí àwọn bàbá yẹn àwọn kan wọ́n níṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe lábẹ́lẹ̀ bọ́wọ́ lè kó máa gbé àwọn pè gbogbo ni.
ok.
àwọn náà kò bá dé kòríta kan ọ̀nà kò bá dé kòríta kan tẹ́fí tí mo kàtà.
ok ó ti yé mi kódà ẹ ṣé gan ni thank you so much.
ṣé wọ́n pé bí Tinubu bá ṣe wà yẹn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Tinubu náà wà wọlé wọn pé Tinubu àpàdà wálé wọn bí kó má padà wálé. because kò tó ní èyí tí yóò bá ti tẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ kò ní so conditions pé kó support Yorùbá lọ. àwọn ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ àgbélé Haúsá lóko.
kódà ẹ ṣé gan ni bàbá wa.
òun náà lè ti rí sí pé àwọn kàbá wà bẹ́ẹ̀ tó ò ní jẹ́ kó wọlé tó kọ̀ọ̀kan yìí fún láti padà sí.
ẹyẹ ká máa dárúkọ Aisha Buhari ní kàbá àtẹ̀lé láti tọ̀wọ́ ti sọ fún Aisha Buhari ká má tún máa sọ pé kàbá Aisha Buhari ló lead kàbá àwọn ọmọ tó kọ̀ wà lábẹ́ bí Fẹ́mi Adésínà wà láàrin wọn náà zọ̀bọ̀ Aisha Buhari ní kàbá.
ó máa ní support underground òun kò ní need àwọn ẹni but gbogbo ọdọ wọn ti fail already because ọ̀rọ̀ scarcity of money yìí àti scarcity of poor tó wà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀kọ́ pé ẹ tó fún ọ ní ìmọ̀ràn yẹn ọ̀pọ̀ ìmọ̀ràn tó dára ìmọ̀ràn tó máa fọ́ọ̀mù everything ni. ẹ̀jẹ̀ ká máa wo bó ṣe ń lọ.
ká máa wo bó ṣe ń lọ.
mọ̀ pé with that everything máa níyànjú.
ó dà ẹ ṣé gan ni thank you so much ẹ ṣé gan ni.
táìmì náà ló wà wá ẹni káwọ́ òdu àtijọ́ náà láti execute program wa.
láti execute Kingsley thank you so much.
aládé ń kó àwọn èèyàn lẹ́dí.
àràrọ̀ bọ́ǹbù tó wà nílẹ̀. ọ̀dà ok ẹ ṣé gan ni mo kí yín bàbá wa Adésínà Táíwò wọ́n ní Koiki there is not going underground o from this Afẹ́nifẹ́re leaders. bó ṣe wá rí fídíò Fẹlá tó pọ̀ rẹpẹtẹ báyìí ẹja wo ilé àkọlà ní copyright ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ́ enjoy it.
all this nonsense that you have hanging around here you sit down in cars man. This government threw my mother out of window. Mrs. Fumilayo Anikulapo Kuti, who fought her blood for this country. Burn many houses, burn my house, kill my mama. So I carry the coffin. Waka waka waka, waka waka waka. Go Wabale, go down barracks. Reach them gate you. You put the cup. All this nonsense that you have hanging around.
All the nonsense leaders. Adẹ̀sí ní nonsense leader. À ń bọ̀ lọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀ bàbá wa Fẹlá Aníkúlápó Kútì. Ẹ jẹ́ àtúgbọ́ díẹ̀ nínú fídíò eléyìí ká tó tún padà wá sísàlẹ̀.
Those are Muslim. And you can see in Nigeria, bordering to Chad, there is a state called Borno. Those people, it's easy for them to go to Chad and go to Sudan and go to the Makkah. And when they come back, in 1998, the Sudan government opened up the scholarship for the young Nigerian to go for education. But those people were sent to the training camp to be terror.
Sengo, the Sudan government is giving scholarship to young Nigerians, but they were training them as a jihadist. It becomes Osobe Egmontarakunrin so.
Nigeria. That is the way I can put it.
Who are these people that become members of Boko Haram?
Journalists, who are they? And this is Fox News. I mean, these are powerful network media. Billions of dollars. I want to need that capacity. But I do prefer it and support you. Media is a tool to use to fight everything that you need. But I do prefer support. Reverend Popola Amos and Cabo Soreto. Orúkọ mi ni Olayomi Koiki, as we continue to tell our people, our Yoruba people, including our Bob D and the rest of them, that are fighting a fight that is not worth trying to save. Nobody can save Nigeria as it is right now. Nigeria is going to pieces.
Who are they? Are they disenfranchised? Or are they educated? Or are they unemployed? Who are they?
These are coming from the two tribes in Nigeria. Fulani and Hausa tribe.
Fulani and Hausa tribe. And if you go back again, Chief Tola Adeniyi was saying right here. Let's go back again to that video.
Never been. So the word Nigerian people is a fallacy. Is that what you're saying? Yes.
The word Nigeria is a fallacy. 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 What does it mean? Fallacy. What does it mean? The meaning of fallacy. Again.
Fallacy.
One more time.
Fallacy.
Again.
Fallacy.
A mistaken belief. So we have been given this mistaken belief that Nigeria is one country. We have been given this fallacy. What a parole for 62 years that we can live side by side. But this idiotic Fulani man is now saying that how can Peter Obi, an infidel, máa wá fẹ́ máa bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ pé òun fẹ́ di president in Nigeria. Bàbá wa Débò Afẹ́nifẹ́re wọ́n sọ pé there will be crisis o. There will be crisis. Go and prepare for post-election crisis. Forget the United Nigeria. So that means we have been given fallacy for the last 62 years. The word again is
fallacy.
One more time.
Fallacy.
Ekosi.
Fallacy.
A mistaken belief. Wọ́n fún wa ní ìgbàgbọ́ pé Nigerians ni wá. We are now being told by Baba wa Adebanjo pé forget the unity of Nigeria. If Peter Obi fails to win, let's do unity in Nigeria. Gẹ́gẹ́ fẹ́ gbiná ní Nàìjíríà ní February kábíyèsí Elédùmarè, and already this is what Fela was saying there.
There has not been anybody in this whole politics in Africa. Only two people have walked on the streets to follow people to where they are going. Nkrumah and my mother.
Did you hear that? Fela Anikulapo Kuti, may God bless your soul. Let's hear one more time.
Now, there has not been anybody in this whole politics in Africa. Only two people have walked on the streets to follow people to where they are going. Nkrumah and my mother. What are you talking about? All this nonsense that you have hanging around here. You sit down in cars, man. This government threw my mother out of window, Mrs. Fumilayo and Nicola Kokuti, who fought her blood for this country on the streets.
You heard him very well there. And trouble is already boiling in Nigeria. Let me quickly show you some of the troubles that is already woto. Let's hear from Simon Ekpa.
No election, no Nigeria election will be allowed in Biafra territory. In 2023, it is a task that must be done by every Biafran. For this reason, you must save the following date. These dates are going to be very, very significant dates. Very, very important dates. Save the following date. The 23rd of February 2023. The 24th of February 2023. The 25th of February 2023. The 26th of February 2023. The 27th of February 2023 and the 28th day of February 2023. Save this date in your calendars and wait for further instruction as to what to do to those dates.
Again and welcome back. Let's quickly continue with the program this afternoon. You're watching a live transmission as we continue to review, the election that is being prepared by the federal government. But more Nigerians are saying election is not the way out at this particular time in the history of Nigeria. Nigeria should be divided, and that is going to be the only option. Again, as Nigerians continue to chase away all these criminal politicians, this is a PDP vehicle that was almost lynched. As you can tell there, Nigerians have now started chasing away all these criminals that have disrupted their life and make them into abject poverty. Once again, this also took place somewhere in Southeast. As you can see there, the damage of the bank is going on right there. And there's more videos as we're going to continue to review this particular video. But I have more video coming up. And this is Abeokuta some few days ago. So this happened some few days ago as more Nigerians are becoming angry, whether they are Igbo, they are Yoruba, and this also happened. So with all this happening, a sọ fún gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá tẹ̀lé fọ̀n tẹ̀lé kan náà, ẹ dá sí ọ̀rọ̀ Yoruba Nation tó wà nílẹ̀, ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ ṣe engagement, kò ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ náà ní owó. À ń sọ fún ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ní intellectual, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ jẹ́ PhD holder, ẹ má jókòó sí back fence, kẹ́ máa sọ pé ẹ̀yin máa ṣe lọ, àbá yín níwájú. Hello caller, ẹ ti wà lórí ètò pẹ̀lú wa, ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò sà, àbí mà. Ẹ káàsán, à ń gbọ́ yín, ẹ bá ṣe kíákíá.
Ṣàṣẹ ní ṣẹ́rí kan ló ṣẹlẹ̀ yẹn, ó yẹ kí a máa gbàdúrà fún Buhari ni. Pé kí ni nǹkan tó ṣe.
Irú point wọlé tó mú jáde, so ká máa pray fún Buhari, pray for Buhari.
Ó yẹ ká máa gbàdúrà fún. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ká máa gbàdúrà fún bí. Bóyá fake ni o, bóyá original ni o, ó yẹ ká máa gbàdúrà fún ni. Torí pé kí ni téèyàn bá jẹ gbogbo tó bá kọ̀yàn náà fún èèyàn kò sí ọ̀nà téèyàn lè ṣe téèyàn bá mú mi sí gan-an kò ní ṣe kí ni kò ní lọ́lẹ̀. Kò sí èèyàn máa fi so wọ́n ti mú everybody àtolówó àti táníkà o. Orin tó yẹ ká máa kọ fún wọn sí ni pé as e dey sweet us now, e dey pay them, e dey sweet our ọmọ Yorùbá nation and Biafra nation. Ìka tó fẹ́ sọ nìyẹn.
Oríṣiríṣi kọ́ọ̀lù ló máa ń wọlé. Point tí bàbá yìí tún gbé wá, sẹ́yìn náà agree, wọ́n ní pray for Buhari. I'm talking directly now to all our Yorubas around the world, in Cuba, in Jamaica. This is a very, very important time in the history of Nigeria. Do not sit back. Get in touch with the European Union, the African Union. All these big positions. Definitely, I know some of you understand what I'm saying. Because Nigeria is going through a state of emergency. We pray for those that have been affected. Some of the videos in Turkey is so devastating. I think the last time they said they saw something similar to that was in 1999. Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa gbàdúrà fún Turkey. But ǹjẹ́ Nigeria gan need àdúrà báyìí? At the action they need. Hello caller, you're live with us. Hello sir.
Yeah, ẹ káàbọ̀.
Ẹ káàbọ̀.
Nǹkan tí mo kàn fẹ́ sọ lórí ṣe rí àwọn Nigerian politicians.
Okay.
Mr. Koiki, even all of them know that there's nothing called Nigeria.
Báwo lẹ́yìn ṣe mọ̀?
There's not the truth, Mr. Koiki.
Báwo lẹ́yìn ṣe mọ̀ fọ́n mọ̀?
Mo wípé yìí sọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ mọ̀mọ́ olùdókòó kan Yorùbá ní
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà ẹni tó máa ń sọ lèmi sọ àwọn náà lọ sọ pé Yorùbá làwọn study nílé Ifẹ̀.
Nípa Yorùbá, àwọn Yorùbá tó wà ń bẹ́ àgbẹ̀.
Mo rántí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Yorùbá is a country. People don't know. They don't know what the 2 days ago. And my little boy said, and he was talking about the Yoruba that don't put any of the people also run by Gary. The Gary and they want to carry down. The people that want to join one bed, they go to Gary. They don't know Gary. So we're not talking about the Yoruba. It's not that they don't know, but all they know is that they should not support you. But all support the Nigeria. They are puppets, like you saying. They are puppets and the colonial masters are the ones funding them the money. Do you know their work? It's just all their work is to be suppressing us, me, you.
Okay.
Àwọn ọmọnìyàn ẹ̀kọ́ táwọn yẹn ṣe ẹ̀kọ́ táwọn president Tinubu gbogbo wọn ṣe yẹn iṣẹ́ wọn ni wípé kó máa suppress àwọn Britain, àwọn America, àwọn West.
So
that they don't know, they know. But I think I thought they were trying to maybe like you think and so because I think some people don't want the truth.
Okay, so kí lẹ rí sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn bàbá wa Fẹ́mi pa Adébánjọ tó ní ká lọ máa prepare fún post election crash. It's like everybody fẹ́ kíyàn kan wọlé because ẹrùfà ní pé tí Tinubu bá wọlé ó máa make sure pé ó máa reverse ọ̀rọ̀ owó burúkú tó change tó dá wàhálà lẹ̀. Bàbá Adébánjọ ní no Tinubu shut up. Tí Peter Obi ò bá wọlé kí gbogbo wa lọ máa prepare fún post election crash. Wọ́n tẹ̀ ní pé ká forget the unity of the United Nigeria.
I think he's still trying to think that he's still trying to think that Nigeria can be passed.
Okay.
And they can still fix Nigeria. I have to be truthful with that. I want to say that there's no unity within all the tribes in Nigeria. We are not one. But he's trying to see maybe he can fix it there like because Baba yẹn fẹ́ bí wọ́n fẹ́ tẹ́ wọn padà lọ sí regional government.
Okay.
But not Nigeria láti pín. Because I don't know at the stage Mr. Koiki. Tribal is about sacrifice life wọn fún gbogbo wa ni. Kí ló tún kó fún àwọn bàbá yẹn wọn? They know the truth. But they're still trying to look maybe people can do it and maybe they can. Baba Adébánjọ yẹn ṣe all they want is regional government back.
Mo àlọ́ the program yìí sìn.
We need to go. We need to go on separate ways. We don't want to be called Nigerian anymore. We are not. Nigeria is an illusion. Illusion in Nigeria, illusion in.
That's fine. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀?
So, ọ̀gbọ́n mo ní kí n dá sílẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ ìgbàgbọ́.
Okay, no. Tó bá necessary, má stress ara ẹ̀, okay? Tó bá necessary. Ẹ ṣe gan caller, thank you so much. Kò necessary, ìlú òṣèlú tó gbádùn, so just tó bá necessary, you understand? O ti gbọ́n ọ̀dún mo sọ nísìn, mo dẹ̀ wà lórí program, so don't take any chances. We are talking about a monster country, tí wọ́n náà mọ̀. Tó bá lọ sọ fún wọn kí ni ẹ̀ máa ní ṣe, ìgbà tó bá sọ fún wọn ọlọ́mọ àti wá deal pẹ̀lú ẹ̀, so má stress ara ẹ̀. Tó bá lè ṣe discreetly, tó bá dẹ̀ lè ṣe discreetly, forget it. Because we are dealing with a monster country. Tó lọ sọ fún àmì pé òfin ṣe nǹkan, ṣé múgùn ni wọ́n ni? Àsọ̀rọ̀ later mo lórí program. So ẹ má bínú ẹ̀yin wa. Mo kí gbogbo wa. Thank you so much, caller. Even though I was following what you were saying. Let's go back to bá ṣe ń ṣe program yẹn lọ. Mo ń adjust àwọn videos yẹn síra wọn ni. Ẹ yẹ ká padà sórí máa fún Fulani yìí again. It was said that the contestant of the infidel of Nigeria. Wọ́n ló wá sí Kano. Alhamdulillah. Ó ní àwọn ará Kano àkókò wà hospitable. Àwa náà wà hospitable. Àwa náà gbà yín mọ́ra. But ẹ kó bá wa náà ni. We hosted him, but over there close to his brethren around the stadium. This thing that was done was an only taba lọ sí state tiwọn, you will never be accorded the same thing. The question then is, why are we forcing each other together? Nígbà tó mọ̀ pé tó bá lọ sílẹ̀ Igbo wọ̀ láìkì yín, How I know about what's north? Well, even though they say there's a lot of Igbo people that are trading in the north, just as they are doing so in the southwest. But people always say there's no Yoruba people trading in the east. Then why are we trying to live together? Ẹ jẹ́ ká padà ká lọ gbọ́n tí Kọ́lá Olayomi in town sọ. The video will be playing at the background. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́n táwọn sọ.
Is in this government right now. And what was the issue? Boko Haram.
Okay.
And this senior officer was actually let go because he was found culpable. But right now it's in the government.
So if we have somebody that is culpable, a Fulani terrorist in the government, should we be concerned? Let's hear what our father Chief Toladeni. People that don't understand, I know that we have a lot of Nigerians that are Yorubas. Kò ń ṣe pé àti dá sọ̀rọ̀ Yoruba Nation ló ń ṣe wọ́n, but they are thinking that just maybe we can still fix Nigeria. Just maybe. I mean, tábà lọ wo bàbá wa ẹ̀gbọ́n wa Akinwumi Adesina, the president of the everybody can see the dot. They see Nigeria as a big player in the world. And that is why nobody wants Nigeria to break. But as this election is getting closer, it is showing the true color of who we are. The ethnic card is being played. The Yoruba are saying, "I no come." The Igbo say, "We haven't done it before. Let us do it." The Hausa Fulani or the Fulani says, "No. It is not yet over." But I have always asked this question. Tí gbogbo wọn bá ṣe tán tó ṣe 4 years, tó tún padà wá tó ṣe 8 years. Roll over every 8 years we come back, we say, okay, Tinubu, it's okay, you failed, okay, that's okay, no problem. We know you wanted to do your best, but because of the cabal in the system, we know you wanted to try, but just as Buhari is saying now, okay, president of the African Development Bank, Eshegoni Akinwumi Adesina, a very, very important guy within Africa and the international community. Is he going to get into Nigeria that some of us are saying we want Yoruba Nation? Maybe he has it in his mind, but for now, he's doing very well outside Nigeria. He was at the governor of Lagos State. He was with Sanwo-Olu, the Lagos State governor, some few days ago. You can see them there. With this very beautiful bow tie. He loves this bow tie. Very, very important man. Very, very important Yoruba man. State Wogonatiwano. Let's go and look at his state. I'm talking about Akinwumi Adesina. Akinwumi Adesina is a Nigerian economist who is currently serving as the president of the African Development Bank. He previously served as the Nigeria Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development. He was born just after, before independence. Wow. Because our independence was October. He was born on the 6th of February. So his birthday was just about 3 days ago. Happy birthday, sir. He's around 63 years old. He has a wife. Well educated. He went to Obafemi Awolowo University in 1981. We have them. Okay, it's possibly Ogun State. Okay. But today, okay, somebody also asked there. He was born here. Very, very well, educated man. But today, that's all Yoruba Nation is busy working, trying to save Africa and Nigeria as a whole. Whether all is wahala, he will be able to save Nigeria, nobody knows. But one thing we know is, I hope after they've all finished their tenure in their beautiful job, because at some point they will retire. If we continue with Nigeria, I hope they're not going to start coming back and say, if we have known, because Kosibi was a Nitigoro Yoruba Nation, but Okoma, I'm pretty sure if that's sort of problem in Nigeria, which is okay. But again, just in federal government shut down all university for election. Okay, interesting time ahead. Just in, the federal government has shut down all the university because of the election. Again, these are current situation. I'll show you because it has a lot of blood in there. I guess this was Ogun State as well. These are all the criminal leaders that are singing, and they're hoping that one day Nigeria will be great. Let's go quickly to the next caller as we continue with our program. Hello, caller.
Hello, Kasasa.
Káàbọ̀ sórí ètò.
Ẹ kọ́lẹ̀, there's a question, sir.
I'm going here, go ahead.
Ẹ kọ́ ètò sẹ́wọ̀n.
Ètò nìyẹn. Yeah, I'm going.
Ṣé ní àwọn politician wa gbogbo wọn pátápátá ni wọ́n mọ̀ pé Nàìjíríà kì í ṣe ẹyọ̀kan. Because gbogbo wọn yẹn náà travel káàkiri tí wọ́n rí gbogbo nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ pé Nàìjíríà kan tó ní pé ìkà ni wọ́n wà selfish. Wọ́n ti tálẹ́ ẹni nìkan. Òun ló ṣe gbogbo wọn. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ti wòó pé kí Nàìjíríà bá kó gbogbo ilé tó àwọn èèyàn máa ṣe lákàdédé pẹ̀lú wọn ìyá wọn yóò ní ṣe mọ́. Torí pé àpájọ máa wà ikú ọ̀ni. Èmi kàn máa sọ fáwọn yúùtù àwọn kò lé níyàn. Tó bá ti rí àwọn politician ibi tó ti lọ ṣe rálì kan jù wọ́n lóko. Òkò ní wọ́n fi lé wọn kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀. Kọ́ má jẹ́ kọ́ rójú ráyè ṣe rálì, kọ́ má máa jó tẹ̀lé wọn. Because àwọn èèyàn wa tó ń jó tẹ̀lé wọn náà believe pé èèyàn ni wọ́n they are nobody, they are nowhere to be found. Wọn ò ṣèyàn ẹranko ní gbogbo àwọn politician yẹn ẹranko ni wọ́n. Àwọn wọ́n wà nílé wọ́n dìde because wọ́n ti sún wọn kan ògiri. Nígbà tí wọ́n fowó ra owó ní Nàìjíríà ni mo ti gbẹ́ pé wọ́n fowó ra owó tí owó mi tí mo ní tí kì í ṣe pé mo fẹ́ lọ yáwó ní báǹkì ni. Tó jẹ́ pé mo tún fowó ra owó. Àwọn èèyàn wa tó wà lé ni kí wọ́n lajú wọn. Tó bá ti rí àwọn politician tó náà wá ṣe kàmpé ẹlẹ́sìn rẹ̀. Wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ni máa lẹ̀ wọ́n lóko. Àti gbogbo àwọn wèrè tí wọ́n ń support àwọn politician yẹn gbogbo wọn la máàkì ojú wọn. Tí Yorùbá Nation bá dé nǹkan tá máa fojú wọn rí torí pé àwọn ni wọ́n ṣàtìlẹ́yìn fún àwọn politician yẹn. Tí wọ́n lọ kọ́ àwọn ọmọ wọn sí abroad tó wá jókòó tó sọ pé àyàn kan ní kẹ́ dìbò fún èèyàn kan ní kẹ́ má dìbò fún. Gbogbo àwọn bàbá yìí ni wọ́n mọ̀ wípé Nàìjíríà kì í ṣe ẹyọ̀kan àtàwọn bàbá Ayọ̀ Adébánjọ. Wọ́n kàn sọ pé ká má bàa àgbàlagbà ni wọ́n ní ìkà làwọn bàbá yẹn ìkà ni wọ́n èṣù ni wọ́n. Nǹkan tó nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ wọ́n rí wọ́n dẹ̀ wà lọ pé ká ṣe ti lọ máa dìbò díẹ̀ nígbà tí Nàìjíríà kì í ṣe ẹyọ̀kan tó jẹ́ pé nǹkan tó ń pè ní nation ni pé èdè ìran àṣà tó mọ̀ pé Nàìjíríà gbogbo ọjọ́ ìní wa papọ̀ ní tó dẹ̀ rí yà táwọn èèyàn ń jẹ látọjọ́ ẹ̀ tó wá sọ pé politics yẹn Ọlọ́run máa fi yà jẹ gbogbo wọn lágbára Ọlọ́run torí pé ìyà yìí ti pọ̀ jù. Èmi ti sọ mo sọ pé Nàìjíríà ti mọ̀ pé Nàìjíríà fẹ́ lànà Nàìjíríà onídòwó òun ló jẹ́ kó wá ṣe passport fún wa. Mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ tí a máa pé mo sọ fún yín wọ́n ní wọ́n ti wá ṣe passport fún wa òní ni wọ́n padà òní lọ́ndì 9 wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ́ndì 5 òní ni wọ́n máa padà. Mo mọ̀ pé Nàìjíríà nídòwó òun ló jẹ́ kó wá ṣe passport torí wọ́n ti mọ̀ pé àwọn èèyàn nídìí passport òun ló jẹ́ kó wá ṣe passport fún wa. Mo ti sọ pé wọ́n nídòwó ni wèrè ni wọ́n wèrè ni. Buhari yẹ ká máa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ní pé òun ló fẹ́ bá wa pín Nàìjíríà dẹ̀ máa pín láṣẹ ìdùnnú rẹ̀. Ìbò yẹn wọ́n ní lójú ráyè yìí gbogbo wọn mọ́jọ ẹ̀ wọ́n ní dúró because a máa lé wọn pa ni ìkà ni wọ́n lọ káwọn ọmọ wọn tábìlì ọdún fìyà jẹ àwọn èèyàn náà máa fìyà jẹ wọ́n ṣe wà yẹn fún ètò.
Ẹ ṣe gan nìyá wa. At the second tá bá ti parí I think I have 20 minutes tó bá ti di 3 hours lórí clock mi níbí báyìí. I will go into everything that we need to know about United Nations and the Indigenous. Gbogbo anything tá bá lè rí lórí Google, we will talk about it, for the next 2 hours or whatever. So I have 20 minutes. So let's manage these, briefly. So I just want to talk about everything United Nations, lórí Indigenous people. Gbogbo tá bá lè rí lórí social, lórí Google. Video ni, article ni, around the Indigenous people. Báwo ni United Nations ṣe máa support àwọn Indigenous people? Ọ̀nà wo ni wọ́n máa fi support? Ṣé wọ́n máa fún wa ní weapon ká fi bá government yẹn jà ni? Àbí wọ́n máa fún wa ní platform ká fi present case wa? Then báwo ló ṣe máa ń pẹ́ sí? Torí pé tíyàn bá present case ẹ̀ fún United Nations pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ àwa àti ìlú tájọ wà kò fẹ́ tẹ́ wa lọ́rùn. Ó ti gbàbọ̀dè fún wa especially as the war is coming. Mo ṣe rí átíkù àwọn tí a mọ̀ sí ẹgbẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá ti àpapọ̀ Oòduà Koya, the Central Working Committee. It's a lengthy one. We might probably read part of it as well. Àti posted sórí timeline wa. and the headline tí ó bá wá so that ẹ lè ní clarity, and I think I've already have it right here. Ẹja Moses Akínwùmí kúrò. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ń fi òye bá wa lọ. Ẹ sọ fún àwọn intellectual ọmọ Yorùbá pé ogun ń bọ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá tí wọ́n fẹ́ gbé wọlé. Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kí ogun yẹn ká wa mọ́ tí a bá gbáradì púpọ̀. And you can see from these very strong words coming from the àpapọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá. Towards the end, it says the option is to fight the fatherland or death issued by Àpapọ̀ Oòduà Akọ́yà Central Working Committee. But ẹ bá wo headline tó bá wá gangan, òun ni mo fẹ́ kẹ́rí, òun lélẹ̀. Yoruba Nation and the coming war, how to win. Pé ẹgbẹ́ ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yoruba Nation àti ogun tó ń bọ̀, báwo la ṣe fẹ́ win ẹ̀? How do we win this? Thank you so much, Olakunle, my namesake. A ní a fẹ́ bá gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì jà. A ní a fẹ́ ṣe peacefully. But how is that going to work with the United Nations? Gbogbo tá a bá lè rí, a máa mú yẹn wá after this conversation that we are dealing with presently. So what I would then do so that ká lè gbádùn fídíò yìí dáadáa. Tá a bá parí program tí mò ń ṣe nísìn, màá wá run ní fídíò yìí separately so that kò ní sí any interruption. Àwa náà lè ní lórí platform wa, because these are something that a lot of you don't understand. Thank you so much. I saw your comment earlier on, Rodney. You did talk about Fulani has finally destroyed the zoo. Glory be to God. You also said that if there is a coup d'etat, and I want Yoruba people to listen to this, if tí kù bá ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Nigeria like Mali, it must be the indigenous peoples of Nigeria for referendum for Oduduwa, Biafra nation, or chase the Fulani army from out of our land. Whether the coup is even being planned by the Fulani, if it's the Fulani that is planning the coup, is that going to favor the indigenous people? I'm not too sure. But let's quickly we have played some of this video before, but we are just kind of reminding ourselves the kind of danger. Tá bá wo 2015 tí Buhari dé, tí olùlẹ̀ lọ gbé wọlé, and compare the 8 years of this monster government, are we truly won? Let's go back again to Chief Tola Adeniyi.
Because again, in those days you will say, there have always been Igbo markets, Hausa markets in Enugu. There have always been sabos in Shagamu. But those sabos were occupied by Hausas.
Oh yes, definitely. If anybody, let me say this, don't expect a government like federal government to give us a referendum. I have seen some people talking about that. It's good. I mean, we can put all options on the table. Even keep it there. Hey, but Koiki, one of the man sọ pé Nigeria is a big elephant. But she want disagree pẹ̀lú àwọn views kan. No, disagree. Yes, Ọmọlúkà. Gbogbo wàhálà tẹ́mi ṣe nísìn, ṣé mi nìkan mo fẹ́ jẹ́ ni? So anybody bá fi pé ọ̀nà táwọn ń gbà yẹn, ó máa work, kọ́ lọ gbà á, but ẹ nílò 40 media káwa wá promote yẹn anymore. No, ẹ̀yin ní kẹ́ ló máa ṣe tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ṣe. Tẹ́ bá gbàṣẹ máa lé mi kúrò nínú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni ẹ̀ tó bẹ́ẹ̀ ní Ọmọlúkà. Ẹ̀ tó bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo sọ. Gbogbo adájọ́ nílẹ̀ yẹn. Wàhálà tẹ́mi gan ṣe pé kí a gba Yorùbá Nation. Àwọn ọmọ APC tó wà ní UK nísìn, wọ́n like mi. Mo dẹ̀ sọ fún wọn pé mi like wọn, níjà. But so pé kí ẹ̀kan wá sọ, yes, mo fẹ́ ká nà lẹ́gba, ká pa anyhow, ẹni sùúrù ẹ fún mi ní 10 seconds sí, ẹni sùúrù sá. So if people are saying that, ẹni sùúrù ẹ ti wọlé, ẹ kàn fún mi ní 10 seconds, if you land. If people are saying, Koiki, one of the man sọ pé ẹ ká pa Nigeria anyhow, yes, I agree to that view. But what I'm saying is, this platform could follow illusion. That illusion can work for them. Tó bá dẹ̀ work fún gbogbo wa náà, ṣe máa lé mi kúrò nínú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni ẹ̀ tó bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹgbọ́n sókè sá.
Ẹ káàsán sá o.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sá.
Ìyàwó yín kọ́ ọmọ kọ́.
Àlàáfíà. A wà lórí program, ṣe fẹ́ dá sí ni torí pé ẹ lè máa mọ̀.
Mi ti tẹ program.
So ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ later because mo wà lórí program. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀, màá sọ̀rọ̀ later, mo wà lórí live show nísìnyí.
Ìsókè máa lọ́wọ́ program yìí ṣe máa lọ́wọ́.
All right sir. So torí pé ẹni tó wà l'Amẹ́ríkà ẹ̀yin ṣe ń jí ni. So, so sometimes it could be private. So let me say this. Look, everybody, look, anybody let destroy Nigeria. It doesn't matter. As long as Yoruba Nation, that's fine. They let anybody go. So this, I want to rock the boya and I want to say Yoruba Nation. No, you are doing it for everybody. Attend to agree. But what we are saying is, our con stupid. Tell you about stupid, Emil stupid. Emil lè gbé ní abroad. Tí mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé tó bá jẹ́ pé lótìtọ́ lódodo. Okay, kí ni bàbá Adébánjọ ṣe sọ pé ká lọ máa prepare for post-election crisis. Because wọ́n mọ̀ pé in tó máa wáyé nìyẹn. Èmi dẹ̀ ti sọ pé in tó lè jẹ́ kí ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà wá sí round table. Ṣé ẹ má rò ó dẹ̀ fáwọn kan mọ́ tó ń pè ní round table. Ẹ jẹ́ kí sáré mú picture kan wá. United Nation àkọ́tí bí akáṣe máa lọ sọ́nà ọ̀bẹ̀ nísìn. United Nation round table discussion. Maybe I should show you image. This is the kind of what I'm been talking about. Tí bá sọ pé a ṣì ń padà bọ̀ sórí round table conversation. A ṣì máa dé stage yìí padà. Whether we go into crisis, whether we go into protest, whether we shut down Nigeria peacefully, violently, chaos, crisis, election, no election, everybody ṣì ń padà bọ̀ lórí round table. Because nígbà tá a bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjà, àbí táwọn bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjà, as the election is going to happen, because nísìnyí, based on ní tí bàbá wa yìí sọ nísìnyí, ó ti indicate pé ìjà máa wáyé. So Nigeria will get to the round table discussion. They did that stage yet. That is why we are still not being held around the world. Nígbà tó bá ti dé stage yẹn, trust me, half of my job has been done. Tèmi ni pé nísìnyí pé kákọ̀ wá make sure pé à ń sọ fún wọn pé Nigeria must be divided. No other option. And they will then decide how Nigeria divide. Not UN ló máa fún wa ní country, but àwa la máa force Nigeria pé a fẹ́ lọ. Hello, call about briefly because after this I'm not going to take calls because I now have to go into a full conversation and I don't want any more interruption. Hello, call like okay, sir. Okay.
Yoruba Nation lásán kò lè solve.
Okay.
Yoruba Nation lásán kò lè solve.
Okay.
Ní ohun tí wọ́n bá lọ yìí, kò sáṣọ́ránsì pé ogun ló máa sọ̀rọ̀ nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní.
Okay.
Àwọn fara wọn náà wọ́n dẹ̀ ti ń pe ogun because báwo ni wọ́n ṣe máa ní ohun tó lè máa tún ní lára.
Ohun tó ní ó tún wá ní lára.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ó tún máa fi ní lára.
Okay.
Ní ìsìn àwọn èèyàn lówó bank wọn ò lè gbowó wọn.
Okay. Bí ẹnìyẹn wà níbi iṣẹ́ ìkọ̀ bí ṣe gbọ́rọ̀ yẹn ọ̀sáré pa fóònù ọlọ́àbá àwọn pẹ̀lú yín ẹ jẹ́ ká fi ọ̀rọ̀ kọ́ọ̀lì sílẹ̀ náà. Máa dìde fídíò tí mo fẹ́ play ti bàbá wa tó ń lọ lọ́wọ́ náà ni so ìyẹn bàbá Chief Tọ́ládé nìyí. By the time I come back we will then go straight into kí ni gbogbo tá a bá fẹ́ rí lórí ọ̀rọ̀ àwa indigenous people. Ṣé rí Nigerian government knows Buhari ò ní power kankan. Tinubu ò ní power kankan. Gbogbo àwọn politicians ò ní power. Àwa ọmọ Yorùbá la ní power láti hold wọn to strangle. Mo ní kẹ́ lọ pa wọ́n ẹ̀gbọ́n mi dáadáa. But we will hold them to strangle and the way we can do that is we make sure that ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá o ní jẹ́ kí election kó wáyé. Àwa kọ́ ni ní jẹ́ kó wáyé nísìn. Àwọn fúnra wọn ti ń pìtẹ́ ogun sílẹ̀ because kí ló lè máa jẹ́ kí bàbá Adébánjọ máa sọ pé tí election yẹn ò bá lọ in the direction because the number and this is a fact the numbers of people that want to vote for Peter Obi will determine if there will be less security for them because if the country is in turmoil, how do you expect people to go and vote? I was in Nigeria in 2019 and I knew that Lagos State did not allow PDP people to vote. There was people, ballot boxes were burned down in Lagos. People were killed in Lagos. I witnessed it. You saw it. There's evidence out there. So, the Yoruba Nation. So, what do you think is going to happen this time around? that we now have 3 contestants. One is an Igbo. The second is Hausa. The third is Yoruba. And these 3 people are saying that I want the president. But one is law more than the other. Let's put the fact out there. People prefer to have Peter Obi than the criminal Tinubu. People prefer to have Peter Obi than the criminal Atiku. But they will not give them that opportunity to allow Peter Obi to become the president. And that is why Baba Adebanjo is saying we should go and prepare for crisis. And that is where the roundtable discussion would happen with the United Nations. So I'm coming back in the seat. Let's listen, and I'll come back to my seat in just about a few minutes.
Hausa are peaceful people. We traded in Kola. We did. Even the few Fulanis that came with them at that time, when you had the Sabo in Chagamo or in Ibadan here, they would still look for one Fulani man and make him their Seriki.
How did the Hausa accept
they were subdued. They were subdued.
Despite their large number.
Yes, they were subdued. Of course, they killed, they ruined, they extirpated their 7 kingdoms. They killed their 7 rulers and took over under the guise of religion. Another thing they used, they used the word corruption. Oh, your people are corrupt. We are saints. Your people are corrupt. They've always used the word corruption to deceive people.
But the jihad is over. How come the Hausa man is yet to claim that Hausaness again?
It's just now that the efforts we are making in the south have begun to yield fruits. You will be surprised to hear that now in Hausa land, we now have Hausa Christians. Never had that before. Never. You now have Middle Belt Forum that are saying we are not northerners, we are middle belters. We are not northerners. Don't call us northerners. Now, when you see a Jukum man or you see a Lantan man and you say you are Hausa or you are Fulani, he will be angry. He may even draw his dagger. Don't call me Fulani. I'm not Fulani. I'm not Hausa. What we did not know until recently is that when you call a Fulani man Hausa, he will be angry. He will say Banzani. Because he knows that I'm superior to Hausa. Can you say I'm Hausa? But before now, before Buhari came to establish his suzerainty over Nigeria, we lumped all of them together for northerners. And like I wrote some 4 years ago, there's no north. There's no north that we used to know. The north is dead. There's nothing called north anymore.
So there's a Fulani now standing on his own.
He's standing on his own. There's no more north. If they try any war today, oh God of mercy. The kind of cohesion you had in the army, the military in 1966, will never happen again in this country, if there is a country at all. You will not find a Hausa soldier now, an Igbo soldier going to Enugu to kill a fellow Igbo. You will not even find an Igbo soldier coming to Ibadan to kill a Yoruba man, or a Yoruba soldier going to Enugu to kill an Igbo man. It will not happen again. So the Lantan people, the Benue people will never, ever allow themselves to be used by any Fulani mischief maker.
So if I'm getting you right, your argument is that the Fulani hegemony has been broken.
Dead.
If the Fulani hegemony has been broken,
yes,
does it mean that the social structure of Nigeria is about to witness a very hard hit that will lead to a new Nigeria?
Yes, for those who agree with you to the extent of the fact that there are still some people who want a Nigeria, a group that I don't belong to. But for such people, yes, with the weakening of Fulani hegemony, there could be a Nigeria that will integrate the Suba Fulanis, the town Fulanis, and still reconstruct, rebuild, and then have a Nigeria that should be. But I, as a person, as Tola Adeni, believe that it will take probably 1,000 years to change the mindset of a Fulani person whose philosophy is kill, maim, rape, send away people from their land and let me occupy it.
That is the bush Fulani.
It is the bush Fulani.
Not the town Fulani.
Not the town Fulani.
And the town Fulani is more in number.
No! The town Fulani is less than 1%.
How did you get that figure?
Oh, go and find out. Let them allow a sense. Who are the town Fulani? They're very few. The ones who have in Abuja. or the few that dot spaces in Sokoto. I'm sure that you know that Sokoto, as we speak, is not a Fulani town.
Is it not?
No, that's the mistake we make. Zamfara is not a Fulani town. There are more houses in Zamfara than Fulani. There are more houses in Kano than Fulani.
But the Fulani govern.
They are in town. They are in charge.
Yes, so it's their town.
Yes. By subterfuge, by cunning, by crookedness, by all sorts of gimmickry.
Or by integration.
Not integration, by intimidation. And I said they are politically savvy. What they did to the rest of Nigeria, when they realized that the Fulani in the military, they could no longer use the military to retain power indefinitely. Since they've had power, they had access to the treasury, they say, oh yes, Edmond is from the east, or wherever, brilliant man. He may likely oppose us and contest with us and rival us. Let's make him an ambassador. Let's give him an oil block. Let's make him a billionaire. We padlock his mouth. Let's get an Abiola. Make him a billionaire. Let's get this. Let's get that. And make them big. They will never be able to look us in the face. Then we can continue. Looting the treasury. We can continue. And once when we are in control of the treasury, we are in control of everywhere. So we can hire thugs. We can do whatever we would like. And that is why they introduced what I call plutocracy into Nigerian political etymology. Plutocracy.
Meaning?
Plutocracy is the government of the rich.
Yeah.
Oligarchy is the government of the Muslim men.
We have a lot of, intellectual Yoruba, fathers, elder statesmen. And one of them is, Pa Ayo Adebanjo. He's actually telling the truth. He's an outspoken man. He has actually, ti bu Buhari dada. Ìgbà tẹ́mi lọ sọ́dọ̀, wọ́n náà àwọn àti bàbá Buhari náà ń jọ ṣe. Mẹ́rin lónà àwọn ní Buhari. I mean, our father is in his 90. But àwọn àti bàbá Buhari, he has been sent to prison. So tábàtẹ̀ ń sọ pé I really like wọn àbí nǹkan kan fáwọn tó máa ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Àwọn náà ti jìyà. Why expect káwọn ṣì wá jìyà fún wọn? You must be crazy. He has suffered. Àwọn náà ti jìyà. So àwa ni ká wá dúpẹ́ fún wọn níbi táwọn bá dé, káwa wá gbé láti bẹ̀. Àwọn kan ní you still need them, but a sọ fún wọn pé Yorùbá Nation ni àwọn náà ti wá rí i pé okay tí ẹ bá ti jẹ́ kí Peter Obi di president in Nigeria o forget about Nigeria, kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ the unity. But yes, this Fulani man, this olórí burúkú Fulani man, ẹgbẹ́ wọn tó sọ tán ká tó wá switch sọ̀rọ̀ United Nations in the conversation. Only but when I found unfortunate, what I found unfortunate, don't worry, is that there were Muslims in the convoy. Pé ẹ̀yin Mùsùlùmí wá ń tẹ̀lé ẹni tó nígbàgbọ́ kábíyèsí Lédùmarè. Only but I will give them the benefit of doubt. Could it have been a subtle way of disarming an infidel? Maybe you don't know the meaning of disarming. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sáré lọ dictionary. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ meaning disarm. Tá bá sọ pé nǹkan disarmed. Kí ló mean?
Disarming.
Again.
Disarming.
Again.
Disarming.
Ìtò mean ni pé of a manner or behaviour having the effect of allaying suspicion or hostility, especially through charm. It gave a disarming. Ìyẹn la ṣe máa ń sọ pé máa bẹ̀rù àwọn òyìnbó tó bá ti ń jẹ́ kó máa fẹ́ yín tán rẹ́rìn sí ẹ bàbá ẹ̀ ó ti lọ nìyẹn. So ntí málà burúkú yìí Fúlàní yìí sọ ni pé what is disarming personality? If someone or something is disarmed, they make you feel less angry, hostile. Leonard approach with a disarmed smile. Tóyìnbó bá ń bẹ rẹ́rìn tó bá dé bọ́dà. Torí ìwọ tó travel rí àwa tá à ń travel am I'm telling you tó o bá ní British passport, American passport, South Korean passport, tó bá sì jẹ́ Nigerian passport ló gbé dání, tó bá ní resident status, wàláì wọ́n sì lè disrespect ní immigration border. Wọ́n sì máa disrespect ẹ. Where you coming from? Ṣé wọ́n máa ń bi ẹni tó jẹ́ British citizen pẹ̀lú British passport pé bolo ti ń bọ̀? I'm asking those of you that have travelled a lot. Ẹni tó ní Belgian passport, Swiss passport, Japanese passport. Àwọn kan ti ṣe wàhálà, wọ́n ti lọ sáwọn ìlú tó yẹ pé wọ́n ti rìn jìnnà, wọ́n ti lọ gba passport wọn, wọ́n ti sacrifice, ẹlòmíì ti bímọ síbẹ̀, ẹlòmíì wọn àtìyàwó yẹn green ọ̀bọ̀ at least ó ti àti gba passport wọn sáà ní sọ́wọ́, ó lè máa fi káàkiri. Ìyẹn lọ́wọ́ ń sọ fún wọn pé kó lọ dìbò fún Pìtíkù àti Tinú. Àwọn tó yẹ pé púpọ̀ nínú wọn nísìn wọ́n ti check out kúrò ní Nàìjíríà. Tó bá ní Nigerian passport, èmi ò travel, èmi ò tí mọ ìlú mi ò bọ̀ ti UK pẹ̀lú resident status ẹ, wọ́n lè disrespect any border. Where are you coming from? How long have you been away? Wọ́n á máa bí ẹni ìbéèrè débi pé tó o bá careful o lè máa tọ̀ sára. And this is why we are saying to the people, look at ntí arákùnrin yìí sọ pé òun fún àwọn tí ó tẹ̀lé Peter Obi the benefit of doubt pé bí àwọn lọ disarm the infidel ẹni tó jẹ́ aláìgbàgbọ́. Only the Hausa man calls it an act of worship, right? With a question mark. Only but God forbid, Ọlọ́run má jàre, God forbid, Ọlọ́run má jàre, God forbid. Ẹ̀mẹ́ta ló sọ. Wallahi, it is to the deterrent of your religion. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ wo meaning deterrent. Tó bá sọ pé nǹkan deterrent. What is the meaning? Again?
Detriment.
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 One more time.
Detriment.
The state of being harmed or damaged is engrossed in his work to the detriment of his married life. Àwọn kan máa ní Koiki báwo ló ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá Nation yìí pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn fámílì ẹ̀. Ṣé kò ń ṣe kò ní wọn lára? Ṣé kò a máa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ìyàwó ẹ̀ o? Àwọn kan ní àwọn dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn ìyàwó ẹ̀ o? Àwọn kan ní ìyàwó mélòó ló ní? Àwọn kan ní gbogbo àwọn girama náà lónà tí ń fẹ́ lórí social media. So àwọn kan ní ó dà pé ó ní girlfriend kan nígbà tó wá sí Nàìjíríà. Àwọn kan náà pé ti níyàwó méjì, ti níyàwó márùn-ún, oríṣiríṣi. But to the detriment. Pé ṣé mò ń manage ṣá? But arákùnrin burúkú yìí, ìyẹn Fulani máa yín, ó sọ fún àwọn tí ó ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ pé to the detriment, ó ní wàláì, it is to the detriment of your religion. Ẹ̀yin tẹ̀lé aláìgbàgbọ́, ẹ̀yin tẹ̀lé àwọn tó ń ṣe Ṣàngó nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, ẹ mọ̀ bó ṣe categorize ẹ̀yin ni, òun kírun wákàtí márùn-ún. They see you as Ṣàngó people. Àwọn tó tẹ̀ like Igbo, wọ́n like Christian, àwọn tẹ̀ ń kírun Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, wọ́n sì believe pé ìrun tá à ń kí yẹn Ọlọ́run ò bá, ká bèsè Elédùmarè o. Imagine kí Fulani máa sọ fáwa pé ìrun táwa fi ń communicate pẹ̀lú Ọlọ́run tiwa pé Ọlọ́run ò bá. Only because à ń ṣẹbọ. And these are the animals. Ẹ wá fìpè tí Tinubu bá dé, ṣé Tinubu máa ní kó lọ arrest bọ̀bọ̀ tó ń sọ̀rọ̀? Ṣé Tinubu máa ní kó lọ arrest ẹ̀? Àbí Àtíkù máa ní kó lọ arrest ẹ̀? Àbí Peter Obi tó lè débẹ̀? Peter Obi ò lè débẹ̀ ni bàbá Adébánjọ ṣe ń sọ fún wa sílẹ̀ pé ká lọ máa múra sílẹ̀ fún the United Nigeria yẹn. Ó fẹ́ dàrú nínú ọdún yìí ká bẹ̀sẹ̀ lẹ́dùnmá. Nàìjíríà gbọ́dọ̀ pín ni. Tó o bá pín kò lè sí ìsinmi. Until tí Nàìjíríà bá pín la máa tó rí ìsinmi. Bọ̀bọ̀ sọ fún yín pé a máa fọ́ọ̀sì Nàìjíríà wá sí ìtàn pè ní the Roundtable discussion at the United Nations. Kò ń ṣe pé UN ló máa wá fún wa nílùú àti wọnú ọ̀rọ̀ United Nations lọ díẹ̀díẹ̀. But a lè máa jókòó síbí ká máa sọ fún yín pé gbogbo right wà, but right yẹn inú paper ló wà, kò ń ṣe nínú action. A lè máa pariwo for the next 10 years pé a ní right under article this, article that, but tá a bá force action, we going nowhere. And that is why the United Nations is a very, very important organization. Ta ló fund the United Nations? Ẹ jẹ́ àfi Fulani yẹn sílẹ̀, a máa dín pẹ̀lú òun. Who? Ẹ jẹ́ ń sún kí ni ó ti wà káàdì sí mi jù. Let me bring it. Who is funding United Nations? Who is funding United Nations? Àwọn ló ń fund it. Almost 2/3 of United Nations Almost 2/3 of the United Nations human rights income come from voluntary contributions from member states and other donors. The remainder is covered by the United Nations regular budget. The UN regular, United Nations human rights also, which country funds United Nations money? Now, I became increase the fronted. Big TV nínú. Can you see it? Ìlú wo ni ó ń sanwó tó pọ̀ jù fún how much does the peacekeeping cost? Which country fund the United Nations? United States of America is putting in 27.89%. 27.89 the American government. China is putting in 15.21. Japan 8.5. Germany 6.1. United Kingdom 5.7. France 5.6. Italy 3.3. Russia 3.3. Ìlú wo nínú àwọn ilé ìnísìn ló máa jẹ́ kí Nàìjíríà lọ? Ìbéèrè ni o. Nínú gbogbo ìlú tí mo dárúkọ yìí, ìlú wo ló máa jẹ́ kí Nàìjíríà kó lọ? A sì láwọn ìlú tó pọ̀ náà níbẹ̀ o tó ń funded. How are we funded? While decisions about establishing, maintaining, or expanding a peacekeeping operation are taken. Ẹjẹ yọ gàmbàrí tó wà níbẹ̀ kúrò àti gbọ́n tó sọ ẹjẹ yọ gàmbàrí yẹn kúrò ẹjẹ focus padà nísìn àti wà nínú United Nations conversation. Orúkọ mi ni Olayomi Koiki. Nigeria at the verge of breakup. But is it going to be an easy task? Is it going to be a task that will force Nigerian government that has treaty, that also is a member of United Nations, into a roundtable discussion that the indigenous people are no longer interested to be part of what is known as Nigeria? But we are talking about ta ló ń kọ́kọ́ tẹ̀ ń fọ́ndẹ̀ àti pé àwọn tó ń fọ́ndẹ̀ yẹn, are they likely to support the mission of Nigeria breaking up? So mo fi ṣí separate. À ń bọ̀ padà lọ́dọ̀ bàbá wa Ayọ̀ Adébánjọ. Because ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ yẹn, ọ̀rọ̀ tí United Nations náà máa dá sí. Who actually fund United Nations and other multilateral groupings? This is an article. Mo ní gbogbo nta bá lè rí la máa lò. Some of it I might be seeing it for the first time myself. When the United Nations recently announced a $286 million budget cut, a number of eye-catching headlines generated confusion as to why this occurred. Pé kí ló dé tó ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀? Pé kí ló dé tó ṣe fẹ́ kọ́ọ̀tì? Ṣé wá rí i pé nínú àwọn owó yìí, àwọn kan mọ bó ṣe ń jẹ nínú ẹ̀? I'm not joking. Ṣé rí gbogbo àwọn pírójẹ́tì, à ń ṣe UN project, kíní kan project, àwọn pírójẹ́tì, àwọn kan mọ bó ṣe máa kọ pírójẹ́tì yẹn tó dẹ̀ máa gbowó, wọ́n dẹ̀ ní executed nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, wọ́n ní executed ní Middle Belt, wọ́n ní and that is why crisis tó wà ní gbogbo àgbáyé, it has to be funded sometime from the United Nations. Not everything. Àwọn kan mọ bó ṣe ń gbowó yẹn. Àwọn kan iṣẹ́ tó kọ́ nìyẹn. All they need is to say, kò sí tọ́ílẹ̀tì ní ojú ẹlẹ́gba, ṣe lè ṣe tọ́ílẹ̀tì síbẹ̀, lè ṣe, ọ̀dẹ̀ ìrìlísì owó. And let's go back again. Making matter worse, few observers can easily describe. Let me increase the front. Once again, you're watching a live transmission. Today is the 9th day of February 2023, and it's just coming up to about 5 minutes to 2 p.m. or we say 5 minutes to 1400 hours, which is a 24 hours clock here in the United Kingdom, England precisely, London, where KOIKIMEDIA is bringing this live transmission. Nigeria is really going through a distress, and at some point, there will be SOS. Àwákọ́lá máa pè àgbáyé máa rí ni. Kí ló ń pè ní SOS? Kí ni meaning ẹ̀? SOS is a Morse code distress signal used internationally that was originally established for maritime use. Ó ń bọ̀ ó kù díẹ̀. This SOS ó máa wà activated ní Nàìjíríà nínú mọ́ǹtì. Kò sọgbọ́n ẹ̀. Because the way things are, the pressure to cook, there is going to be a trigger that the politicians will unleash, and that will bring some kind of discussion to the roundtable that will then force Nigeria to divide. Even if some of those funding United Nations might not really want it to divide now. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ìyàwó Sarah. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní NHS ní United Kingdom and gbogbo ibi tí ọmọ Yorùbá ti ń ṣe nurse, doctors, physician, dentist. And some of you don't know that when you talk about the NHS in UK, it saves a lot of life. Some of you don't know that the health of our people is a big concern. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ èèyàn ti kú for minor things that should have been sorted out in that shit old country. Maybe sometimes if you are concerned, ìwọ náà kọ̀ lọ sórí NHS, ìjọba lè kà níbẹ̀. The only problem ni pé tó bá jẹ́ pé ní Nàìjíríà ló wà, máa tètè gbàdúrà pé Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ kú kó tó rí ìrànlọ́wọ́. Torí pé tó bá sick, tó dẹ̀ mọ àìsàn tó ń ṣe, tó kà lórí NHS website. Torí pé kábíyèsí ẹ̀, and ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní London or ní United Kingdom, these are the dates that you should keep in mind because the strike is coming up in UK. NHS strikes in February. Strikes are taking place in some parts of NHS. 86 ti lọ, 27 ti lọ. On the 9th, today there's a strike. Kọ́nà kó jọ kó ṣàánú àwọn àtàwà ní bíbá because ẹni tó bá ní emergency ó máa cancel it. On the 13th, there's a strike. On the 17th, 20, and 22 of this month, there is going to be a lot of strike. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ káwọn ọmọ wa lọ ṣubú lọ ní school. Ẹ sọ fún àwọn ọmọ yín erépa níwọ̀nba ní torí pé there is a stress in this country as we speak right now. We'll come back to that. Àwọn tó ń fund the United Nations, ǹjẹ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn ready fún kí Nàìjíríà kò break? Are they ready? I'm talking about United Nations, United States of America, China, Japan, Germany, United Kingdom, France, Italy, and the Russia Federation. Benny, SOS, save our soul. We need them to come and sort things out. But the United Nations does not come down and give you a country. So let's come back into the conversation. Say United Nations, man fún yàn nílùú. Does United Nation gives country? United Nation gives country. Ṣé wọ́n máa ń fún yàn nílùú? According to what we know, you can become a member of United Nations, but that is subject to tí àwọn member tó wà níbẹ̀, and they are called the permanent seat member tó bá agree. Gbogbo àwọn tó wà lórí floor lè agree, but àwọn permanent members bá sọ pé no, àwọn ò fẹ́, and that is why today Taiwan is still not a member because China ṣì ń bẹ́tù ẹ̀. And ẹ bá rántí pé Fẹlá kọrin kan tó ní who and who United Nation, who and who United Nation. Ẹ rántí orin yẹn Fẹlá, àṣìgbà tí Fẹlá ń kọrin yẹn àṣọ ní mínì, but kò yá wa nígbà yẹn. Ó dà pé òun ni beast of the nation, no ẹgbẹ́kẹgbẹ́, NASBAT society. Àjọ sọ pé kí ló dé tó sá kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀? Ó kì í torí pé kò ń ṣe nú YouTube gangan mo ti ń play. Ẹ jẹ́ ń lọ gbé lọ kúrò school play láti inú YouTube gangan. Ẹ má wọrí. Ẹ jẹ́ ká dá tẹ̀lé, ẹ má bínú. Because mo fẹ́ lọ gbé kan tí bàbá Adébánjọ sọ, mo rẹ̀ fẹ́ kí wọ́n yẹ kó rìn yẹn ṣì máa lọ. Ó yá. Ẹ wo headline yìí, ṣé kò ní sí gbàsgbòs? Ṣé kò ní sí gbòsgbàs? Ẹ ṣe gan ni bẹ́ẹ̀ ni blessed memory to Fẹlá Nicola Kukuti. Ó yá, take over about human being, kábíyèsí Elédùmarè. Mọ̀ pé wọ́n ń pààyàn nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, genocide ń lọ nílẹ̀ Igbo, tó bá ti di gbàsgbòs, tó di gbàsìgbà, èmi kọ́ mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, tó bá ti di postmortem election, bí bàbá wa ṣe sọ yìí, wọ́n ní ká forget United Nigeria, ogun bọ̀, ẹ lọ múra sílẹ̀ dáadáa. Ní bàbá wa ń sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí ẹja àgbọn tí bàbá wa sọ lórí Margaret Thatcher, àní kò sódodo ní Nàìjíríà, òdodo ò sí níbẹ̀ mọ́, the nepotism, the subjugation, the fraud. Wọ́n ní kọ́ release Nnamdi Kanu, wọ́n dá government of anybody lọ, oníkọ́ tó sọ. The Fulani government in power.
Nígbà tó jẹ́ Prime Minister UK.
When she was Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, the woman is dead now.
Nígbà tó wá sí orílẹ̀-èdè.
When she came to this nation,
tó wo gbogbo iṣẹ́ wa.
that look at all our
things. Ó ní Nigeria is an artificial country.
Ó ní Nàìjíríà jẹ́ orílẹ̀-èdè tí a tọwọ́ ènìyàn ṣe.
Built on faulty foundation.
Ṣàgbé lórí ìpìlẹ̀ tí ò tọ́.
Proper structure.
Láì ní ìpìlẹ̀ tó fìdí múlẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe rí gan nìyẹn.
And that's how it is.
Ẹni tó bá ọmọ tó ń pè ní Margaret Thatcher, òun nìyẹn. Ó ti kú, òun ní Fẹlá náà fi ń kọrin lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé Bosnian and French na Margaret Thatcher, parapapa. Fulani terrorists no operate lẹ́yìn yẹn with army uniform. I mean, imagine this one that stop you. You don't even know who is who. Lórí ọ̀rọ̀ United Nation, òun la ṣe ń sọ. Lẹ́yìn gbogbo àwọn fídíò yìí, we go back into the conversation again. Mo kí gbogbo ẹni tẹ́ ń bára pọ̀ mọ́ wa.
Nigeria is an artificial country.
Nàìjíríà jẹ́ orílẹ̀-èdè tí a tọwọ́ ènìyàn dá.
Gbogbo ẹnu ni mo fi sọ láìsí ibẹ̀.
All my house without.
Ibo láǹfààní ní gbangba máa ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
You have privilege to say publicly I will declare.
Nigeria is an artificial country.
Nàìjíríà jẹ́ orílẹ̀-èdè tí a tọwọ́ ènìyàn dá.
Built on faulty foundation.
Àti lórí ìpìlẹ̀ tí kò
without
dá.
proper structure.
Láì ní àwọn ìgbékalẹ̀ tó dá.
Patching it.
A sì ń mọ àwọn.
Ìgbé tá a bá fi tán mọ́.
Any house we used to train a child.
Ìrì ló máa wó kalẹ̀.
Definitely deal with collapse.
Òdodo ní gbé orílẹ̀-èdè lékè.
Righteousness exalted the nation.
Irọ́ làwa fi ń kọ́ orílẹ̀-èdè.
We are using lies to build our own nation.
Kò sígbà tí ò ní wó.
There is no way we will not collapse.
Ọgbọ́n ènìyàn ò lè tó ìlú.
The wisdom education of man cannot have.
Ọgbọ́n ènìyàn ò lè tó ìjọ.
The wisdom of man cannot have in church.
Kìrìsìtẹ́nì kì í ṣe pé mo kàwé.
Christian is not about education.
Ìwé dáa.
Education is true.
Ṣùgbọ́n bíbélì pé
What the Bible says.
ìwé a máa pani.
Letter killers.
Ẹ̀mí ní sọ ní
The
díà.
spirit that quickeneth.
Amen.
Amen.
Now gbogbo ọgbọ́n ènìyàn.
All the wisdom and philosophy of man.
Tó ayé kò tó orílẹ̀-èdè.
Cannot arrange this world or nation.
Àwọn professor lórí economics ò
The
níye.
professor on economics are numerous.
Wọ́n lè yanjú economic
They
in
cannot
Nigeria.
settle the economic problem of Nigeria.
Ìkànnú ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n economics lórílẹ̀-èdè yìí.
One of the
Ó
professor in
ní
economics.
Nigeria economics a galloping economy.
Ó ní ọrọ̀ ajé Nàìjíríà ó jẹ́ èyí tó lọ sókè tó lọ
Ṣubú ṣeré ni.
Ṣubú ṣeré ni o.
Wọ́n sì yan prime minister for petroleum tuntun.
They have just appointed a new minister of petroleum.
Ó ní àlè continue pẹ̀lú 145 by ní.
And he said we can't continue with 145 by now.
Let me pause that. Èló lẹ́yìn rẹpo nísìn, ẹ wo ìgbà tí bàbá yẹn sọ̀rọ̀. That price was 145 naira per litre. I mean, nígbà wo ló ń ta petrol last at 149 naira per litre? How many people remember the year? Ọdún wo lẹ ra epo ní 145? Èló lẹ ń rà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nísìn? Nigeria is on galloping. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ìyá wa Grace. Ó wà lórí galloping. 350. Thank you so much, Sonke. So we are now buying it at 350, but it is not the same price in every location. Some are already paying up to 450 in the black market, and it is not even available. Nigeria is really at the verge of breakup. We just have about 2 more minutes. Let's complete that video. We listen to the part of Fela, and we go back again to the United Nations. That is the visit of Margaret Thatcher. You can see Babangida there, the Maradona. Orí which I máa kú sí. A máa yàgbẹ́, a máa tọ̀ gbogbo, a máa ṣe kò ní kú bọ̀rọ̀. A máa wo bí àwa ọmọ Yorùbá ṣe máa dójú tì í, a máa kúrò nínú that shit old country Nigeria. That is Babangida there with Margaret Thatcher. That is Margaret Thatcher there with Shehu Shagari, I believe, as well. And you can see why Fela was singing in this particular style. Let's just finish Fela one and we go back to that pastor video. That's Pastor Adepoju. Thank you so much, Mr. The wonder shows human rights. Humble.
Animal wonder shows human rights. Animal catch.
So, who are you thinking will give you the right? Let's just complete this one as well and then come back.
Mi ò tí ì ráyè ti Nàìjíríà.
I don't have time for Nigeria now.
Kìrìsìtẹ́nì ni mo fẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀
But I want
lónìí.
to talk to Christian in Nigeria.
Ìrànlọ́wọ́ kìrìsìtẹ́nì.
The help of Christian.
Tọ́lá ń pè ní kìrìsìtẹ́nì.
Who is a Christian?
Kì í ṣe Paul.
He's not
Kì í ṣe Peter.
Pope. He's not
Kì í ṣe
Paul.
Daniel.
He's not Peter. He's not
Ṣe
Daniel.
Dábìdì.
He's not David.
Ṣé bí Paul gbọ́gbà ó ti di Mùsùlùmí?
But one guy has become a Muslim.
Orúkọ kọ́.
It's not about name.
Díákónì kọ́.
It's not about position.
Kì í ṣe oyè.
It's not about
Kì í
Jesus.
ṣe general overseer.
It's not about general
Mo
overseer.
dá ìjọ́lẹ̀ ìjọ tóbi kọ́ là ń pè ní
It's
kìrìsìtẹ́nì.
not about mega churches.
No.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ rárá.
Kìrìsìtẹ́nì.
Christian.
Ó ní àwọn tó ronú padà kúrò nínú ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wọn.
Those who have repented genuinely from their
Tí a
sin.
ti rà padà.
They have been redeemed.
Tí orúkọ wọn bẹnu ìwé ìyè.
Their name is written in the book of
Tí wọ́n
life.
ń gbé ìgbé ayé tí Kírísítẹ́nì fẹ́ kán
And
gbé.
they are living a Christ-like life.
Kìrìsìtẹ́nì lẹni tó ní attribute Kristi nínú.
Christian is somebody that have a Buddha
The
Christian.
humanity of Christ.
Tí ó ní àbùdá ìwà Kristi nínú.
Kí ni Gẹ̀ẹ́sì àbùdá yẹn?
That's attributes.
That are the humanity attribute of Christ.
Ó ní
Say humanity, what, Lily? Is that not the same thing? Human right that fella has been singing about. Let's complete the last 48 seconds.
That's what we call a Christian. And in them we have holiness, we have the righteous one, we have holiness, faithfulness, integrity, sincerity, without missing words. And your yes is yes, and your no is no. What you say behind, you can say it publicly. What you say publicly, something secret will not be exposed, and you don't deny yours. These ones are not Christians. Understanding the word of your mouth is in line with their thought.
And that is Pastor Adepoju. Thank you so much, our mother, bless Chinyere. You also say the true prophet of old. Today we have prophet of doom and prosperity, only not to reveal about what will happen in the future. Now let's come back to the conversation again. We are looking at everything around United Nations. Thank you, Just Reason, and those of you that we probably have not picked up and you're live with us. Because sometimes we have people, one of our platforms is down. We'll be back tomorrow. That is the Koiki Odudua. So you might probably not be getting broadcast from there, but tomorrow there will be a broadcast coming from that side. Okay, I think some of our team are also live doing something. Again, there's been an accident, as we said this morning already. Once again, we appreciate everyone. Yakubu Kolawole, a very good afternoon. Pat, John Oridupa, Oluwatoyin Omolara Mukiyawa, Fatima Adekola, Towotowo Mufidarukoyi. No fit dash me human right. Nobody, animal won't dash us human right. They're not going to dash us. We have to take it, by peace or by pieces. So thank you so much. I can then say thank you so much, Sunday Adebanjo. We are talking about United Nations. What power does United Nations have to support the indigenous people? Uche, it's been a while. I guess you must have been working hard, making money, man. Jeez. I can't remember the last time we saw your logo on the platform. I bet you're not about our illusion learning. I know you're autopilot. We love the dust people, but let us respect that, we're fighting one common enemy. So this issue that always happened among the indigenous people, even if there's a cause, we should stand firm. Because the Fulanis are happy if we are disintegrated and divided. That's what they want. But if we all come together, I know some Yoruba people are trying to continue, trying to do their best, but they are saying that they will give us, we will go for referendum. Look, there's nobody going to give anybody referendum in Nigeria. Does United Nations give referendum? Timothy Kayo, they welcome on board. Mokimba Bawa Akita Deluashem. Those that are asking that, okay, Koiki, how are we really going to get the hell out of Nigeria? Because I think sorrow for 3 years. But do you know that when did Nigeria register as a member of the United Nations? When did Nigeria become a member of the UN? So, according to the record, 7th of October 1960, that is 6 days after the independence on the 1st of October, the Federal Republic of Nigeria was admitted as a member state of the United Nations on the 7th of October 1960 and have gained independence on the 1st of October the same year. And we are now trying to get the hell out of this country. So what do you think will be, or projected, a country that has been registered as a member, not registered, but admitted? Because when they say something is admitted, let's go and look at the English dictionary briefly. Admitted, admit. Admit. Again. Admit. One more time. Admit. Confess to be true or to be case. Admitted. Allow someone to enter the place. So We are fighting a country that is a member of the United Nations. So what do you think is going to happen? Is the United Nations now going to support the indigenous people against a country that is already a member? Good evening to you. Good afternoon, Ezekiel Oluwatobi. Ẹ tẹ̀lé mi dáadáa. Ǹjẹ́ Nàìjíríà tí wọ́n admit sínú United Nations ní ọjọ́ keje bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ṣé ọjọ́ keje ṣé keje ní 7 nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ní inú oṣù kẹwàá ní 1960. I hope I got ọjọ́ keje yẹn right. Ọjọ́ kẹjọ ní 8, méje, mẹ́fà, 6, méje, 7, mẹ́jọ, ọjọ́ keje, okay, Ọlọ́dẹ méjì, ẹ̀yin gbọ́ Yorùbá dáadáa ẹni yes pé mo gbà ọjọ́ keje nínú oṣù kẹwàá ni wọ́n admit Nàìjíríà. Àwa wá ń bá Nàìjíríà jà nísìn, kò ń ṣe pé à ń bàjà pé agbébọn a fi ń bàjà, bọ̀ à ń sọ pé a fẹ́ ẹ̀tọ́ wa. Ẹ̀tọ́ yẹn wà nínú United Nations yìí lóòótọ́. Kí ló wá jẹ́ kí United Nations fẹ́ admit àwa nísìn? Nítorí pé àìtí dé stage ẹ ṣe gan ni ìyàwó Olúwatóyìn Ọmọlára tí mo fi tọ̀wọ̀tọ̀wọ̀ dárúkọ yín. Kí lẹ rò pé ọ̀nà tá a fẹ́ gbà tá a máa fi jẹ́ kí United Nations recognize pé àwa ò tí ì fẹ́ di member àmọ́ a fẹ́ jáde kúrò nínú oṣù yẹn? Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò bàbá mi Adégbóyè Celeb. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin bàbá wa tẹ́ wà nínú Olúwa ní Benin Republic ní Kétu Aláké. Àwọn èèyàn wà nínú ẹ̀mí nínú Alúwà. Mo kí àfà. Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kémi jókòó síbí kí n fẹ́nu mi máa bú àwọn èèyàn Ọlọ́run. Òtítọ́ tá à ń sọ ni pé ǹjẹ́ bí a ṣe ń bá lọ yìí ọ̀nà tí a fẹ́ gbà jáde kúrò nínú Nàìjíríà ṣé dialogue ni ṣé a máa sọ fún United Nations which is a body. United Nations is just a body. Kò ń fúnyàn nílùú. Ẹ jẹ́ close for life because I don't want to open too many. Àti mọ àwọn tó ń fund the United Nations bí a tẹ́ ẹ̀ báyìí mo sọ fún kẹ́ máa mú pen and paper. Àwọn ló ń fund ẹ̀ according to what we know. United States of America is the biggest donor. Àwọn support with 27.89% ló fi support. China ló tẹ̀lé wọn lẹ́yìn. Ṣé China ní relationship pẹ̀lú Nàìjíríà? Ṣé Japan ní relationship pẹ̀lú Nàìjíríà? Ṣé America ní relationship pẹ̀lú Nàìjíríà? Ṣé Germany ní relationship pẹ̀lú Nàìjíríà? Mo fẹ́ jẹ́ kẹ́ máa bá mi ká lọ nítorí pé àwọn òlú ìgangan ló ń fund the United Nations. Àwọn kan nìyẹn mọ́là kan tó wà níbẹ̀ deputy kan tó no ẹ forget about that. Kò ń ṣe deputy tó wà níbẹ̀ o. We are talking about countries that is funding United Nations. Are this country going to allow Nigeria to dissolve or disintegrate or break up? I'm talking about these countries tó wà níwájú screen tẹ́ ń rí. Ṣé gbogbo ilẹ̀ ń rí? Ẹ tó bá rí ẹ jẹ́ kí n mọ̀ mo lè increase the front ẹ̀ fún yín. Mo dẹ̀ kọ sílẹ̀ torí pé a lè wà nínú rẹ́kọ̀dù wa. Gbogbo tí mo kọ́ àyà wa kan kò ní bàjẹ́ fún yín. Ẹ ṣé gan ni mọ́mì. Ìwé yẹn wà lókè. Wọ́n ní anytime tí bá ti fẹ́ kọ̀wé mi, àwọn wà available fún mi. Koiki, UN will never give us a freedom. Okay, thank you so much, Ama. Okay, it's work. I can imagine. Ọlọ́run àbá ń dúró ti gbogbo yín ẹ̀yin Biafrans. They are working very hard outside in the cold. Àfáwọn tó wà ní irú àwọn ọmọ borí owó àwọn làmì tó wà ní United Arab Emirates. Tó wọ̀ jẹ́ kọ́ ríṣẹ́ ṣe. And their house rent is high. Imagine we are not getting enough job and we are still have to pay house rent. Europe is not an easy place. That's why some people is not something right, but they go into crime. Or and Russia. Now, and followers were lost on. I want us to look at this chart very well. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 countries that are the top supporter of United Nations. Thank you so much, Louis Peter. In your own mind, do you think that these 8 countries would dissolve? Well, no, I don't want to use the word they would dissolve. Will they support the dissolution, the disintegration, the breakup of Nigeria by the Biafra, the Yoruba, the Middle Belt, the Hausa, and the remaining ethnic groups to have their own independent country, just as the Soviet Union was dissolved in 1991, that led to countries that came out of Soviet Union. 15 countries, ìlú 15, kí ló ń pè ní 15? Ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá, ẹ má bínú Yorùbá mi ò dá púpọ̀. 15 countries ló kúrò nínú Soviet Union in 1991. 15 countries. And today, out of those 15 countries, Estonia, Lithuania, Pakistan, Turkmenistan, Ukraine Prime Minister just left London. Are we going to see a fire explode in Nigeria? Or is it just all, Koiki, come on, sorry. You know, kò lè kí n kọ́kọ́ lè explode gbogbo ẹ̀kọ́ tó máa nọ́mà padà. Mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dógún ẹ̀ṣẹ̀gan ni. So 15 countries is known as mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dógún. Ṣé rí pé a lot of us have lost our language because that is what the colonial have done in our life. Mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dógún ẹ̀ṣẹ̀gan ni sà. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní Ghana, Côte d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone. So if 15 countries came out, ṣé torí pé wọ́n ní big land mass ni, they were able to divide and everybody has their own land. Kí ló dé tí 15 countries kúrò lára Soviet Union? Kí ló dé tí wọ́n ṣe gbé papọ̀? Ẹ ṣé gan ni gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ bá wa fi mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dógún síbẹ̀. We love you, we appreciate you. Why is it that when the country that was one went into dissolution and 15 countries, ṣé torí pé wọ́n ní ilẹ̀? Kí ni ìdí? Kí lẹ rò pé reason that they didn't want to live together during those times? Why is it that, Lady B, Morimbe, UN is not going to give us freedom without seeing our own reactions that Nigeria is not one? Oluwatobi, Olushesi, thank you. I think Russian government will understand better if tender out query to them. If we tender our query to them. Olayemi, Oladimeji, thank you so much. Those of you on the MixLR, ẹ wà níbẹ̀ tí mo tẹ̀lé yín dáadáa, bàbá wa aláwọ̀ bàbá ní Naija don cast. Nigeria is a death trap. Thank you so much. We have 13 listeners on our MixLR. I know it's a long program today. I am now going back again. Recognition of a new state is an act that confers a status. Òyìnbó ìtì pọ̀jù fún wa, ẹ jẹ́ break it down. Kí ló mean by confer? Let's break it down quickly. When they say something is
confer.
One more time.
Confer.
And the last time.
Confer.
Grant a title, degree. Téèyàn bá ṣetán ní university wa ní wọ́n confer with a BSc. Mo bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn ni orí ẹ̀ ń yorùkú bí ó yorùkú ju ti physics science lọ. Ó ṣẹ̀gbà PhD ni. Mo bàbá Fàdílá ní phase 2. Àwọn èèyàn lọ sí school, but tó bá gbé mọ́tò débi abẹ́ treated. Benefit or right, have discussion, exchange. So if anybody thinks that United Nations tí ó fún Nigeria independent, no, tó fún wọn tó admit wọn on the 7th, not tó fún wọn independent, I take that back. Nigeria tí wọ́n admit ní October 7, àwa wá náà fẹ́ kúrò níbẹ̀. Láti 1960 ní tí wọ́n ti ń lọ sí United Nations floor títí di Buhari lọ síbẹ̀. Buhari was there for 8 times, I believe, because ọdọọdún ló ń ṣe. So every year, Buhari was going there, talking to United Nations, even telling United Nations to allow Palestine to have their own nation, telling United Nations to allow Western Sahara. Jonathan was there. Jonathan Shetonisi, only Nigeria is a mere geographical express. Look at the idiotic PhD drunkard. I am now asking the Yoruba people, the Nigerians, are you sure that the United Nations, especially our Omo Yoruba, because those that are still saying we are Nigerian do not understand what actually is a Nigerian? I know we were given independence on the 1st of October. Does not guarantee you anything around the world today. Why did Nigeria join UN? Some people ask. In October 1960, Nigeria became a member of the United Nations as part of its sovereign right as an independent African nation. We are now asking for the same right. Are we going to get the right in a dialogue way with the government that will then allow us to apply? Because for you to become a member of United Nations, you must apply. And we have countries that will either agree to you to become a member country or not. If Nigeria, Eshegoniyawa, come for, Ológunjà ẹ ṣé gan ni Màmá Lálùbáríkà àwọn máa ń jù sí lọ́dọọdún ni every week. Thank you so much for everyone that continue to support Koiki Media platform. We are now asking for the same sovereign right tí wọ́n fún Nigeria in 1960 by the colonial power. But we don't want to go through the colonial power anymore because we are not sure whether the UK will allow the breakup of Nigeria. And if UK does not allow the breakup of Nigeria, then how do we come out of Nigeria in a way that we will be admitted? Because if we are saying that Abeokuta, the only way that it would have been better is if the UK dissolved Nigeria and say, look, the amalgamation is not working, automatically we would not have any problem getting into the United Nations as a country. So let me say this clearly. Nobody should expect a quick entry into the United Nations because the current situation of things is that those countries that is meant to back the disintegration of Nigeria are not doing so. They are all talking about election. And go and look at it. America is talking about election. If anybody, disturb the election, we will make sure that you don't get a visa to America anymore. I hope you are listening. So this country that you might be expecting that they will come and help you. No, they are not helping you. They are saying that Nigeria is a sovereign nation and it has the right for the people to go and vote. None of them is talking about the indigenous people's right. Even though the right is there, those are easy things to read and discuss. We have it there. It's on the internet. But my question is, ǹjẹ́ rò pé United Nations will grant us an easy entry? We are not saying they should give us an easy entry, but some say that we cannot go out of Nigeria without the United Nations at least getting involved a little bit. And if that's the case, how is that going to happen for us to come into a kind of a discussion? I mean, we are learned Yoruba people. Alọ́gbọ́n ani òye àdẹ̀fẹ́ jà àdẹ̀fẹ́ dàlúrú afẹ́jẹ́ kájọ jókòó sórí roundtable pẹ̀lú àwọn ìjọba àgbáyé pẹ̀lú representative wọn kí wọ́n wá discuss ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà. Wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ pé okay, in 6 months, in 1 year, everybody should go and dissolve. But okay, what do you have together? Make sure that person solve. Gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́ o àti gbọ́sà. Okay, Dangote has refinery. Ẹ má make sure pé refinery ẹ má ṣe kankan fún o, but it will be paying tax according to the new country. Bó ṣe jẹ́ kó lọ lélẹ̀. But I don't see such happening anytime soon. So now, àtìmọ̀ ìlú tó ń fund the United Nations. Ẹ jẹ́ ká mú yẹn dání sọ́wọ́. We now know already that recognition of a new state is an act that confers a status. As a result of recognition, the recognized entity acquires the legal status of a state under international law. In this sense, a new state is not born but chosen as a subject of international law. Let's go and look at South Sudan. South Sudan, which is one of the countries to be, independent recently. How did they gain independence? South Sudan gained independence in 2011 after a referendum in which its people voted overwhelmingly to secede from Sudan. Independence was the culmination of a long-armed struggle that was waged by South Sudanese that started in the mid-1950s. So ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń sọ pé 3 years yìí ti pẹ́ jù ẹ̀dẹ̀ promise wa ní Yoruba Nation gbogbo jágbàjàgbà ilé tó sọ nísìn hold on ogun wo làwa tí ìjà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí láti pa Nàìjíríà gbogbo àwọn tó yẹ kó bá wa jà wàhálà yẹn. After all the contraction, every one of them failed. But today, those that are seeing the future, like Babawa Adebanjo, Pa Adebanjo, is now giving us a clue that Egbagbe Nigeria United if Peter Obi does not win the election. Is that right for him to be saying now? The leader of the Pan-Yoruba Social Cultural Group Organization, Afenifere, Pa Ayo Adebanjo, has said that Nigerians should prepare for a post-election crisis if the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, does not win the election. According to Pa Adebanjo, there will be nothing like United Nigeria. So is it now that they know that there's nothing like United Nigeria? Why now are they talking about to see United Nigeria more? Oh, okay, maybe because they are putting their last push so that maybe even if Peter Obi gets there, at least go to a tasty so that the Southeast can at least taste the power and then we can dissolve Nigeria. So if we are not going to be United Nigeria after this election, what should we be expecting then? But those of you that never knew South Sudan, let me see if we can get any video. How did they gain their independence? We normally use Professor James Carl Lindsay. Let's see if we can listen to him. Just to
On the 9th of July 2011, South Sudan formally became independent. In doing so, it not only ended one of the longest-running civil wars in Africa, it also became one of the very few examples of successful secession in modern international politics. So, how did it happen? Hello and welcome. If you're new to the channel, my name is James Kerr-Lindsay, and here I take an informed look at international relations, conflicts, and the origins of countries. If there's one theme that I often discuss, it's the extreme difficulty faced by territories seeking independence. In most cases, a secessionist campaign ultimately fails. Sometimes it'll be defeated militarily. In other cases, the leaders will eventually sue for peace and accept some form of autonomy, ranging from greater cultural rights to a federal or even confederal arrangement. Occasionally, a territory might achieve a halfway house and become a de facto state, independent from the state it's broken away from, but largely or wholly unrecognised on the international stage. However, and very rarely, an independence movement will succeed and become a sovereign state universally recognised by the wider international community. One of the most interesting examples in recent decades was South Sudan. Just days after it declared independence in July 2011, it joined the United Nations, becoming the 193rd member of the organisation. But its path towards statehood was anything but easy. In fact, it only managed to become a country at the end of what was Africa's longest civil war. South Sudan lies in East Africa. Landlocked, it's surrounded by Ethiopia to its east, Kenya, Uganda, and the Democratic Republic of Congo to its south, and the Central African Republic to its west. To its north lies Sudan. At around 650,000 square kilometres or 250,000 square miles, it's very slightly larger than France and is the 41st largest of the 193 UN members. Its population is currently estimated to be in the region of 11 million people, which puts it in 83rd place. Highly diverse with over 60 different groups, the largest communities are the Dinka, which represent around 35% of the population, and the Nua, representing around 15%. Most of the population are Catholic or Anglican Christian or follow local religions. Although the region has a long and rich history, the story really begins in the first half of the 19th century when the Ottoman Empire, operating with an Egyptian army, pressed southwards, establishing control over what would become modern-day Sudan. However, in 1881, an uprising saw the territory eventually fall under the control of a local Islamic leader, Muhammad Ahmad the Mahdi, fearing that the movement could spread north into...
Let me pause it there for a while. Now you've got a bit of idea how South Sudan got to where they are today. There was a bit of fight. There was crisis. And all these started not in 2011 when they got independent. It actually started after a long struggle. After years of struggle, South Sudan becomes a new nation. Let's listen to this again. New York Times. accept. I'm going to find a video. I think there was a video that came with it. Let's listen to this. I do not own the copyright.
We've just witnessed the birth of the world's newest
nation. That's often there were no illusion. Sharing cotton shell and they are raising the flag up, which indicate a new nation, not the illusion that you find yourself. The Republic of South Sudan, 9th of July 2011. When we declare officially declaration, the flag of the Yoruba Nation will go up. Onse ti e ma lo ma hide síbí kan, e ma wá ṣe 10 seconds video. No, it doesn't work like that. I beg. This is how a nation will be projected to the international community, whether some of them agree or not. Not take about the Yoruba Nation. No. Stop that nonsense, please. Stop that nonsense. Stop that nonsense. Can you disturb the brain? Can you disturb the brain of Yoruba? But she declare tí gbogbo ìlú tí journalist máa wá ní gbogbo àgbáyé tó máa jókòó tó máa bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ tó máa raise the flag wa lọ sókè kò ń ṣe òkùnkùn Michael declaration tẹ́ ń ṣe tẹ́ ń pariwo pẹ́ ti declare kó jágbàjàgbà lọ.
We've just witnessed the birth of the world's newest nation.
Did you hear that? We just witnessed the birth of the world's newest nation in 2011. Not every country has to agree with us, definitely, but it has to be done in a way. But káwọn tó dé stage yìí, wọ́n ti jà. One of the longest civil war was South Sudan. Not come and be disturbing every one of us on the social media and be, thinking that abracadabra àti declare nínú ẹ̀mí nínú gbogbo nonsense yẹn ní 2023. Mo tẹ̀rọ pé cartoon àwọn ọmọ mi ni mo wò ṣá. Mo rò pé àwọn ọmọ tí mo fi sínú ilé láti mo wo cartoon wọn ẹ̀mọ̀kan báyìí náà máa wọn cartoon yẹn bákan ọ̀rẹ́ wọn ṣe àwọn rí teddy bear ẹ̀rọ ti 00 ta ló ń wo 00 nílé. Ẹ wá sọ Yorùbá Nation nígbà tá à ń play ludo tí snake máa jẹjẹ tó tún máa sá padà wá sísàlẹ̀ tó máa ti dókè báyìí tí snake and ladder. Kí ni gbogbo nonsense yẹn? Ẹ wá sọ àwa ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ bẹ da brain wa rú. Ní 2023 níbi tí social media wà tí mo lè gbé ẹ̀rí jáde ẹ̀bẹ̀ mo pan ni. Kí ni gbogbo nonsense? How did we even get to that nonsense thing? Àwọn kan wá ní ẹ fún wa ní kí lè fẹ́ need the document kankan. What you need is there will be proper reason for us to know that àti wà nínú nation. Àwọn kan kí lè béèrè document ní láti béèrè document of anybody. Kí lè fẹ́ fi document ṣe? The world itself will know àti wà nínú nation. But what is in the nation? Then there will be crisis, which is about to happen in February. February in gbogbo wa wáyé. Ṣèfẹ́ tí gbọ́n kò sí bàbá Adébánjọ sọ. Wọ́n ní tí Peter Obi wá ti wọlé kalẹ̀ máa dúró pé kí kò sí nǹkan tó jẹ́ United Nigeria mọ́. Ẹ wá ń disturb everybody. Ẹ wá ń àti kọ lẹ́tà sí United Nations. Èmi gan kọ lẹ́tà sí United. Gbogbo yẹn jẹ́ anybody. United Nations. Àníbá Gani Adams. Oh my God. Okay. Iba Gani Adams, letter to UN. Iba Gani Adams kọ letter sí UN ní June 2022. Bí a lọ ti gba reply, màá dẹ̀ try láti wá nọ́mbà bàbá yẹn. Kí n béèrè pé dádì, ẹjọ́ ṣé United Nations ti reply yín ṣá letter tẹ́ kọ sí wọn ní 2022. Gani Adams, Iba Gani Adams write United Nations and others over the insecurity in Nigeria. And yẹn fani àti kọ letter sí United and they're so bloody what? And the collector see United Nations for deeper community daddy. United Nations is not a country. United Nations is a body of organization of member states that does not have to give us a nation, but we can fight a crisis that will then force United Nations into a security meeting. Ewa so gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá. And I think they think that they are fighting for a particular section of Yoruba people. Èmi kan tí mò ń pariwo tó jẹ́ pé èmi gan ariwo mi gan mo fẹ́ lè sọ pé yes èmi báwo tẹ̀ sọ fún mi gan ìlú wọn mo sì sọ pé àwọn ọmọ PDP àti APC àbára wa jà because à ń jà fáwọn náà ni so èmi ò ní láti ní pé kí èèyàn kan bá mi jà láàrin wọn. Anybody can write United Nations. United Nations that this tó sọ fún Buhari pé kó release Nnamdi Kanu tó dá lóhùn. Let me give you that. UN Nnamdi Kanu. Kí ni gbogbo nonsense yìí? Nnamdi Kanu. Release Nnamdi Kanu. IPOB to force US to intervene. Obey UN and release Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally. Igbo group. The United Nations working on obey the United. When one support Nigerian government, go obey United Nations. Buhari need to get out. Fake one or real one, we don't know. Obey United Nations and release Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally. The Igbo group tell Buhari. The Global Igbo Alliance, GIA, a conglomeration of all the Igbo social cultural organizations and the high net worth individuals of the Igbo nation around the world, has called on President Muhammadu Buhari to release the leader of the indigenous people. Instagram 4 hours to pray. Once again, a very good afternoon and welcome. Come on, miss anything. Kini gbogbo jágbàjàgbà àtìgbà nation Ọlọ́run ti fún wa nation wa no èṣù làwa ń sìn kó jágbàjàgbà lọ́jà rẹ̀. A statement that was the UN Working Group on Human Rights and Arbitrary Detention had on July directed the federal government to immediately immediately and unconditionally release Kanu from the unlawful detention and pay him adequate compensation. I think a lot of people need to be sent to psychiatric hospital. Mad people all over the place. But Iba Gani Adams, I'll try and find out. They show what they reply in Shababa. The Are or no can for. Because mo pronounce be dada ìyàwó mi de man bá mi ní kupe mama sọ pé ó yẹ kó ti mọ Yorùbá yẹn pé dada Kampo of Yoruba land Iba Gani Adams lógun ọ̀fẹ́ o. Yesterday ìyẹn ní last year call for urgent intervention for United Nations yẹlẹwa na letter sí United Nations and they so bloody what. Let's go back here and continue from this side. This is how you raise the flag and this is what is expected. And when we raise that flag, the government will come with heavy hammering to fight. And that is where you defend that fight. And about to defend fighting, then the United Nations will get involved. Because tell you about it declared, we ó ti di dandan pé government, àwa declare government, àwa ṣe èmi àwa lọ Nàìjíríà nísìn, á ti wà nínú Yorùbá nation no, ní right, Fulani ò ní right láti dá mi dúró, ó gbọ́ pé á ti wà nínú ìlú wa ni. Wàláì, DSS, Abuja straight. And the
Republic of South Sudan, the 54th country.
I was journalist here. And he's working for a top, and they don't reporting because this is New York Times. East Africa Bureau. This is the East Africa Bureau Chief, Jeffrey. Gentlemen, gbogbo àwọn ilé náà nísìn tàbá bá wọn sọ wọn ní dá wa lóhùn but tí crisis bá dé wọ́n máa easy fún wọn. All they have to do is just send an email to me and say, please Mr. Koiki, are you Mr. Koiki? Can we grant an interview? And yes, I've been waiting for this. Èmi náà wá máa ṣakọ ìgbà ìbí ẹ̀ wá máa rí mi lórí CNN, Fox News because nígbà tí nǹkan bá ń rúgbó tó wọ́n máa wá nǹkan tán àwọn náà máa wá content àti ìgbàlúwà. Pẹ̀lú bírèdà tẹwà gan-an ayé kó jágbàjágbà lọ́jọ́. Àwa 40 media àwa di enemy ṣáwa la wá di enemy àwa 40 media tá à ń pariwo for the last 3 years. Ẹ kó wa lọ pẹ̀lú Tinubu ni Tinubu lé òun gbọ́ lẹ́mìí ni Tinubu bó ṣe wà ní sìn àfikọ́ lọ́n bá wa fún lálàáfíà èmi ò gbàdúrà kó kú bọ̀ṣẹ̀ tí màá gbàdúrà kó kú bó ṣe wà yẹn kó lè di president. Ẹ mọ̀ pé tí Tinubu bá ti lọ Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó lọ o ṣé yóò mọ̀ pé ṣẹ̀ tí màá lọ máa di president. Àwa tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú square one mad people all bó tẹ̀ parí 10 years gan ní 8 years ìyá ṣì máa jẹ wá náà ni. How many hours láti lò lè mọ bí ṣe fẹ́ wind down àti lò 4 hours 9 minutes. Rẹ̀ ti push ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn púpọ̀ ẹ ká ṣe another maximum half an hour. So ẹ wá sọ Yorùbá Nation di àwàdà kẹ́ríkẹ́rí à ń gbé wá ẹ̀ ń gbé búrẹ́dì àwàdà sọ pé protest ẹni náà protest ẹ fi lọ bá Sanwó-Olú sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ máa dúpẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ agbọ́n tó ń sọ nínú ìwà.
Decades of guerrilla struggle.
ṣé gbọ́n kan tó sọ decades of guerrilla struggle ẹ̀gbọ́n tó sọ níbẹ̀ yẹn decades of guerrilla struggle guerrilla warfare ẹ lè bá gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì jà conventional wọ́n ná anybody pa gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì lówó lọ́wọ́ àwọn ọ̀dẹ̀ nílò owó tí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì ní but what we can do is to put the pressure and pressure yẹn ti ń jáde because government fúnra rẹ̀ ti create pressure and that is why today Nigerians are coming out and getting angry.
Decades of guerrilla struggle and intense international pressure.
ṣẹgbọ́n intense international pressure intense pressure wò làwọn ṣe fún gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì sí à ń pariwo kò tí ì sí pressure. But when the government starts seeing the pressure, when the international community starts seeing the pressure, they will have no other option than to continue to support us. Come out, Kwasi awareness o, kọ́ṣà wà níbi tó wà yẹn.
This part of Sudan has declared its independence.
This part of Sudan has declared their independence. This is the way we should project to the international community. Kò ṣe ká jókòó sábẹ́ Zoom ká máa sọ pé àti declare àti gbàlúwa àti kí ni gbogbo nonsense ní 2023. Yes, àmọ́ pé kò ń ṣọ̀nà kọ́lá fẹ́ fi gbà. I have never said dialogue is not going to work. I will be stupid as a journalist to tell you that dialogue will not work. But we are talking about a long-term something. Dialogue, and they're coming and repeating the same nonsense. The same thing, don't repeat without no content. Repeating the same thing. Adé sọ fún yín pé ọ̀nà yẹn ò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ ní sùúrù ẹ ariwo lẹ́ pa ẹ̀yà àti bàbá Akíntóyè Koiki bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀tẹ̀ tí wọ́n ní gbogbo tó bá ti fẹ́ jà ní Koiki platform ní kọ́ lọ ìyẹn Levinati yẹn stupid man rí ẹ̀ gbalẹ̀ rí ẹ̀ mo dárúkọ ẹ̀ kọ́ tẹ̀kẹ́ gbé lọ fún mad people all over the place.
From the north.
This ṣé ẹ̀yin ò rí structure bó ṣe jẹ́ kó rí lélẹ́yìí. Ẹni tó declare àárín wọn gbogbo ẹ̀kọ́ wà shield. Mo tẹ̀ fi máa sọ gbìyànjú kí má tẹ̀ máa disturb brain mi dàrú. This ẹ̀yin tẹ̀ ń gbọ́ mi, this is the official way gangan. This is how you declare, okay? Ẹni tó bá ti rí tẹ́lẹ̀ rí. This is how you declare a country. A máa da brain wa rú.
The celebration.
Cherry celebration.
Midnight last night. By dawn.
Bá ṣe máa jáde támá pẹ̀lú ojú àtẹ̀yìn támá. Bó ṣe láti rí gangan lélẹ̀. This is the official way to declare. Mark people everywhere. Ẹ wá fi sọ àwa yìí. Ẹ kó bó ṣe ṣe ń lọ́dà.
This morning there were thousands of people thronging into the streets.
Àwọn èèyàn máa jáde pẹ̀lú ìlú pẹ̀lú ijó pẹ̀lú ayọ̀ àtẹ̀yẹyẹ.
Marching to this location. They were banging drums.
Banging drums.
Singing songs.
Irú nǹkan tó máa wáyé leléyìí lágbára Elédùmarè nígbà tá a bá fẹ́ lọ nígbàkigbà tó bá bọ́ sí láṣẹ àwọn tó láyé tó lọ́run inshallah wa qudratillah in Jesus name bó ṣe máa wáyé gangan leléyìí a ṣe lè sọ pé a fẹ́ declare kẹ́rù máa bá wà nígbà tá a bá náà fẹ́ declare tígbà tásìkò bá tó tí bàbá Akíntóyè bá násìkò tó ó tó náà nìyẹn but for now we continue with the campaign and the awareness.
Waving flags.
Àwa máa gbé flag wa without no worried of pé a bá gbé flag díẹ̀ imagine ìyàn àwa gbé flag nísìn DSS àti wá bọ́ọ̀sì ìrànmọ́nulé àwa náà ti wà nínú mi àwa tún ṣe riot àbí protest ọlọ́pàá tó máa ṣàyìn ọlọ́pàá Nàìjíríà tó wá ṣàyìn no gbogbo ẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ stop automatically when you declare that means everything tó lọ nínú ìlú yẹn láti stop the question is are we going to do this in a dialogue way or force the government into a dialogue conversation?
Horn of jubilation.
David Salako. Do you hear that? The sacrifice that has been made, sacrifice in lanche lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nísìn. Ṣé láàárín wọn nísìn ẹ̀ ráwọn òyìnbó níbẹ̀? Do you see a lot of people? Because the country has been declared. So ó ti wà London International Gallery. Pé South Sudan ti gbàlú wọn and that means they have now become a country. And they must still not get it right. Nobody said they're getting it right. But right now, they are on the right path and ọkàn mama amen ìjásí mama wà láàrin wọn àwọn kan ní ẹta bá gba Yorùbá nation àmà ní àwọn warlord. Oh yes, okay, tá bá ní warlord we can bring them onto the round. Ṣé kò bẹ́tà ká wà in a round table conversation láàrin ara wa àbí kí gbogbo wà ní Nàìjíríà káwọn kan máa oppress ara wa jura wọn lọ.
We heard in the speeches from Salva Kiir that the people of South Sudan will forgive, but they will never forget.
The people of South Sudan will forgive, but they will never forget. The people of the Yoruba will forgive, but we will never forget. The people of the Biafra will forgive, but they will never forget.
Congratulations. The liberation struggle started in the 1950s.
Did you hear that? The liberation struggle. Ẹ bá mi calculate. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sáré ṣe maths. 1950 divided by 2011. How many years ni yẹn? 1950 làwọn ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ struggle wọn. 1950 minus 2011. That is 61 years ago. Àwa bẹ̀rẹ̀ under 3 years. Ẹ ti sọ pé yẹn, get it right. Àbápẹ́. 61 years. South Sudan fought the struggle for 61 years that led to their independence in 2011. We have only done 3 years, and there's still a very good assurance. Yes, 61 years. Excuse me. South Sudan was pushing, fighting. Check out the 61 years. I would be in my 104 years old. Èèyàn mélòó ló fẹ́ ka add 61 mọ struggle tá à ń ṣe lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yìí. Ó ká yọ 3 years kúrò nínú 61 ó kù mélòó 58 years. Ṣé ká add 58 years mọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá Nation struggle tí olórí burúkú governor administrator Lugade ṣe. Ìyàwó Fatima tètè sọ pé no. Honey please no. Ṣé ká add 58 years mọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá Nation tá à ń ṣe lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yìí. That means kí kọ́ máa ṣe election for 4 years ká dẹ̀ máa push ká máa push bí ó máa di armed struggle bí ó máa di peaceful ọ̀ká ṣà máa push tó bá wá di another 58 years kọ́ wá declare Yorùbá Nation náà. Is that what you want? Is that the process that we want? Let's continue.
It resulted in decades of guerrilla warfare.
Decade of guerrilla warfare. Ẹ̀gbọ́n kan tó sọ, ó sọ clearly ni. Decade of guerrilla warfare. Wọ́n jà. Òkú sùn lọ rẹpẹtẹ. Àgbáyé ní no. This is enough. Everybody say no. Kí ló dé? Àwọn èèyàn sọ pé Aziz ìwọ náà sọ pé hell no. Ìyá mi olúwa tó yìí sọ pé God forbid. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe máa rí nìyẹn. Ọlọ́run níjà àrí àpàdà sí burú. But already àwa kọ́ la máa para wa. Àwọn ló máa fọwọ́ ara wọn ṣera wọn torí pé bàbá ti sọ ní bíbà. Àwọn bàbá ọ̀rẹ́ níbi tágbàlagbà bá rí igi tó fẹ́ wó wọ́n mọ̀ bí tó fẹ́ wó sí. Bàbá ti sọ ní bíbà pé forget about the unity of Nigeria. Ṣé Peter Obi máa wọlé tó máa save Nigeria àbí kò ní wọlé? So let's quickly complete this.
2 million people were killed, and those martyrs and the people who died were very much on the mind of the people who are celebrating here today. The ceremonies ended much in the way this independence struggle began, with very loud cannon shots. This was an independence earned by war.
This was independence that was earned by ogun. Kò ń ṣe diplomatic way. Ẹ káàbọ̀, Yàwá Christina Ademola. It ended Anna BTC. Thank you so much.
People have died, and that sacrifice is not far from any of our minds. This is Jeffrey Gettleman in Juba, the capital of the world's newest country, the Republic of South Sudan.
And this is why we are saying to our people that we are still on the right path. There's no need for us. Now that we've got a bit of the South Sudan, let's go back again. Ọ̀rọ̀ UN láti wà lórí ẹ̀. The UN recognition of a new state. Let's see if we can get anything. 11 state recognition. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wo fídíò yìí. State recognition.
When the new
mo fẹ́ mute ara mi so that ká lè jọ máa wò without any interruption. So màá láti change the desktop and I'm going to mute my mic right now.
Entity pretends to be a state because it meets the three criteria for status, other existing states may decide to recognize it as a state. State recognition can be used when a new state appears on the world stage. But if used, it can be used only once in relation to the entity concerned. State recognition is a single bullet gun. State recognition is a discretionary act in the sense that there is no obligation or duty to recognize a new state as a state. However, there might be cases where recognition is prohibited, and we shall turn to that after the video. State recognition is discretionary also in the sense that it can be done whenever the state recognizing sees it fit. The state recognizing the new state may also condition its recognition on certain political concessions or commitments that the new state is called to do. State recognition is a discretionary act that is most often explicit and made public by an official declaration. Sometimes the word recognition is not used, and sometimes recognition tacitly results from other acts. However, one has to be extremely careful in that regard. For instance, contracting a treaty with a state does not necessarily mean nor imply that the two states recognize each other. The only act which necessarily entails tacit and mutual recognition is the establishment of diplomatic relations between those two states. Finally, state recognition remains fundamentally a unilateral act from one state vis-à-vis another state. Several states may, of course, decide to consult each other and to proceed in a concerted way before each of them recognizes the new state. But this does not make state recognition a collective act, and there is no collective body or organ entrusted with the power to recognize new states. Well, notably, when a state is admitted as member of the United Nations, it does not mean that all the UN member states recognize that new member as a state. State recognition does not result from being admitted to the UN. Moreover, even voting in favor of the admission of a new member state does not necessarily tacitly mean recognizing it as a state. And sometimes diplomacy leads to some rather surreal situations. Well, for instance, in November 2012, the UN General Assembly accorded what is called the non-member observer state status to Palestine, a status by which one does not become a member of the UN, but by which nevertheless requires to be a state. Well, when voting in favor of such status, many states declared that their vote did not mean that they recognized Palestine as a state, even if the status of non-member can only be afforded to entities considered to be states. Usually, state recognition is said to be declaratory. It simply declares that the entity being recognized is a state, without having the effect of creating that state as a factual entity or constituting its international legal personality. In other words, state recognition has no specific legal effect and is therefore a political rather than a juridical act. However, such act has a great importance in international relations, and it is never done lightly. Moreover, the more one state is recognized, the more it will enjoy some international effectivity, such effectivity enhancing the factual reality that the new state must be in order to be recognized. In other words, there can be a sort of chicken and egg situation when the state being recognized is somehow frail. Of course, in order to be recognized, the entity should be a new and already existing state. But being recognized will gradually reinforce, as a matter of fact, its status as a state. Recognition will not make statehood, but because the latter must precede it, but it will nevertheless consolidate statehood. For that reason, it is difficult to escape the conclusion that recognition also entails some constitutive effect. But as I just said, recognition is not constitutive of the recognized state as a state. However, recognition is nevertheless constitutive in the sense that it establishes a relationship between the state recognizing the new entity and the recognized entity as a state, a relation that exists between them two and that is proper to both of them. If you see an entity being recognized as a state by some states, while other states refuse to recognize it as such, you may ask yourself, well, what is that entity at the end of the day? Is it a state or is it not a state? And the answer, I'm sorry, to that question is, well, it depends. Sometimes, even the states who refuse to recognize an entity as a state will easily concede that it is, and very much so, a state. And if that is the case, refusing to recognize is not a way to deny the factual existence of the entity as a state. A fact is a fact. But it will be a way to deny its political legitimacy. For instance, Arab states who still refuse to recognize Israel today know very well that Israel is a state, and a mighty one, and it would be foolish not to see that. In other cases, when the factual existence of the state is more questionable, the constitutive dimension of recognition comes into play. As recognition establishes a relationship between the recognizing state and the entity being recognized as a state, statehood will exist for the purpose of that relationship. In such a case, and despite being primarily a factual and objective issue, in such a case, statehood could therefore boil down to a relative issue based on subjective appraisals. And this is puzzling and discomforting when it happens, but this is the price to be paid in a decentralized system of states, where each of them is entrusted with the discretionary power to recognize or not new states. For the rest, time and time only will tell if the factual reality of statehood is consolidated or if it remains.
Ẹ lè má gbọ́ gbogbo grammar tí arákùnrin yìí sọ, but gbogbo tó ń try láti ṣàlàyé fún wa is exactly what we have said from here. Àti màá tó ń fund the UN, but he is actually now giving us, ṣé even tí àwọn ìlú má fún wa ní recognition kò mí pé ó entitled wa wọnú United Nations. Àwọn Arab country believe in Israel. Some of them, not all of them. They don't believe that Israel is a country, even though everybody knows that Israel is a country. So what we are saying today, for the benefit of the Yoruba people, I'm not talking about the intellectual people, the local people, that the reality on ground, pé a fẹ́ kúrò nínú Nigeria, we need to make sure we do not give any room at all to Nigeria government. And part of that is what we have been doing in 3 years. Our economy is not yet enough. We need to continue, to push, the education, the awareness, and that will probably mean that, that is not going to give you a nation anytime soon. If that is a route that you want. Ẹ jẹ́ ká túbọ̀ sọ fún àwọn èèyàn wa dáadáa, maybe another 4 years, 8 years. But today, Nigeria itself is going to pieces. So why do we need to help Nigeria to stay and float for another 8 years more? Knowing fully well so many things that we have known. 1960, October 7, 6 days after Nigeria was admitted. The reason why? Because Nigeria gained independence on the 1st of October. So, for us to gain independence, for the Yoruba people to gain that same independence, whether we will be admitted yet or not, countries should have supported us, but they don't want to support us because they do not see any reason why Nigeria should break at this particular time. And there is no one particular way to break away from a country. All method, all ways, la máa lò. Some ways will go longer. Some ways will go faster. Which one is the faster way? Ṣé bá ṣe ń bá lọ in this education route, the diplomatic recognition, or should we push? Or some say, no. Ẹ̀ńdọ́gbọ́n ni ẹ̀fẹ́ kọ́ parí election. Káwá wo bí a Tinubu máa wọlé tó bá wọlé kí Tinubu. Kí ni kàn wá pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ Tinubu? We have nothing to do with Tinubu. We have been saying for the last 3 years and a half that the only thing we believe in is the total dissolution of Nigeria. But Nigerians today would have to wake up before the end of this month. That is if the election will still go ahead as planned. Because there's a lot of things on the table. What you explaining here? And let me go back to my last broadcast on Starr Radio UK, on the 1st of February, which was our first Wednesday. Just a recap quickly, because I'm on a big program in the next 12-13 minutes. I said, and I quote, there could be a coup in Nigeria anytime soon. And tí coup bá dẹ̀ ti wáyé ní Nigeria, then the chances of anybody thinking the country will remain together is very, very slim. Àwọn ló máa mú coup wá, àwọn government náà ni, àwọn the military hierarchy, because they have a lot of weapons. They can overthrow the government from inside. All they have to do is just instruct people to go to the, the first radio station which belongs to Nigeria, FRMC or whatever, and hijack it. What will your politician do? They can't do no jack shit. Seyi Makinde cannot do anything if a military coup happens today. They will kill people automatically if you try to stop them. And we should prepare our mind in case that is going to happen. And it can happen between now and the end of this month that the election is slated for. That's number one. We have 774 local government. Tebalowo news headline, Lenny. Let me close some of these. I still want to talk about the Atimenton Fund and Kini. Tebalowo paper thing. There was somewhere in that paper, Tonsokwe, 550 local government. Unilag undergraduate dies in Lagos hospital, family kills. Okay, people die every day. Buhari established transition council. Okay, is ready to give away and allow the power to go. It was the headline, but thought it dropped was Sale. There was somewhere that they were talking about 550 local. Okay, that one the election now. Buhari has approved Presidential Transition Council. Gbogbo yẹn is just a gimmick. Àwọn Femi Adesina àti Garba Shehu, àwọn long project gbogbo yẹn jáde. The real problem in Nigeria, even the United Nations expressed worry over fuel scarcity and new Naira. They should expect more worry as Nigerians will burst before the end of the month. Eléyìí tí UN sọ yìí, UN tá à ń sọ̀rọ̀ látàárọ̀. United Nations express ẹ̀ ń worry nípa epo. Worry nípa àwọn indigenous people tó ń pariwo fún àwọn fi lọ. Few weeks to the general election, the United Nations Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator, Matthias Skelmel, has expressed worry over lingering fuel scarcity and the new Naira policy. Emma were more worried because there is more problem ahead. Skelly, who noted that the Independent National Electoral Commission is doing its best though in ensuring free and fair and credible election. Báwo ló ṣe mọ̀? Báwo ni Michael Skelly ṣe mọ̀ pé INEC kì í ṣe the best? This is what the project arákùnrin yẹn lélẹ̀. Àwọn ṣiṣẹ́ UN ní olówó tó ń gbà every month. Tó bá dẹ̀ ṣe tán a lọ retire sínú villa kan ní Malaga ní Spain. Iṣẹ́ làwọn ṣe kò sí tó kàn pẹ̀lú gbogbo tó lọ Nàìjíríà because they are just trying to be relevant. I'm talking about this particular guy. Òun ló head the humanitarian blah 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 ní United Nations. Senior manager. Ẹ̀dọ́ wọn àti Abubakar olè. Abubakar tó kọ constitution òun lè dúró pẹ̀lú bísí. Take a picture. 20 hours ago. It is an honor lórí Twitter. àti ní kẹlẹ́ register fún Twitter òun lélẹ́yìí arákùnrin yẹn lélẹ́yìí resident coordinator of the humanitarian exchange blah 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 in Nigeria òyìnbó pẹ́ẹ́pẹ́ lúkúlúkú táwọn Yorùbá ti délé Nàìjíríà dáhùn sí káwọn òyìnbó yìí náà ń sọpọ́tì pé kí Nàìjíríà kọ́ lọ́n jẹ́ kí Nàìjíríà dá o àti òyìnbó tẹ̀mí bá gbé for 24 years ẹ̀gbọ́n kan tó ń sọ an honour and this was on the 8th which was yesterday ó ní it is an honour to discuss preparation for Nigeria president à ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé ara ni wá eléyìí sọ̀rọ̀ sẹ́rí pé a bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ fáwọn yìí tẹ wà ń lé pé you are waiting bẹ́ẹ̀ni you are stupid àwa ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé ara ni indigenous people olórí burúkú Abdulsalam tó kọ the 1999 fraudulent constitution ẹni tó yẹ kalẹ̀ ló kò pa but òyìnbó yìí nísìn tó ń represent UN ti American fund ti UK fund ti China fund ti Germany fund àwa wá ń sọ pé a fẹ́ lọ èèyàn kan wá ní àti kọ lẹ́tà sí UNEP but eléyìí ló ń jókòó pẹ̀lú wọn nísìn ní àná lánàá lélẹ́yìí o ẹ mọ̀ pé mo sọ pé gbogbo tá à ń sọ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ UN nísìn èmi náà máa ṣẹ̀rí níbi tá a ti ń lọ lórí news náà láti bá ilé pàdé nísìn as we are talking this man Abdulsalam Abubakar baba onírùngbọ̀ UK is part of those that destroy what is called Nigeria today ẹ̀rọ àwọn tó ń rẹ́rìn sí ẹlẹ́rìí múyẹ́ ẹ̀rẹ́ òyìnbó yẹn ẹ̀rí I am honoured to discuss wà honoured láti máa discuss the preparation ṣé ọ̀rọ̀ election ló pa àwa nísìn so the question again is ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń gbọ́ wa mo kí ń yà wá Àbíkẹ́ Òkìkíọlá 4725 mo rí ẹlẹ́ǹkan sí mighty 23 gbogbo a kò rọ́jú à ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé à ń ṣọ́pọ̀ àwọn Ìgbò máa ti ta sí níbẹ̀ ẹ̀hẹ́lẹ́ ní God bless you ma kí ni God Ali Yusuf kí ni God fẹ́ bless wọn fún ọmọ málà lòun àbí ọmọ Fúlàní ó ní God bless you ma by God grace we will do it in peace eléyìí ní Àbíbá Adara òun ní by God grace eléyìí ní I want to get employ you ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ilé wa. Can you imagine? And these and the gullible Nigerians that have put a comment under the tweet. Eléyìí, a major part of relationship success is the belief of good intent. People who believe their partners have Eléyìí, I am no longer available for this mess of peace. On another tweet, sorry. Yeah, I think that's about it. Kò sí mọ́. So this man only Nigeria presidential election with the chairman of the National Peace Committee, General Abdulsalam Abubakar, the criminal. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ìyá wa. Thank you so much. Mo fi tọ̀wọ̀tọ̀ ni mo fi kí yín. So Sherry, why we are saying that tí kò bá sí wòtòwòtò ṣẹ́rí tí wòtòwòtò bá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣẹ́rí bọ̀bọ̀ ìlú máa report fún yẹ pé gẹ́gẹ́lẹ́ ti gbiná ní Nàìjíríà o. Number one wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ move straight away lọ sí the nearest border. But because Nigeria gẹ́gẹ́ wòtòwòtò sí, that's why he's very appreciative of the former president deep inside and the wise guidance and support for UN Nigeria. You can now say that we are in a big, deep mess for anyone that still think. So going back, because nǹkan kan ló gbé adé bíbẹ̀ yẹn, à ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa my 1st October lecture lórí Starr Radio, Naija Voices. Àwọn kan tẹ̀ ní Koiki kí ló ti ń pè Naija Voices for God's sake. I have to discuss with the production team if we can amend the name. We see how it goes. But in tí mo fẹ́ mú jáde tẹ́lẹ̀ níbẹ̀ ni pé 774 local government nǹkan kan ni mo wá but mo rí kíní ẹ̀ ní bíbá kó tó di pa tó lọ rí headline yìí. So in less than 16 days are we going to see 774 local government? Ǹjẹ́ wọ́n lè cope? INEC, police assure people living with disability of safety. Okay. New Naira, Onanuga slam Malami for seeking government in Timothy Wamori. So let me just not worry. But according to what we know, 774 local government, out of that, 550 have been attacked by one form of insecurity in Nigeria. So there is likely that terrorists is also going to be operating during this election. We also have identity problem. I show a video kan fún yín where àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣọmọ Nigeria, they have the voters card. Though wọ́n rí àwọn kan mú, but àmọ́ bóyá àwọn tó kù ṣì wà níbẹ̀ tó ṣì operate. Remember we showed the video some few weeks ago. Mo mọ̀ tí video yẹn wà nísìn. Mo kàn tún rí ìyè ló fẹ́ nísìn. Kọ́lọ́ba àfọ̀rúnkẹ́ wọn. We are also talking about interim government by the KABIRU, just as they did for Shonekan. How many people remember Shonekan? I'm gonna wind down anytime soon. You see, Okudiẹ. Ta ló rántí Shonekan? Ó dà ń pa àwọn náà ti lọ kọ́lọ̀ fọ́run kẹ́wọn. I believe he's gone, right? Yeah, he died. Is he dead or is he alive? Okay, he died on 11th of January last year. Kọ́lọ̀ fọ́run kẹ́wọn. These are all the Yorubas. Shonekan, as at that time, should have given it to MKO Abiola. MKO Abiola. Thank you, Kingsley. But rather, ẹ̀mọ́ tó ṣẹlẹ̀, ta ló mọ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nígbà tí Shonekan fìdí hẹ́, ìjọba fìdí hẹ́, ta ló mọ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nígbà yẹn? When Shonekan was given the interim government, nígbà tó ń ṣe pàdí, Abacha hijacked that government. Are we going to see an interim government will play out between now and the end of this month? The interim president that could have used his position and announced MKO Abiola as the president that won the election, and Abiola would have been out, and Abiola would not have died in the custody of the federal government of Fulani. We also talk about the current spark of things, which is now the one playing out. As for nípa subsidy, what will remove subsidy in Nigeria? Already, according to somebody today, when àwọn repo ní 350, àwọn kan náà rà more than that. Cap is 350. By the time they remove the subsidy, there will be more trouble ahead. I think wind down there. We now also talk about the self-movement, which is now the Yoruba, the Biafra, the Middle Belt. Is it going to destabilize Nigeria itself? Diplomatic recognition, quickly. Diplomatic recognition in international law is a unilateral declarative political act of a state that acknowledge an act of status of another state. We will definitely have countries that can at least recognize us as a country. From what I know, according to what we have read before, I believe you need about either 4 or 5 states to just recognize you. Recognize it. Let's quickly look. How many countries needs to recognize you? How many countries must recognize to become a nation? Where are the 4 requirements for a nation? What does it take to be recognized as a nation? You must have a defined territory. We have our defined territory. There's no doubt about that. Tọ́ba gé gbogbo Nàìjíríà kọ́tẹ̀ gé díẹ̀ fún wọn kọ́ máa kó lọ láàrin ẹ̀, because wọ́n máa ń sọ pé àwọn làwọn ní part of Kogi. Okay, I agree. Ẹ ṣáà máa kó ìjẹ́ bá fẹ́ mú lọ́nà ẹ̀. But we know mo fẹ́ lọ mú máàpù jáde ní o kó lè báàkì ọ̀rọ̀ tí mò ń sọ nísìn. Kọ́tẹ̀ gé kọ́ yọ nínú ẹ̀. We already have our own territory. Tá mọ̀ sílẹ̀ Yorùbá. You must have a permanent population. Ṣàní population yẹn and it's more than at least àwọn tó wà nílé about 32 million. You must have a government, but that government yẹn must be something that àwa la ní kò ń ṣe ìta wà nínú ẹ̀. Your government must be capable of interacting with the other state. How does a country have to be recognized? How many countries recognition is needed for a territory? I think this is the one I need. Let's look at this. I hope we can find something here. What country has lost their territory since independence? How many countries? Recognition is needed. Let me rephrase this and Google search it again. How many countries? We have about 193 countries around the world. But you will need a certain amount of country to at least recognize you. Mufis slim it down. That particular one is going to be, what does it take to create a country? CNBC. Let's see if we can get something out of this quickly. Once again, a very good afternoon, as we are now at the last. I think we did a lot, with the cause. What does it take to create a country? Separatist movement can be found across 3 continents. The number of countries in the United Nations has grown from 51 recognized states in 1945 to 193 states today. 4 principles can strongly determine whether a place can be deemed to be a country or not. Can Biafra be a country? Can the Arewa become a country? Can the Middle Belt become a country? Do they have the territory? Do they have the people? Do they have territory that is also encroaching others? Because gbogbo bí tí a lè fi sọ pé a fẹ́ dá dúró gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlú, a kọ́kọ́ gbọ́dọ̀ ní territory tiwa. And I guess they also have a video. Who wants to be independent in Europe? We'll come back to that. Secessionist movement across 3 continents are vying to form new and independent states, from Catalonia to Taiwan. Even though Taiwan is a very powerful country, but it is not yet recognized under the United Nations because China veto it. Separatists are increasingly mounting pressure on the national government, who face the possibility of a new breakup as the Yoruba people are. So in that I'm mounting pressure. But Ibere, check Kashi phone line. No, I don't think I have the time anymore. I would have loved to let Ibere question me. Maybe even if it's just 2 callers. I've opened it briefly because more time. Ǹjẹ́ a ti mount enough pressure fún federal government bí a ṣe ń ṣe lọ láti 3 years? Ǹjẹ́ a ti mount enough pressure? Have we mount enough pressure? Now let's continue. CBN looks at what it takes to make a country from the scratch. Who get to form a state? Ta ló lè form ìlú? I can't record today. You might take her out of the time. Thank you so much, Ms. Gold. I'm arresting a sin. The number of countries in the United Nations has grown from 51 states in 1945 to 193 states today. There are no official international rules, but guidance are on hand for the separatist movement. Or see any international law, anyhow, we can do whatever and however we want to get our own country. Let's go into it again. The Montevideo Convention held in Uruguay in 1933 said that a region must meet 4 requirements to become a state. Láti di ìlú, a permanent population, we have about 32 million Yoruba people, a defined territory, a government, and the ability to form relationship with other nations and states. Other conditions must be met, including clear evidence that the majority of the people are freely choosing in independence, that the minorities are welcome and respected. So I want to answer, what about all these smaller, ethnic groups that are among us? They will definitely decide whether they want to go with a particular people or not. A state must also be able to agree diverse terms mutually with the country it breaks away from. About dialogue. It does not matter how we are going to fight each other. There will still be a mutual agreed diverse terms. In practice, Many have found it difficult to meet all these guidelines. Why is it so difficult to meet? The national government always opposed the secession, the disintegration, just as the federal government. Taiwan is a democratic state in almost everything but name. It has its own constitution since 1947 and has functioned as an autonomous state since 1950. Unlike the mainland China, Taiwan has a democratically elected leader and was first place in Asia to rule in favor of gay marriage. However, China President Xi Jinping regards Taiwan as a province and has put pressure on countries to have no diplomatic relationship with them. Only 19 countries ní gbogbo àgbáyé, along with the Vatican, officially recognize Taiwan because China sọ pé àwọn làwọn ní ìlú yẹn. Let's continue. Who wants to break away? Catalonia declared independent from Spain in October 2017, about some few years ago, following an historical referendum. The Spain government dismissed it as illegal. Èyí tẹ́ ní ká lọ ṣe referendum, mad people all over the place. Ẹ fẹ́ ṣe referendum pẹ̀lú àwọn Fulani. Ìlú tó normal gan tí wọ́n ní society tó yẹ pé wọ́n ní understanding, wọ́n disagree. Imagine the Spain disagree that referendum it is illegal and say that politicians leading the rebellion could be jailed. Is that not why they throw IGBOHO out of Nigeria today in his own motherland, in his own fatherland? KOKORO in Nigeria, not declare wanted. The basic country in the northern Spain also lays claim to independence. Militant group ETA issued an apology Monday to those it killed during his armed struggle for basic independence. The autonomous region of Kyrgyzstan in the northern Iraq held a referendum in September last year, but the results were strongly opposed by Iraq's central government in Baghdad and the neighboring Turkey, Iran, and Syria. Táwọn náà bá ṣe referendum, the federal government can say, no, I agree pẹ̀lú ẹ̀, kí lẹ máa ṣe sí. Ìjà máa tó padà sí Roundtable kan nìyẹn, àbí gbogbo ẹ̀ máa di wàhálà. In response to the referendum, Baghdad seized back Kurdish land. Hey, imagine, àwọn yẹn sọ pé àwọn ṣe referendum, Baghdad tó lọ gbà ló mọ́ wọn lọ́wọ́. Let's go at Scotland. Scotland held its own referendum on whether to break away from UK in 2014, but the majority of the Scots voted to remain in a union with England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. In the Arctic Circle, Greenland remains under Denmark control. Despite having its own government, voters elected a new president on Wednesday and will now eye up the long-term goal of a full independence, despite some estimate that some could be relegate it to be Europe's poorest nation. Let's come to the next. Can independence cause instability? Which is what they are trying to avoid in Nigeria. One try láti avoid pé tí Nigeria bá go into a breakup, ó máa create the instability in the southwest part of what is known as Africa. Near the Gulf of Aden, Somaliland declared itself independent from Somalia in 1991. It has its own government, a police force, and currency. But no government recognized Somaliland today. Doing so could put further pressure on Somalia's weak national government as it fears further split from fractions wanting a new state called Portland on the northeastern coast. So, kò ń ṣàwà nìkan lánàá fẹ́ independent. Let's continue quickly. Eritrea declared independent from Ethiopia in 1993. Today, poverty is rife in the country and it is ruled by a despotic government. The United Nations has accused the government of crime against humanity, and press freedom is the worst compared to all other African nations according to the World Press Freedom Index. South Sudan is the world's youngest state after it broke away from Sudan in 2011 after they started fighting for 61 years in the struggle. The country is plagued by violence and hyperinflation. Other places that lay claim to an independent movement includes French-speaking Quebec in Canada, Bulgaria, North Cyprus, Belize, Kashmir, and Tibet. And that is all you need to know. And I'll share this link for those that might want to go and read further. My name is Olayomi Koiki of KOIKIMEDIA. Wow. Because we should not go more than the 5 hours. We've done more than 2 hours extra. I appreciate those of you that have joined us so far. And we say thank you so much for those that joined all the way from one program to the other that led to the conversation of the total dissolution, the breakup of the messed up country called Nigeria. As we end this program, in the name of Eledumare, Adúpẹ́ fún gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá, we are not fighting each other. I know the comment section could be a little bit hilarious, but we are not talking about anything more than the lives of millions of people. And it seems some have already taken it as a comedy. And somebody like me is not going to get involved in that comedy because Tibafish is skit. Be Mr. Macaroni, tell me Mama Meko, or Timafiwa. I know what to do. For somebody that have lived in the kind of society I have lived for the last 24 years. And as a legal person, not illegal, there's a lot of things I could do and put on the social media as long as the social media rules allow that. So I want us to think and ask ourselves, the UN is a good organization that will look after us at the appropriate time. But for now, our Lamakoko make the push before the UN comes. They will discuss about Nigeria very soon. They will have no option than to look into everything that we have been talking about since 1960. That we now came on board some 4 years ago. Any election, I pray election will not hold this year so that we can literally dissolve this union that is not working. I don't pray for a bloodbath, but I don't see that not happening because the North does not want to let the power to shift to the Southwest nor the Southeast. But we will be here reminding ourselves that the time is now for us to get the hell out of Nigeria before it is too late. And for those of you that are saying, maybe not, that's okay. I'll be reminding you every day that Nigeria is not a country. Maybe you want to support us for the work we do. It is very, very easy. Every little helps according to Tesco. We appreciate every of our voluntary donors, no matter how small. Even donation comes in form of prayer, messages, comments, standing with us. Like I always say, I cannot be bought by any of your politicians. If I was not being able to be buy or bought before we start Yoruba Nation, why now? I am more than happy with what I'm doing right now. And I know the future will decide whether we did it with a good intention or not. I wish you all the best in the evening as you go. But one thing is, let us not give up. Nigeria is at the path of breakup. Thank you so much. Have a very good afternoon. I will allow a bit of room, probably be a lower run. My run video here, it will just pop up and you will just watch it. I think it's about 1 hour. But for now, enter Badaruko. We love every one of you, and I will remain the last man standing to continue to educate and bring to your notice that Nigeria is not a country you should die for. Bye for now. Àti bẹ̀rù kàṣiṣẹ́ ìṣọ̀kan ìfẹ́jẹ́ ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ àwa ni all hail Biafra, all hail Amazonia, all hail all the freedom fighters around the world. Let us remain strong. We will be the one to laugh last. Bye for now.
Nigeria tó fẹ́ ní education tó fẹ́ ní health infrastructure wọ́n fẹ́ ní ohun kan náà fẹ́ ní ẹwà náà fẹ́ ní ìbọ̀dù ẹ̀ sọkùn ìran rẹ nígbà yìí mo hóòpù tí ẹ gbà ìwọ lẹ́yìn mo mẹ́rin. àfáàwé náà wá sí ọ̀rọ̀ kí lórí wọn nà ọmọ wọn ládàá lórí ìwé ọmọ ìdá nà wọn. kọ́lá tí Nàìjíríà máa bá bọ́ ìjọba yìí èmi wà náà tí ó máa sọ. ẹyẹ gémi eré pa ẹfẹ́ ní gémi gbogbo nǹkan kò sẹ́ni kó kò sí pa. bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kọ́ sí kò lè rí òkú lọ́sítà. ìṣúná kò sómi. ó bóòlù ọ̀nà lọ ọdún mẹ́fà wọn ò ní sí eruku pàrọ̀ àdúgbò tán.
ọmọ Oòduà ọ̀gá Fulani ló jẹ́ o. Yorùbá Nation yìí ti gbogbo wa ni kó má gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́ torí kò sílùú mìíràn. ọmọ Oòduà ọ̀gá Fulani ló jẹ́ o. Yorùbá Nation yìí ti gbogbo wa ni kó má gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́ torí kò sílùú mìíràn.
so funny. You come with nothing, then fight for everything, and later leave everything and go back with empty hand. God is powerful.